Yeah, I think most people have that problem. Especially if it's
What's the old run on this? What's the old run on
When it
this?
gets on that thing, I got funding on that. The return on the well failed. They basically didn't use money, so it went back.
I don't know.
You recovered with rough headaches.
Are we gonna have one? Paul, want me to help you get chairs?
Yeah. I don't know about the
You want some help, Paul?
I got it. Now, so help me here.
I didn't get a chance to do a grammatical check on that.
Yeah. I'm working tomorrow, so I don't want to be here till midnight.
I don't know if I got everything. I was the only ones I could find. Well,
I kind of like the year on the
yeah.
I give us a little bit of time into the future.
Final numbers. What? You told me it was down about 9.
Look at any other options that would.
And keeping safety. I mean, let's not negate the safety.
We're going to keep them from up there. Let's don't comply with that.
Yeah. Don't give them any more paper to read.
One too few. I would say a third of them, wouldn't you?
What?
That's a bad number there.
No, you're killing the hunt. That's what you called yourself that. You called yourself that.
There were times that I go beyond my
Well, you did that, Tiger. I said to my wife, did he just call himself a kill of the hunt? Jeez.
Did you guys coordinate before you guys came to that, or?
His vision's gone.
Plaid, that's what all the cool kids are wearing tonight.
Plaid? What's that? Is that plaid?
It's close.
I know you do. I know. I know. Yeah.
6:30 or?
Yes, it is.
I know, I had to shut off the alarm to put all these minutes because I knew it was.
All right, everyone, welcome. This is the Newport Board of Selectmen's meeting for the 20th of March, 2023. I want to welcome everyone here, and would everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And justice for all.
All right. Gender review. Barry?
I'm all set, thank you.
Keith?
I'm all set as well.
Herb?
All set.
Jim?
I'm also all set.
Hunter, do we need a non-public?
Not gonna order.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Anything else? Any changes for the agenda? All right, moving on. Public hearing. 3 public hearings tonight. And Paul's going to help me with these.
He had to step out for just a minute. He's back.
I'm back.
Oh, he's back.
He's back.
You
Sneaky
might have
like
to
that.
share.
Town of Newport, New Hampshire. Board of Selectmen regular business meeting and 2023 Board of Selectmen budget and bond public hearing notice. Board of Selectmen of the Town of Newport, New Hampshire will hold budget and bond public hearings, 15 Sunapee Street, Newport, New Hampshire, on Monday, March 20th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. to address the following issues to come before the town at annual meeting. First, the issuance of $9,999,000 in bonds under RSA 33:8-A for costs related to the design and construction of upgrades to the wastewater treatment plant. All right, this will be part of a warrant article at town meeting for construction of the wastewater treatment plant. The total available funding, Paul, is $28 million for this project.
Yes.
That's what it's estimated at right now. What we are looking at right now is $14.8 million of this project is being provided through state and federal funding, and $13.3 million will be funded locally through local low-interest loans. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You want to break down the how this is anticipated to work?
So I'm not used to this big a crowd for these kind of things, so some people might need to share. If anybody doesn't get a copy and wants a copy, I can get one.
All right.
How about the press?
Let's keep going, I guess.
So as they're going around,
We still need a few more.
Hey, Colin.
Paul, you want to print a few more?
We got plenty.
we got enough?
We got some more here.
I have
Oh.
a few more. Yeah,
Oh.
we have plenty. Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else? Going once, going twice?
All right.
Okay, so the total project cost is $28 million. Currently, we have in grants from the USDA of $6,164,000. Congressionally directed spending, $1,936,000. ARPA funds in the amount of $1,350,000. And then the bilateral infrastructure law passed last year, $4 million. Bipartisan, thank you. Can't speak tonight. That we need to combine with $4.5 million in long-term financing that we approved, the town approved in 2019. And then what is on the warrant for this year is the $9,999,000. And then we have local funds of $51,000 to balance out the project. So, as you can see, we've got the grants, specific grants. Then we have loan forgiveness on the $4.5 million of $1,350,000. So the net to the users will be $3,150,000, plus the $999,000 and the $51,000, making our local total $13,200,000. If we go with a 20-year bond on this project, the interest on that will be $1,574,890, with annual principal payments of $499,950. Again, this is a low-interest loan from the USDA. On the back of the page, you'll see what happens if we go with a 30-year bond. It decreases the annual payment and the annual interest, but the extra 10 years of interest, we pay about $750,000 more in interest. There's about a $3 per 1,000 gallon change in the user rate if we went with a 30-year. So that's balancing between the cost to the users, but the additional money to the users also. One thing that's not on this page, because it's not guaranteed, but right now there's a program in the state called the state SAG, and it is funding from DES for sewer projects, anything that the locals pay. So it would be an additional 20 to 30% of the $9 million, as long as it's passed by the legislature, and that's voted on every 2 years. Newport just received money for the first, second, third, fourth project, and we've received money on the Guiled pump station in the last couple of years with changes with the legislature, but there are no guarantees that that's there, so I didn't feel it was appropriate to put on the sheet. But there is a little more hope, hopefully. So that is the summary of the bond and the funding, if there are any questions.
Perhaps back last month, we had a session in Newport Opera House where the engineer from Great Pierce came in and presented on this project, what it entails. Okay, basically what it entails, why we have to do it, pretty much the fact we're under an order from the Environmental Protection Agency to do this. Went through what will be involved in the project, and there's a PowerPoint from that can be seen through our town's website that lays all that out. One of the presentations, part of the presentations was he laid out the cost to the average user over time, and the impact on sewer user fees was assuming in 2022 the average sewer bill was $617, and that would go up to $802 in 2023, $1,002 in 2024, about $1,253 in 2025, and then max out in 2026 at $1,566, based upon average, say $4,000 worth of sewer use. Now, one thing,
Jeff, I think you misspoke. As you were reading your numbers off, you read 26 twice.
okay, 26
Can you do it 617?
in 2022, 802 in 2023, 1,002 in 2024, 1,253 in 2025, and in 2026, 1,566. Now, this is something which, not having a septic system, I'm not aware of what those costs are, but I was talking with Paul Brown literally right before that session. And he was explaining how much it cost him to replace a septic system after 25 years of use. And pretty much what is shown here for the increase and what the estimated cost will be for people connected to the sewer system is similar to what it would probably cost someone with a septic system who had to replace their system every 25 years or so. You know, instead of paying a big chunk after 25 years, you know, they would be, the sewer users would be paying it as we go.
It's irrelevant, we have no choice, not even one worthy of conversation.
Can you wait until you're called upon? Thank you. Downsides of this, if we don't do it, we have basically been pushing pretty much the state and the feds for the amount of funding that they are providing us. We're told it's an extraordinary amount they're providing as their share. I think they could do better, but, you know, this is about as much funding as the state and the feds are gonna provide as they can be. Now, since we are under a administrative order or whatever from the EPA, if we fail to go forward with this, at some point the EPA could start fining us several $1,000s a day in penalties. That would probably be unlikely. What would be more likely is that the State Department of Environmental Services would not be able to provide any sewer permits for anything going forward. Say if you wanted to put in a new sewer hookup or new septic system, the response would be, we don't have an approved disposal system in town, and we would not be able to add anything more. This project, about 10 years ago or a dozen years ago, we tried to meet the requirement then. It was a new technology we tried. The cost back then was about $3 million to do it. We went and the town built the system, we turned it on, and it didn't work. The town spent a couple of years and probably about $1 million to sue the engineer, and we got the $3 million back, which the state immediately took from us because they fronted us that money. So here we are, a dozen years, 10 years or a dozen years down the road, and the cost of this has gone up quite a lot. The 1.5% interest rate, that basically, I believe Paul and me locked that in with USDA back before the interest rate started going up. And if we had to go to them tomorrow to get an interest rate for this, it would probably be double what the interest rate is right now that they're charging. Hunter, is there anything I'm missing? Anything?
No, the finances that you referred to and that Paul has presented are part of a package. And one of the concerns we have is if the town were to not support this program or this package, that some of those elements might start to disappear, some of those grant sources might dry up, and the interest rate will only be held for a specified period of time. So in addition to the penalties that you referred to coming from EPA, et cetera, there's some further financial implications that we might encounter if we don't support this. But if it'll be helpful, Mr. Chairman, Mike Curry, who's the engineer heading up this project, is online, and I'd be more than happy to give you a 5-minute overview of the project, the history of the project, what's intended to be built, and so on and so forth, if you'd like to go away with that.
Pleasure of the board? Yes?
Move that we listen to the presentation.
Yep, go ahead. Okay,
All right, can everyone hear me okay?
yes.
Fantastic. Thank you for having me tonight. I appreciate time. Again, I'm Mike Curry with Wright Pearson, the engineer who's been working with the town on this project for a little over a year now. The town of Newport owns, operates, and maintains this wastewater treatment facility that treats up to 1.3 million gallons per day of wastewater from different residential and industrial sources throughout the town. This wastewater is then discharged to the Sugar the Connecticut River. The original wastewater treatment plant was constructed in 1971, and it really was just a settling basin. And later on in 1988, it was upgraded further with the lagoons that you see today. And even since 1988, the town's had to do various upgrades to make sure that that system maintains its reliability, because again, it treats wastewater day and night, every single day of the year, 24 hours a day, so we need to make sure that that maintains reliable treatment as it's discharged to the river. As Hunter and Paul mentioned, in 2020, the town was issued a new discharge permit with more stringent effluent limits, specifically for total nitrogen, ammonia, and total phosphorus. Based on some evaluations that we did, it was determined that your existing wastewater treatment plant was not able to reliably meet those new effluent discharge requirements. And as such, over the last 2.5 years, the town's been in violation with that discharge permit, specifically for total phosphorus and for ammonia. In response to those violations, the EPA issued the town with what's called an administrative order. So what that is, it's a federal mandate the town needs to follow in order to work towards a solution, to provide a solution to these violations and bring the wastewater treatment facility into compliance with the permit, and to continue to protect not only human health, but health of the environment. At this point, DES and the EPA has really worked with the town. This administrative order, more or less, they allowed both myself as well as the town administration to really craft sort of what was going to be put in that administrative order in terms of a compliance schedule. So we were able to buy as much leniency as we could, and up to this point, they've played nice with the town. But what that administrative order sets out is, it sets out a plan for the town to comply with this permit, working with Wright Pierce as well as DES to find a long-term solution. At this point, the town's completed the preliminary design for a new wastewater treatment facility. That was completed in January 2023, and it's anticipated to be completed from a design perspective by the end of this year. The proposed upgrade includes a complete overhaul of the wastewater treatment facility, including a new biological treatment process and an effluent filtration process, as well as upgrades to other parts of the facility that have been aging and are in need of rehabilitation, including the solids handling facilities, the grip facilities, influent pumping, disinfection, things of that nature. Our plan with this new wastewater treatment facility is to provide a technology and a system that gives the town the ability to not only meet your current permit that was issued in 2020, but to also meet future permit limits that are potentially coming down the line. As Paul mentioned, the estimated total cost for this project is $28 million. That includes engineering fees, which we're working on right now, as well as the construction portion of the project and engineering assistance throughout the construction. The town administration has aggressively pursued several different funding opportunities. We went through a lot of different phone calls, a lot of different conference calls to make sure that we were maximizing every ounce of subsidy that we could on this project. Like Paul mentioned, that includes both grants and subsidies for roughly $14.8 million out of that $28 million, and then the remaining portions of that to be covered by low-interest loans. This includes leveraging about 4 different funding agencies with one another, so it's a pretty complicated funding package that likely will not be there next year if the town does not take it. And again, the remaining $13.2 million will consist of a long-term, low-interest loan, which you pay for through the user fees for the sanitary sewer users. The magnitude of this federal subsidy is significant, and again, we don't foresee this being an option in future years. At this point, Paul and Hunter really worked extremely hard in order to have these funding packages developed earlier on in 2022, so that the town was able to have a lower interest rate than would currently actually show up. So they really locked it in low when the timing was right. And I think, as was mentioned really well, the implications of not moving forward, that's a common question that's asked. What if we don't do this wastewater treatment facility upgrade? So like we talked about, the town's currently in violation and has been for the last 2.5 years. And the EPA and the state, they have the ability to leverage fines for the town. And while it's not common, the chance is there. Those fines range anywhere from $2,500 a day up to $25,000 a day. That's really the last-ditch effort, but those fines are a potential to happen if the town does continue to violate. The second piece is that regulators can enact administrative restrictions, like was mentioned. That includes a moratorium on any new sewer connection permits or any additional commercial or industrial discharges to the wastewater treatment system. The purpose of this really is to force communities from an economic standpoint to upgrade their wastewater treatment facilities and to force them to not see any more economic gain from things like commercial, residential, or industrial users within the town unless they do that specific upgrade. And I would say that the biggest impact for the town of Newport is really the loss of the currently secured funding package. We've heard from rural development that if this is not taken this year on their side, that this funding package would not be put up a second time. So I'd say that's probably the largest impact for the town of Newport, is that if this does not go through this year, you will have to basically start over from a funding perspective and pursue avenues again. And at this point, based on our experience, it's unlikely that you would receive the funding package that you have right now, which is over 50% subsidy on the wastewater treatment facility project.
All right, thank you, Mike. All right, and another thing, the presentation Mike did in the Opera House last month, that can be viewed from the NCTV website. May even be a link on the town website to it, but certainly NCTV was there and they recorded it. So looking at his presentation and listening to it and having the PowerPoint available, you know, instead of looking at it on the little screen there, can help with the understanding of the scope of this. I'll open up. Any questions in the public? Yes, ma'am. Could you state your name first?
My name is Roseanne Gentes.
Yes, ma'am.
So a few questions. How did this company get chosen, and what other companies were involved in, you know, making a bid or deciding that they would want to help? How did this company get chosen over anybody else?
Hunter, you want to address that?
Well, given the history of this, as it goes back over a decade, there were a number of firms involved, but this particular firm was selected from a request for qualifications process. And a number of agencies, I can't tell you off the top of my head how many we interviewed or reviewed, but based on qualifications and experience of their firm. Under the state's rules, if I remember this correctly, when you do an RFQ, request for qualifications, you're not allowed to take into, in fact, there's no conversation about pricing or costs at that time. After you make your selection based on qualifications, then you enter into negotiations with the selected firm as to their fees for their services.
So they were selected 2 years, and how long ago were they selected? Because he sounds like he's been on board for quite a while.
Yeah, it was probably close to thereabouts, 2 years. This is a tedious process, believe me.
Is there a way, does the town, do you ever list like what companies bid or come up and make their proposals so that townspeople can know who else is looking for the job? Not just who ends up getting chosen, but who else put in for it? Is that ever listed on the town website?
No, I don't think so. We do keep records of those, and you could request who were the bidders on any particular project, and we keep what's called a bid tally sheet. So it's a summary on a particular project. You'll see a list of the names of the people who put in bids and what their bid amount was.
Yeah, do you see when they put the bids in? Or if there was a deadline?
Yeah, all these are according to a published deadline, and they all submit on basically the same day.
Is the EPA administrative order on the town website?
Yes.
Yes, I think it's on, right, Pierce's, but you get to it through, there's a link from our site to their site, because I was able to download it a couple days ago.
Okay.
Yes, but it is up there.
Lastly, I'd like to hear from, I don't know who it was because I was facing this way, but the gentleman who tried to speak earlier.
Yeah, he'll have a chance when he raises his hand and gets recognized. Yes, sir, in front. State your name, please.
Rex Spalding Senior. Chip, I take exception to your math. You gave 617 to 1566 for the household. If you take a new septic system, brand new septic system at $25,000, and you do it over, let's say, 10 years, starting at a $400 cleaning fee now and going to $1,000 at the end, out of that whole thing, you're spending $700 a month versus your $1566 fee. So I take exception to that number.
1566 is annual.
And so isn't this? Pumping it out once a year
Okay.
and amortizing your tank. It's double the money, and this is a public hearing, we've got to get it all out on the tape.
But how often do you have to replace that septic system?
My septic system was put in 1978, and it's still there.
Okay.
If you take care of it, it lasts.
All right.
So you do the math on that. It's significantly more than what you're talking here.
Okay, then,
The point, Jeff, that you're changing the subject, the point is your number of 1566 is not a fair number to compare to septic, the way you compared it.
okay.
It's not apples and apples, it's apples and something else, probably smashed potatoes. It's important that you speak truthfully to us and with facts.
All right. So it's not applicable to your situation, but to Paul's, who recently had to replace his system, it was. And those are the only two examples I have. People will have to figure out, you know, going forward.
Paul's system was in there when he bought that house?
I have no clue.
Okay, well, you gotta do research, Jeff. To lead a community, you gotta do research. You gotta know your stuff. I said last time, you gotta know your shit, Jeff. And so what I'm doing here is I'm getting you to look in a mirror and say, hey, maybe you need to do a little more homework, because it's clearly wrong.
Okay. But then again, we don't know what the cost of ship will be in 2026 either.
Thank you, that was fine.
Okay. In the very back, state your name, please, right there in the blue shirt.
Ed Carr. Yeah, I blurted out because I don't even want to hear about what it costs for a septic system, because we don't have a choice. What you're throwing at us, I can't go out and I can't use that figure. So it's irrelevant as far as I'm concerned. Certain amount of users are going to absorb this, and I can't go out and dig my own septic system. I don't care if I can get less money or not. I appreciate you telling me those kind numbers, but it shouldn't be part of the conversation. Now, you already hired this guy. You said, on the minute said you just, you've already, Reed, you said you accept the bid. So have you already put the contract, or just what's the story of that? I don't understand that. Thank you.
These are design engineers. They're required to do all the design work and the permitting work. The number of 28 million is based on their engineering estimate of the cost, and I'm sure that Mike can go into that in more detail, but the construction has not been bid out nor awarded, obviously. That won't happen until next year.
So
Probably next year.
if this
time
were for
next
some
year.
crazy reason rejected, I can't be really, I guess, but it sounds of things. What happens to that?
That's
Do
what-
we still pay that, or that doesn't get
What?
paid back? The money that you just accepted a bid for? I mean,
we're-
he's already done some work, right?
Yeah, the only thing we've done is hired the engineer to do the design work, which I don't recall what the total on that is. Mike could cite that right off his head, but it's a fraction of what we're talking about for the construction. That 28 million is for the full construction, including design work. So if the town were to vote this down in May, then yes, we still would have paid the Wright Pierce engineers to do the design work, because they would have done that work, and the permitting work, and then our project would stop. And then you would go forward, and I suspect that Mike is correct, that USDA would take their money from this funding stack. And then we'd be stuck with trying to figure out how to make it work for the following town meeting. But Wright Pierce's work will still have been done and still be of value. It will just have to be delayed for bidding. Yeah, so we wouldn't bid it out. We wouldn't bid it out again until we figured out how to replace the $6.1 million that the USDA might walk away with, and anybody else might walk away with.
Yes, in the back, right, back there. State your name, please.
Doug Green. Question is that you gave it project costs and everything. This is going to take how many years to complete?
I think it's supposed to be completed by the winter of 2026, say December 2026.
2 years, basically.
So the
So it's a 2-year project.
inflation costs and everything, and this is guaranteed, there's no other cost from the engineer, no backdoor stuff? Price?
When the bids come in, the bids will be to, you know, the cost to build the plant and the timeline presented. So whoever the contractor is bidding on it, that's basically, they'll know the time frame, and, you know, I would expect we'd be looking at reputable builders who could handle a project of this scale.
Well, I wasn't saying timeline, I was asking price.
Price is based upon the estimate from Wright Pierce. If the bids come in, say, you know, after the design work is done and the bid documents go out and it comes in at like, say 35 million bucks, then it's like, well, you know, we've only got funding for 28. We don't proceed. We can't proceed.
So if we don't,
What we'd probably do is go back to the feds and say, price is a lot more than what was estimated. How much more are you gonna kick in?
so there's a chance we can still fail on this project then, if they don't kick any more in.
Well, the thing is, we make a good faith effort. We're doing our good faith effort. You know, you've heard the state and the feds have been working with us, you know, with this letter, you know, non-compliance or such. And they realize we have to go to town meeting, we have to raise so much money. They're kicking in a fair amount of money. And it's all based upon the estimated cost of this project. If the actual cost comes in way out of line, I mean, if it comes in less, great. We'll take the feds' money and the state's money, not as much of our own, if we can get away with it. But if it comes in higher, then it's like, we don't have the money to do this. We go back to the state DES and the federal EPA and rural development and say, you know, prices have gone sky high, we can't do this. You know, we're gonna need to either reevaluate how to fund this and how you're gonna kick in, and meanwhile, we don't expect to be penalized for things outside of our control. Hunter, you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, just, I'm going to put Mike on the spot for a second. My recollection is that Mike and his coworkers have done a pretty good job of estimating this project based on current real-life costs that other communities are incurring right now. I believe that's correct, Mike. And I also believe that they have taken into consideration some inflation factor for the date of construction. This will be Mike's chance to disagree with me. But, so with those two kind of stopgaps in mind, I don't want anybody to leave this room thinking that that $28 million is a guarantee, because you won't get a guarantee until the project is bid and the contract is signed. But I think it's safe to say, at least the experience that I've had and know about Wright Pierce, is that they're a very conservative company, very reliable, and we are hopeful that their estimates will hold and pass the test of time, but no guarantees until the bid's away.
Doug?
I might have missed it, is there a timeline to encumber this money to have the project done, saying that we don't make the quota first year out?
Yeah, the state has, all the people that we've been associated with the state and the federal government have pledged to hold this interest rate and these grants available to us long enough for us to get through town meeting. They know our town meeting is in May. They also know that if we miss town meeting and it doesn't get passed, that the next town meeting won't be for another year, and all bets, I think, are off at that point. So they've committed to us to hold this package through town meeting, and then I can't tell you what's going to happen after that.
Paul?
And just to add to that, the ARPA funds need to be obligated by December 31st, 2024. So that's the one hard deadline that we do know, written in law.
There was another hand somewhere. Yes, sir, in front. State your name, please.
Reginald Dodge Jr. The EPA is the one that's designated that you have to do it. Right now, the residents of Newport that have been there all their lives are being taxed out of Newport. With our property taxes, buying one session, $500 last fall, that it went up. The only people that are coming in here buying houses are people that are crossing the straight lines. 20,000 of them have moved in here in the last few years. They're the ones that are coming in here that are going to be able to afford this. this isn't something right for just users. This is a lot bigger than the users. This is a town issue. The users shouldn't have to come up with that $10 million. They can't do it. They can't begin to pay that sewer bill and that water bill on top of the property taxes for what you've done. You took the tax rate and you had it, the evaluations done at the top of the cycle, when everybody came in here and bought all the high-priced processing, got all the money for it. Now we've got to live with that tax value for the next 5 years. But it's already, nationwide, the houses are already going down in prices. But we're going to live with that 5 years that you did. But you had it was mandatory, and I understand that. But to do what you did, why did my taxes go up $500? Why did you need $500 more from just one household than you did? And I'm sure I'm not the only one that got it. Did the corporations, did the businesses here in Newport, did their taxes go down?
Yes.
Why?
The tax rate, residential 1 and 2 family homes, their rate went up about 80%. Commercial property went up about 40 or 45%, somewhere around there, because commercial property wasn't selling at sky-high price. So on the flip side, the tax rate went down to 2/3. So unfortunately, commercial property are seeing a break, while the residential properties are picking up that difference there.
That's not right. It's not right.
It's,
You know, back we had 3 selectmen, this never would have happened. We got 5 bodies now with a town manager trying to do this. This never would have happened like this 50 or 60 years ago. Somebody wouldn't allow it to happen. And I realize times are changing, but there's still some of us. I was born up on Maple Street at Cary Upright Hospital in 44. I graduated class at Sunapee Central in 63. And my math teachers and our economics classes and our civic classes, they haven't got, I don't know where these people that are coming in here now and what you people are, where you learned. I had some great math teachers and numbers that I used them all my life. And your numbers don't add up. You're gonna give us this tax bill now and you're gonna support the sport well, and they're gonna fill that up with apartments, and they're not gonna charge them you're not gonna charge them any taxes. No, everything come in, you're gonna be free. Who's gonna pick up all their services? We are. Where is your math? I don't understand why the heads don't work together. You know, it's not as, I don't know, your numbers just don't add up. What you're doing to us, what happens to Newport? When you have forced everybody out, which Main Street is probably 3/4 gone, with all the businesses that were on Main Street. Because, and the property taxes in Newport, ride around and look at the homes. People can't afford to pick up these houses. People are on Social Security, they got a boost. Everybody's taking it all away from them, and you're taking the biggest chunk. They haven't got any more money to buy groceries with. The math, your numbers don't add up. Do you ever get together and talk together and see what effect this is going to have on the whole town? This isn't a user issue now. This is a town issue. But everybody supports the police department, don't they? Everybody supports the fire department. Everybody supports the airport. Why doesn't everybody support the water and sewer department?
because it's not set up that way.
Well, okay. Why? Why isn't it set up that way?
That's before my time. It's
Why
always-
isn't it set up that, when they came in and put in the first town sewers, town manager then, if the sewer line, the force line was going by your house, you didn't have a choice. You had to hook on. I had to give up my septic tank, and I'm glad I did.
Yeah.
So that, and I had to pay, and had to go from my house all the way out to the force line to go to the pumping station. And now you're saying, well, now you're putting it on just a few people that are gonna pay this $14 million. That's stupid.
Right, but if, for people, say, who are, say, in Kellyville or up in North Newport, there are no sewer lines there. And they are not paying on this. But they will get to vote on this.
Yeah,
I can't-
it's just not right. It's all backwards. I don't know why your civic scores went. I really don't with your numbers.
I know what you're saying, and, pretty much I agree with you, but it's the way the state works.
No, it's not. It's not. No, it's not. You are our controlling body in the town of Newport. You and Hunter. You control everything that there is that goes on in the town of Newport. It's just like somebody that's being a supervisor, being a manager. That's what they are, as leaders. Somebody needs to lead so that these things don't happen this way. I mean, who is the EPA to come in here and tell us that what are you gonna do when there's no residents in Newport? When all there are these people is coming across the line, and you're gonna have a ghost town? Who's gonna pay it? Is there any food for thought? I mean, it's just,
Yes, there is, and I've actually had this discussion with the representative from USDA some months ago when they were first saying, oh, you guys can pay it, and I basically,
how?
but, and I basically told him, that he's talking a bunch of the brown stuff Bert and I were talking about before. Back when they were talking, we'll give you $1 million or so, but they're up to $6 million. It was, I don't feel that this is
This isn't fair what you're doing now and just having to use paper. I don't care. Everybody uses the fire department, everybody uses the police department, everybody uses the ambulance, everybody uses the schools. I haven't got any kids in school. Look, we're paying taxes for the school. I'm not complaining about that. I want it to get a good education. But we're all in it together. In this part, you're separating us. And this is not a separated town to go, not with something this size of this.
right. But water and sewer have always been separated.
Oh, that was then. I'm talking about, did they ever have a $28 million bill?
No,
Okay.
no, and I wish we didn't either.
Right. I don't either, and that's why it should be. Why do you want to force residents out that can't afford to pay it rather than being a whole town?
I don't want to force residents out.
You are.
But as far as setting the tax rate that you and I pay, the additional taxes we pay, we don't, the five of us and the town manager do not set that.
No, but you had the people that came in here that did it. You set that at the time when they came in here to evaluate.
Because the New Hampshire Constitution says we will do it every 5 years.
Right, but did you have to do it with the same people? Why did they pick the top of the issue that was when the houses hit the top of the market?
That's right.
Why?
The same assessor.
Poor timing. Poor timing.
Yeah. Boy, I'll tell you guys, I don't know, I think maybe the town should go back to 3 selectmen.
Yes, ma'am, on the side. State your name,
Thank you,
please.
Virginia Irwin. I've had this discussion probably for the 40 years I've lived in this town. And I wonder what would be the method to change the way we do fund water and sewer. Because Mr. Dodge is correct. It is an incredible burden on the users. I've been both a user and a not a user, so I'm on both sides of the fence. I get to vote, and I'm going to vote for it because it's a health safety issue. But I am imposing that expense on him and the rest of the people in town who are on the sewer. So what would be the process to make the sewer treatment plant, let's say, a town-wide expense?
It would take a positive vote at town meeting to do so.
Right, so it would take a warrant article, which we can't do this year because we passed the deadline. But we could, you 5 could, put a warrant article in, or we, collective 50 people, could do a petition article to make the sewer treatment plant, for lack of the correct terminology, a public entity, and that all taxpayers would share. Is that correct?
That could be done.
Okay.
And along the same lines, some years ago, there used to be a hydrant fee
Right.
in the general fund that basically supported the water department with a fee charged to all users as part of their general taxation. And that was dropped at one point in order to help keep basically the tax rate down that year. And
Because
it's
it
never
wasn't-
come back.
Was it incorporated into the tax rate? Or was it a separate bill?
It was, I think it was actually part of the general operating fund.
Okay. So, to answer your question, Mr. Dodge, it could be done.
Thank
The
you.
will of the people could make sure that.
Right, and everyone's responsible for getting it done.
Yes, ma'am.
Use your vote.
Did you speak before?
I did.
Okay, so we got your name.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. I thought you were gonna say you can't speak twice. No, so I have a question that I don't understand, because I own my own property, and so I have to pay water and sewer, and it has gone up, already, to numbers bigger than what you quoted, and I don't have a large household. So with our small household having larger numbers than what you quoted, those numbers then are gonna apply to each user in town? Is what you're saying, those increased numbers?
This was based on just sewer, and this was based upon 4,000 gallons a month. So I don't know what your actual usage is, and it's just the sewer side.
So the other question, well, it's not that much, but the next question is, if we have these apartment buildings coming in and these people moving into town, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I heard, I don't know for a fact, did one of the apartment buildings get like a $300,000 tax credit or something for 3 years?
There is,
Am I misunderstanding
this
that?
board
or-
voted to allow a tax abatement for the apartments going in at the old Ruger Mill. They will be taxed at their current rate for their first 3 years before it'll be adjusted to what the
So-
assessed value is.
Okay, so that's a large corporation. That's a large corporation getting a huge break, and they're going to be using the water and sewer. And the rest of us are not getting that break, and our taxes went up way more than this gentleman's. A lot of people's did, and a lot of people will be moving out, but yet these new folks, these corporate big deal people who can afford it, they can put it into their rent, the same way that other businesses roll it into their cost. They're getting this huge break.
Yeah, the assumption that they can afford it may be a little broad. Generally, the way these units work, and this is workforce housing, it's meant for people making a certain percentage of what they call average medium income.
I'm gonna bet you they're making more than me. And I pay taxes and my
Right,
water.
but let me finish. So, in order to be able to finance and be able to renovate a facility like that, they are getting tax breaks from the federal government and probably the state. They're getting money from the state through a fund the state has to support more workforce housing and such. So they're building, much like Paul mentioned, the way the grants we're utilizing are basically stacked upon each other. A lot of these projects depend upon that also. And they came to this board and asked for a tax break, and the board heard them, listened to other people, and we agreed that we would, basically keep their tax rate level for 3 years in order to support this project going forward, in order so that after 3 years, we would have a facility worth a lot more, pumping in that maybe $200,000 or $300,000 more than we're getting now, just having a mill building sitting here doing nothing.
I'm curious when you
And
said
I'm-
you listen to other people.
But-
Who are the other people that you listen to? Because I know a lot of people were here for the Spring Street. I mean, the town has voted on so many things so many times that the townspeople have been overridden what we voted on, and the select board or the town manager has overridden that. So I'm very curious about the people that you're listening to.
Curious what you're talking about, but let me also finish on the Ruger Mill. Water and sewer is not affected by maintaining the property taxes level for 3 years. Their water and sewer uses will be billed at the going rate. So basically, that's bringing more users onto the system, which can probably help reduce some of the overhead costs because we have more users. Also, they'll be paying hookup fees to hook up all those units too. So, in the very back, can you state your name, please?
Should run for the board.
Larry Cody, the board resident.
We've had a very similar discussion like this about 3 or 4 years ago when we had a large increase in the water bills. And, trying to put it on the taxpayers, all taxpayers in Newport, then if, say, are we going to write a check for Paul? Because he's a taxpayer in Newport, he has a septic system. You know, it would be fair that Paul has to do his own septic system and then pay for ours. So it, you know, I understand, you know, things cost a lot today, but you have to be fair, and it wouldn't be fair to all the people in town that have septic systems if they had to pay on the town's septic system and then had to cover their own.
Thank you. Paul?
I just wanted to clarify, going back to Biddy and Reggie's discussion, there was an article probably 10 or a dozen years ago asking the town meeting if they wanted to make, put water and sewer infrastructure improvements on a full tax rate, and I think it failed 60-40, or 65-35 or something. So it has been asked in the last dozen years.
Hunter?
Yeah, just a couple of points of information. The select board's ability to, if you will, negotiate the tax structure for the Ruger property that you're referring to comes from legislation adopted by the town of Newport. Several years ago, there was a warrant article that authorized the select board to offer these kinds of incentives to encourage growth in the community under state statute 79E, so that the voters have given that authority to the select board to make those kinds of decisions. There's also often water and sewer rates are in the airport, by the way. They are all what are called self-sustaining or enterprise accounts. That means they live off of whatever they generate internally in terms of revenues. They don't commingle with tax revenues, so water users pay for water, sewer users pay for sewer, and the revenues that are generated from the airport pay for the operation of the airport. You don't share in those, so those are called enterprise accounts. So whether or not the town would vote to broaden that at this point and adopt that is another matter, but in the meantime, you often hear people say, well, why is it that the people who don't have or are not on water and sewer, why did they get to vote on whether I, you, or some other users have to encourage, or Mr. Dodge have to take on that responsibility? Debt of that nature is considered to be at the first instance, the responsibility of the water and sewer users. And in the event that that debt should be they should default on that. In other words, they don't pay it. The system doesn't generate enough money to pay the debt. Then it becomes what's called a full faith and credit obligation of the municipality. So that's why the entire population needs to say, yes, we understand the water and sewer users are going to pay for this in the first instance. But should they default and be unable to pay that, then we as residents of the community, taxpayers of the community, will then shoulder that responsibility in the case of a default.
So they pay your bills.
So the funding requirements require that the entire town vote on this matter. So that just so you understand how that works. Because it does seem on its surface a little, why do you get to vote on something I have to pay for? But it's not really because they're acknowledging their responsibility in the end game to have to pay that debt.
Yes, on the side, state your name, please.
Tim Beard. I'm just curious though, what, like, the vote was 5-0 to give that tax abatement.
Let's stick to the hearing on the
I'll say
sewer.
a broken form.
Okay. Anything on the sewer system, sewer plant?
You guys, so whatever the water bill is, the sewer is half the cost of the water bill, correct?
Water is separate.
Yeah, but you don't meter sewer.
Right, separate rate based on the water usage.
Right, half usually.
Yeah.
Just by coincidence.
Well, there's a rate per 1,000 gallons. You know, you use so much water, it's assumed it's going into the sewer system unless you're like Mr. Dodge and have a separate
It's
meter
separate.
for his garden.
Yes.
So that's how that works. Works well, doesn't it?
I pay for it.
Yeah.
Every month.
Oh, yeah.
Every building I pay for it. Thank you.
Yeah. Bert?
Okay, I want to go back to, you've allowed speaking about it, so let's talk about it, the taxes out there for the Ruger Mill. as a board, you had a choice as to the number of years. You chose 3. You could have chose 2. You chose 3. It is my $300,000 that has permeated out through the public. Based on, right now, it's valued at $2 million. They're putting $13 million into it. So if you say, when all said and done, what's it going to be worth? Let's say 10. So that $10 million, it's not what we're going to get. That's what you're giving them free. For 3 years. So that puts that to rest. But the next thing that is real disturbing to me was what we did back here with the planning board on waste spreading of human waste on land here in Newport. And we outlawed it, saying we can't do it. But the state of Wisconsin does it for a huge percent of the population. If we were now land spreading, first of all, people think that it has odor. It has none. It's well regulated. None. You won't even know it. So that all failed. And where would we be now if we could land spread a good portion of our waste? We wouldn't be, maybe we built a plant that's half its size. So that's the long-term thinking that has to go in. What's happening in this country, this is happening everywhere. All of the regulations as they come on are applied to all of us. Excuse me, I'm cognizant that the users get more, but I don't pay for the car wash, I don't go to either. So that being said, if we had have done something better, we would have been better off now than we are. And we need you as a board to look at alternatives and what's going on.
And that was zoning board back then, not planning. You said planning board.
I did, and spoke, but planning board went right along with it. And if you remember right, what the meeting was, setting that aside, we'd have to make changes now, but we're too late.
Yeah.
And so that is important to know. That, and then you had a choice, so be careful with that, Jeff, please, because it's, to me, it's unconscionable the night that you gave that money away.
Okay. Just point of clarification, this new plant, the current plant is rated for about twice what we're generally putting through it. The new plant will be smaller, won't be so oversized as our current plant is. And back in the very back, hand up. Yes.
Yes.
State
Are you telling us we're getting half the capacity that we have now at this new price?
Double.
No, we're oversized now. There's no point in building oversized.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Clarification. Thank you.
Right. In the very back,
Okay,
yes, state your name.
I've just got a question on the design of this project. It was mentioned that it's to meet regulations that are potentially coming. How do we know what they are? When are they coming? And do we really have to build it to meet those, or could we build something that meets what we really need right now at a lower cost?
So Mike would be more than happy to jump in on this, but just as a point of clarification, and Mike can correct me, but the current plant design is to meet current requirements, which are higher than what they were several years ago. But the design technology and the structure is such that it is scalable. You can expand it as you go forward in the future, whereas in some designs, you don't have that flexibility, but we have really driven home the need for this plant to be scalable and flexible to meet whatever the anticipated changes are that are coming through EPA and the industry. But Mr. Chairman, with your permission, Mike might want to elaborate on that a little bit.
Sure. Mike?
Yes, Hunter, that's correct. So you hit the nail on the head. The plant that's currently designed is not any larger, significantly larger than what you would need to meet your permit requirements as of 2020. What we did was we designed a system where if you had to treat for total nitrogen, and that's really what we're talking about for a future potential limit, that you'd be able to expand and change the system around in the short term to be able to meet it, and then also expand it with additional tankage in the future if you had to meet a more stringent total nitrogen limit. The reason that we know total nitrogen is a potential future limit is because of where you discharge to. The Sugar River discharges to the Connecticut River Valley, and all along the Connecticut River Valley, we've seen issuances of permits from the EPA and individual states with increasing degrees of total nitrogen requirements. It's happened down in Connecticut, it's happened in Massachusetts, and it's now happening more and more in Vermont and New Hampshire. Hanover, New Hampshire is another community that is in a very similar boat. Claremont, New Hampshire, anything along the Connecticut River right now, they're essentially looking at within the next 5 to 10 years the potential of having a total nitrogen limit. Our intention with this design is so that when that total nitrogen limit does come, that you would be satisfying it with your current wastewater treatment facility.
Yes, sir. State your name, please.
Rod Ward, what does this total nitrogen limit mean? Does it mean 0?
No, it doesn't. It means it's a scaled limit depending on the size of your wastewater treatment facility. So in the case of Newport, the concentration was somewhere between 8 and 10 milligrams per liter of total nitrogen.
So what do they say this nitrogen's going to do?
Nitrogen is it's a pollutant, so similar to phosphorus. It causes algae blooms in rivers and streams and estuaries. So that's the major concern with nitrogen is they call it eutrophication. It essentially causes overgrowth in streams, which then causes the dissolved oxygen content to decrease, which kills fish and anything else that wants to live in those water bodies.
What's that? Yes, state your name, please.
Josh Stevens. This is for Mike. What is the anticipated design cost versus construction cost for the project?
So the design cost is roughly, if I could use a percentage, the design engineering number is roughly 9% of that total $28 million. So, hold on one second, I can pull this up. I believe our estimated construction cost is probably somewhere in the $24 million range. So total engineering costs across the design as well as the construction side is somewhere in this $4 million range. Usually between 16 to 20% is really the range of engineering fees compared to the remaining 80%, which is construction and a variety of other things. There's also, and this was touched on before, there's some factors that are built into that construction cost, including a contingency factor, which essentially goes back into the construction cost that's not used.
So they can anticipate, the townspeople can anticipate $4 million no matter what, because you've entered into agreement with them for design purposes, which is really a third of the total bond that you're looking for, right? Was it? So no matter what, you're on the hook for $4 million.
No, not yet. I think we just signed a contract for the design phase of just over $1 million about a month or two ago, which will take us to the design and then
issuing of contracts.
Right, and then, there'll be additional, engineering and design charges then. But at this point, basically, we're just committed to getting the design done and such so it can go out on the street. Anyone, Mr. Dodge?
I got a couple more points. You're saying everybody doesn't benefit. Well, I was watching, I grew up in Sunapee, right in the main heart of town. And I've been a fisherman all my life. In all the hotels, all the houses, all the way down through Lower Village, all the way from Sunapee Harbor, all of those sewers ran into the river. I have fished those when I was so young as a kid, and I can vouch and see what I was floating down the river. So when they say that people don't benefit from it, everybody, this whole waterway all the way through here, everybody is going to benefit for it. The problem is what has happened in the last 70 years since they've gone away. All the sewer pipes, these are just pipes. People will flush the toilet, into the river it went. So there's probably plenty of that nitrogen in the Sugar River. I don't know how long it takes to dissolve it. It works well for corn. It's to have this town meeting and having those people, and now that you have separated the town, you divided it, you're gonna have those people voting on raising my taxes. Not right.
Raising your sewer bill.
Well, it's still a tax to me. You're raising my sewer bill, however you want to put it. This is something that comes 3 or 4 times a year that we have to pay, and this is going to go up to $1,500 a year more. Or no, not a year more, but from where we are now, it's just asinine. I mean, you're not going to have anybody living in this town. You might as well put some ads in across the state lines for people to come in here to buy them. You know, to go from a $150,000 house to a $300,000 house, $300,000 house, those people are certainly going to be able to afford your new exorbitant rates for the water and the sewer. But the people that are living in town, that have been here all their life, that have worked for this town, they aren't going to be able to stay here.
Yes, sir. All right, it's just a statement, but what's come from the EPA, I grew up on High River. My dad swam in the river, I swim in the river. We're talking for 40s, 50s when the steel mills were going strong in Pittsburgh and through the upper Ohio Valley. Never had an algae bloom in the Ohio River, ever. There's never been an algae bloom in these rivers, even when the raw sewage was going right into it. This comes from Oregon, where they thought they were going to get a salmon to go back up one river, and it never happened. So did anybody on this council ask where they got their authority to do this in the U.S. Constitution? No. Bart.
When something is created to do a job, it should become common to all. So paying to design a plant for this community bothers me. You mean a like city somewhere else paid the same fee of the engineering fees? The process that they put in for town X is probably going to be the same process for us, but yet they invented the wheel and they paid for it. We get no benefit. Next. Electric cars. Whatever it is, doesn't make any difference. When it's invented, then other people do it. And the price goes down. But if we've got particular contractors and we can't go to others, then we are a captive audience. They will charge us everything that they can possibly get. So we have two things that are wrong here. Free enterprise is on. Herb invents an engine. Barry makes a bigger one, better one. Jim makes an electric one. And that whole comes in and we pay for it, but we don't continually pay the huge engineering costs to make. Here, it appears we are. Any other plant that's being built in this country that handles the amount of sewer that we have to handle, those plans ought to be in the possession of somebody to help the taxpayers as opposed to destroy a community. What you really do here is two things. One, you take tax money away, but you ask us to pay more. I'm talking about the root of thing versus now coming on with the sewer. So the rich can come in. Okay? New York comes in because they don't want to be down there with the crime. They can work from their home now. So they're coming here, they're driving their prices up. We're subject to that. We can't change that. What we can change is buying better. And I would like to have this man who's speaking to us on the web here tell us that in fact we do get a discount because we are the 15th person put in the town to put in this type of system. And I don't believe that's the case. It sounds like we're engineering it for us. Why? Pipes come to the building. You plumb the pipe to what? You buy that. Then you treat it, or whatever you do. That process has to be available at a lesser price than whoever bought the first one.
Hunter?
Yeah, I'm sure Mike would be happy to speak to that. I would only point out for those who might be concerned about the costs that we're incurring thus far. We are paying as we go. I think that's a fair statement to offer up. We're not contracting for services down the road, or we're contracting for those services as we go along the way. And because each one of these funders, the state, the USDA, and all those folks are potentially big partners in this, they all have their own review process. So whenever we get a contract, for instance, from Wright Pierce to perform a service for us, we review it, we send it to the state reviews it, USDA reviews it to figure out if it's a reasonable price, if it's a reasonable for the market. And I'll go out on a limb to and speak just for a second for Mike, that it's a rather arduous task. And all of their proposals, not only the cost proposals and the services contracts, but the designs are all heavily scrutinized by state engineers and EPA and so on and so forth, because they want to make sure that at the end of the day, local money, state money, federal money are being wisely expended, and that at the end of the day, each one of the partners, the town, the state, the EPA, are going to get the plant that they want, that's going to do what they want it to do. But I'll leave it to Mike to comment further on whether or not we're getting a discount because we're the 15th. I think he'll attest to a number of projects around the state. I think it was Portsmouth, isn't it, Mike, who's just finishing up an $88 million project, or so on and so forth. But you can comment on some of the other experiences that you've had around the state on these projects.
Yeah, that's correct. Portsmouth just finished up with somewhere in the neighborhood of a $90 million treatment project for their main wastewater treatment plant. And then they also have a second treatment plant which is about to undergo roughly a $25 million upgrade. And that is for a facility that is much like the facility that we're proposing in Newport. I just took a look back at the financials, and the engineering fees which we've proposed at this stage are roughly 16% of the total project cost. And like Hunter mentioned, USDA Rural Development, who funds a lot of projects in New Hampshire, they actually have a formula that they require engineering fees to be within. So they scrutinize what the estimated construction cost is, and then from that construction cost, they then dictate what the maximum or what the range of appropriate engineering fees are. And we're below that range for the design fees for this project. And again, DES does something very similar because they have some stake in the game here too, where I propose a fee, I propose a scope. It's not only the communities that are paying a portion, it's also NHDES and their grant programs, so they want to ensure that the fees are staying within the appropriate range too. So like Hunter said, those are two places that it's been scrutinized. From a simplicity standpoint, you're right that from a sewer standpoint, it's pretty simple. You point a sewer downhill and it goes downhill. From a treatment standpoint, it's a bit more complex. And I can tell you that I could design a treatment plant for you tomorrow, and I could do it in 6 months, but it would probably cost you $40 or $45 million. And it's not going to be the right treatment plant for your town for the long run. A big part of this that we like to make sure that we're trying to do for a community is to provide a piece of infrastructure that's going to serve you for another 50 years, just like your existing treatment facilities have. So this isn't just a 15 or a 20-year thing. It's not a car by any means. This is a piece of infrastructure that hopefully through our design and our planning process is going to be something that the town can continue to build upon in the future. So that's really where a lot of the complexities come into play. It's not just a plug-and-play system that we can put on a site and say this suits your needs. There's a lot of other factors that we have to take into account in order to make sure that we're designing a plant that has a good and effective capital cost at the outset of it, but also looks at what your operation and maintenance costs are, because that's really where a community pays for down the road, is those annual recurring costs in terms of how complex is this treatment facility to run. Are you going to be able to get operations staff in the town? Are you going to have to pay those operations staff like they're a doctor to run it? So these are some of the things that we're looking at from community to community, and they differ very much from town to town that we have to evaluate in order to make sure we have the right treatment plant for your community. The other thing that I would note too is that depending on where you discharge, whether it's the Great Bay Estuary, the Connecticut River directly, a smaller stream, all of those have different discharge limits. So while there are similarities of processes that we use at each of these different communities, they all have a bit of a different flavor or a different sequence in terms of how the processes are actually enacted in the design.
Anyone else? You had a question right here?
Yes, I got one more now.
I have one question.
We'll get you. Go ahead.
When the honey pumps, when they dump at the sewer treatment plant, does that money go back into the sewer fund and come off our rate? Or does that money generated at the sewer plant when they dump, does that go into your general fund?
That goes into the sewer fund, what they charge as people dumping.
So it stays there to reduce our rate?
It stays there to, at the very least, cover the cost of accepting that waste. It may not reduce our rate.
So we're relatively, we're paying for the other towns with the honey pumps to come here and use our facilities really for free. Only thing they're doing is generating their waste, we're generating their waste, but we have absolutely no benefit for the town from it at all.
How do you get that? They're getting charged.
I mean,
They're getting charged. They're a user just like everybody else.
But it's something that would be going through our plant that's not pertinent made here in Newport. We're accepting somebody, we're giving them a service, right, and they're paying for it, but it's,
Wear and tear. What can we use charge?
that user charge is not a, why would we accept if you had 50 of those trucks going in there a day and they use a user fee?
The rate we charge is set in consultation with our wastewater treatment plant operator. We get input as to what they feel the appropriate rate is to charge. And out of town...
Do they pay the same rate we do?
Out of town people, I believe, pay a higher rate than we do.
I don't think we accept out of town.
We don't accept out of
No,
town?
you have to get a permit from the billing office.
Okay.
That then goes to your hauler, and your hauler gives it to, turns it into the plant.
And he has to certify of its origins.
Yeah, and probably, we pay more than you do, because it's about 370, well, I don't know what it is to the plant. I guess I should be
To
guessing.
take the wear and tear, okay.
Yeah, we occasionally we look at what rates are we charge for various services and try to adjust them to make sure we're not losing money at least.
Yeah.
Okay. In the very back, there was someone new? Yes, and can you state your name, please?
Darrell Jones. One of the things that I spent 30 years out in the Midwest, and some of the cities out there, their waste treatment plants are selling the pressed cakes to fertilizer processors and process it into pellets and sell it as a biodegradable fertilizer. Does a good job too. One of the examples I can come up with is a product called Milorganite. And are you doing anything in the design of our process to lead us toward doing something like that in an attempt to recover some of our costs? That goes to the gentleman on TV there.
Yeah. Mike, you familiar with that?
Yes, I am. So beneficial reuse or composting is what you're talking about.
Yes.
And if any of you have followed the news recently in the state of Maine, it's probably where we're seeing the biggest sort of change with that approach right now. Unfortunately, PFAS has put a halt to a lot of beneficial reuse across the country. It's dictated state by state. Maine has been one of the first ones that stopped land application as a whole. New Hampshire right now is continuing to evaluate what the long-term approach is going to be for beneficial reuse. There's a company, RMI, that actually does it all across the state. Right now they are not allowed to land apply. But our proposed project, it will not discourage you from doing some sort of beneficial reuse. The product that's going to be provided from a biosolid standpoint, as long as the PFAS regulations aren't overly stringent from what we've seen for other states, you would be able to use the product for beneficial reuse in the future.
Okay, the next question I've got is, you got any idea who we can talk to start something like that going?
You don't put that on your fields.
No.
You don't put that on your fields, it's got heavy metals in it.
And it smells horrible.
No, it doesn't, there's no smell to it at all.
Oh, I know what you're talking about, but they put it on the field and it makes the field go great.
All right,
You can't sell it to horse farmers.
Really? Okay.
okay, thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yes,
Are
state
we
your
gonna
name, please.
continue using the lagoons?
Could you state your name for us?
Mark Cross.
Thank you. Lagoons.
Are they part of the system, new system?
Mike, what's the status, what will the lagoons be doing?
So specifically the wastewater treatment facility lagoons and not the other industrial lagoons in the town. What we're actually doing with the existing lagoons is we're using them as equalization so that we can make your treatment facility smaller from a process standpoint and still be able to treat the same amount of wastewater that comes in. So those lagoons are remaining as part of the system. They're essentially going to be acting as equalization when there are periods of higher wastewater flow to the treatment facility.
So if they get a hole in them, it runs into the water right under the ground, right underneath them, correct? And that water is still gray water. The water
So
in the lagoons is not clean
the
water.
wastewater that's in the lagoons itself, that has to be fully treated. That's still considered secondary treatment.
Okay.
And those lagoons are lined, and there's groundwater monitoring wells located around the perimeter of those lagoons. They're tested, I believe, quarterly to ensure that the lagoons themselves are not leaking.
Brendan?
Are we still sitting on millions of dollars of issue that has never been resolved, that's gonna end up with us with all the lagoons out in the back of Dalwell and all?
That's a separate issue that we are currently pursuing a remedy for with the people that utilize those lagoons.
Oh, they're still being used?
No, they haven't.
Oh, I
They
misunderstood.
haven't
Sorry.
been used for a while, but they are there, and it's something we are working through addressing with the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services, the people that ran the mill, and
Are we gonna be on the hook for part of that?
yes, because because the lagoons were built by the town and owned by the town, so we bought it. We basically
Good.
built it
Good.
back
So
in the 60s.
that's another one that's just over our heads.
Yes, but, the, all parties involved are trying to resolve it in a,
Why did we put in the lagoons?
you'd have to talk to whoever was in town back in the 60s.
I
You were
probably
here,
could go
weren't
back
you?
there, but I had trouble talking to them.
We're-
They're just down the street from my house somewhere.
Yes. And that is a separate issue that's being pursued, and it's very early in the discussion.
It is. I realize it's a distant issue, but it can all come into the same dollar figure.
Yeah. So, but that is,
How many stones can we take before we have no place to live in a tent or a car?
that one would not be on sewer users or water users.
It's what?
That would not be on water or sewer users.
Oh, wow, you mean the town would do it?
Well, don't write
You
that
still
down.
get hit for half of it.
Let me, it was never used as part of our sewer system or
No,
our
but we're
water
on the hook
system.
for it.
But not on your sewer rate.
What difference does it make if it goes on my tax rate or my sewer rate? Which one, what difference does it make? It's not a,
It makes a difference what time of year you get the bill.
thank you, again, when we keep going, we're gonna have one every month.
Bert?
So what you're saying there is we spent taxpayers' money to make a place that they dump their hazardous waste, and now we gotta pay for the cleanup of the hazardous waste? That's a good deal.
Yeah.
You have to talk to someone who was here back then when that deal was made. Hunter?
I was just going to suggest, Mr. Chairman, that given the status of this conversation on that particular set of lagoons, it would be very premature to project much of anything.
Right. Anything else on the upgrades to the wastewater treatment
Yes,
plant
I'd like
and
to
the
have a
bond?
statement from each one of you selectmen.
Like a statement from us?
Yes, on this issue, with what you've heard tonight.
My statement is, unfortunately, we have no choice but to go forward with it.
Is that the general consensus for the whole board, or is there some?
I look at it this way, if I may.
Pardon me?
I'll look at it this way. There's a lot of water lines in this town that are over 100 years old.
I realize that.
It's
I
time
paid
to
for it
replace
last week
it.
there with 2 breaks, and
So,
there's no water for 2
that's
days.
what-
Yes, but for 100 years, we've been off the hook, and it's time to
Right,
start.
we've got 100-year-old sewer lines, yet we can get $4 million for a senior
All I'm saying is,
center.
it's time to do it. The EPA is saying we have to do it. I'm not crazy about it, I pay the bill
That we're
too.
gonna put into a new center for kids, would that have been better used for this 100-year-old sewer? Who's gonna benefit the most from it?
And that's a separate subject.
It may be to you, but it is, you just keep shedding it, it's just,
No,
okay.
you're talking about the community center?
Yeah.
That's already done, that's not gonna
Yeah, no,
have
no,
any,
right.
it's
But
not
that
gonna
was
have
all
any
grant money.
taxpayers' impact.
No vote
No,
from
no,
us
right.
yet, right? So it has to be taken care of.
Reggie, I would tell you that if I could find a way around this, I would, but I don't see any way around it. So I'd have, if we can get money, other than just coming out of the town coffers.
You can by doing it town-wide.
Oh, I understand what you're saying there. Of course, I have my sewer and my own septic, so, you know, a little bit biased, to be honest
Well,
with you.
we all have the same fire department, same police department. We're one of the greatest
You-
chiefs
You're
we
making
have.
you're making a point. I'm not gonna say it's good or bad, but you made your point. Okay.
Thank you. Next.
We're under an administrative order from the state. We're looking at some significant fines if we choose not to pursue corrective measures.
Yeah, but those are all threats that they're putting on you. How
When-
do they
when-
know how do they know the ability of the taxpayers
If
for the
those,
town to pay it?
if those
They don't care.
threats, well, yeah, basically that's the state and federal and, but you're,
I know,
we've been put in a position over the years, I mean, we've tried to remedy this in the past.
hopefully it can
Didn't work.
change.
We tried a new plant, I guess the plant that was built was some new technology that was never tested, or not properly tested, didn't work. So now we're back in that boat again, where these things have to be tended to. Yes, those are threats of being fined and put under the gun.
I don't
But,
like any threats.
but those threats can become reality.
Speak the truth.
I mean, and you just,
How they can go and dictate this to towns that can't afford, we lost all of our industry. Brampton Woolen Mill, Dahl Woolen Mill.
I agree.
You know, and it's just a shame, we don't have that industry.
We're hanging on, yes. Trying to get some housing in so we can save the businesses that we have.
The Newport House is going, this parking lot down there.
Well, the mill's coming though.
Huh? What?
But the mill's coming, so stand by. Here's my statement, right? We're backed into a corner. We have to do something. What is that something, Reggie? Right? There is no, let me talk. There is no magic answer that everyone sitting here is going to like. Right? There is only what this board can do, and what our engineers can do, and what the best people we can put on this job can bring us for a solution. No matter what we pick, no matter what we do, there'll be a certain percentage that'll be happy with it, and there'll be a certain percentage that will be unhappy with it. I don't like it any more than anybody else does. These are the trying times that we are having, and we are forced to have to come up with a solution. There is no good tasting best solution here, right? You cited all these other places that are gone. There are some that are coming back. There are some that are being built. that's grand list stuff. Hopefully, long-term, that's gonna pay off and do us better help than harm. You have to be determined. All we can do is hopefully take our step forward the best possible way that we can. And what is that best possible way? You know, the board 60 years ago that designed and built the door lagoons, right? They're not sitting here today having to come up with that solution. We are. It's super fun. You want to come up here and try.
No, I'm not
Okay,
saying that.
I'm just
not
saying
personal.
that statement.
I'm not
that-
with that. All I'm trying to do is.
Here we are
be
trying to do
realistic
the
in what
best,
we're
and we
trying
are
to do.
being very realistic.
But-
We understand that there is no good
Townwide,
solution.
Make it more realistic.
So that is one person's opinion, yours, and shared by many others. I
That's
know
what
for
the
a fact,
Market
I've heard from
Society
those people.
Works under, and it's just.
There is, in why it failed 60-40
That was pretty
before
close, 64.
is because 60% of the people here probably have their own septic tanks and 40% don't.
Can I point out?
I'm
those
just,
who-
that's my guess, but
Those who have septic.
you asked for a statement, that was mine.
Those
Thank
who
you,
have-
and you're not wrong. You're not wrong, but the thing, when you're saying there's nothing we can do, if it's townwide, you do have something that you can do with it.
Can I point out that those who have septics do pay for sewer because we pump our systems? And we pay to dump that septic in the sewer plant.
Wait a minute, I haven't had any children in school down there for 30 years. I still pay the state,
Yeah,
school
but
tax
I'm just,
every year.
I'm
Why?
just saying, I mean, we pay $400
That's
to have
the
our,
same thing that you're saying. You've got a sewer, I haven't got anybody in school, but I still pay the taxes on it.
well, you pay your sewer bill, we pay our septic bill to pump our sewer system and have it dumped at the sewage plant. I mean,
You know, I've had enough. It's, I just think that there is something that can be done. When you sit there and tell me that there's nothing that can be done, just what Mrs. Irwin said, I agree with her 100%. There is something that can be done.
We can bring forward a warrant article next year to try to put some of the sewer and water rates under the general tax.
Can you put in an article so you can have a reevaluation?
Yeah.
Every 5 years. We could do that. That would probably cost us $100,000.
Not to make it, make it a lot more than that from your taxpayers now. I'm not here to cause trouble or anything like that. I just have trouble. I've worked with numbers all my life. Ever since I was in school, I've worked with numbers. And the whole concept, you can't put out more than you got coming in.
Yes, ma'am.
On the topic of trying to make things work out, maybe for future thought, what are the thoughts going to be for people who will seriously and have already been forced to move out of town because we can't afford the increases in the taxes and the other bills? So what happens, seriously, are you going to have some kind of an alternative for those people after they have to sell their houses? If they want to stay in Newport, where are they going to go? What's going to be an alternative for anybody? Yeah, so is that what the workforce housing, is
They're
that?
not gonna be able to afford to live here. Every
Because
single one.
I see that's where it's going. I feel like that's where it's going. I mean, I'm ready to ask anybody if they want to buy my house right now, after listening to everything today. So maybe that's something that the board could look at is, what are you going to do when the consequences of all of this comes forward? Because it's not going to be good consequences for the town when everybody can't afford anything.
And none of this addresses the 100-year pipes that go all the way into unit. So add those dollars in. I guess I would say put the last man out, close the door. It don't look good.
Yeah, because users, they got out there, wells, we're gonna pay for the pipeline.
But even with all of the objections that I have stated tonight and et cetera, we have no choice. The gun is to our head. So the choice really is pay or move.
Right.
And that, in a small community, is very hard to swallow for many people.
100%
And at our age is probably disastrous for many. So it isn't just $1,560, it's the whole thing.
I was just gonna reiterate that, while the EPA/state is able to levy fines and take other punitive action if the town doesn't want to comply, I think the state sees us right now as being cooperative and forward-thinking and working on this in good faith. But for instance, so I think if it, the fear of fines, all these other things, those are well placed and so on and so forth. But the biggest fear I have is that should the town miss this opportunity, and you might have a hard time defining this as an opportunity, but we're looking at, I think it's about, Mike, is it 52% of the funding for this project coming from, 52% of this project is being secured from other sources. We have it on reasonably good faith that if we don't take action on this in May, positive action, which will require a 60% vote, by the way, if we don't take affirmative action on this in May, that there's a good chance we're going to lose $6,164,000 worth of our funding. And so I think the immediate fear is having to reconfigure this and figure this out for next year, $6 million short, an interest rate that we've only been guaranteed for a specified period of time this year at 1.5%. And I believe, Paul, if I'm correct, the state has already issued or is preparing to issue new debt at a higher rate. And when you're talking about $6 million plus and calculating that even a difference between 1.5% and 2.5%, you're looking at real money. So, not to mention continued inflation in the industry that will occur over the next 12, calling it from May, 12 months. So, the real things that, forget about the EPA and the state, those are concerns, but you're going to be facing loss of revenue, increased costs for interest rates, and projection of some level of increased inflation. Call it whatever you want, 4%, 6%, 8%, whatever number you want to pick. On these kind of numbers, you're talking about real money. That's my concern, is that if a year from now everybody says, well, okay, I guess we'll do it, you're going to do it at a much, much higher price than what we're looking at today. As unpleasant as our present circumstances are, it will be worse.
Mrs. Irwin.
Thank you. As much as I am enjoying this conversation, we do have a lot on the agenda, and I would remind everyone here that you have the opportunity to discuss this on April 4th for a long period of time with a lot more people.
Thank you. Reggie, you had a hand?
No, I just wanted to pick up on Hunter there, and he says, if you refuse to pay, well, there's a big difference between refusing to pay and not being able to pay.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could ask one, the chairman has been present during some of our discussions with DES, EPA, USRDA, and without wanting to go into great detail or repeat myself, we have had very, very animated conversations with these agencies, including a lot of four-letter language. So, there's just so much we can do about their agencies, and they are aware of your income levels. They are aware of our ages, of our population. They're aware of all those things. They have all that data. And in fact, part of our demographics, being our age, our income levels, and so on and so forth, are the reason why we're getting the 6.16, whatever the number is, millions of dollars. They've taken, believe it or not, they've taken it into consideration. And we have gotten pretty purely ugly about this.
Who originated, where was the money coming from? Oh, the 1.5%.
Oh, that's the state level revolving loan fund.
No, the 1.5 is the U.S., the federal rural development.
Okay, why doesn't that rate zero if we're being mandated?
They don't do anything for free.
Yeah, nobody's doing that much for anything for free. We applied for and got the congressional earmark and all that sort of stuff. We've gotten $27 million worth of earmarks. And so there's only so much you can do. I'm not being insensitive. It's just there's only so many times you can smack their head against the wall.
I think it was spread out more amongst all of us.
I don't want to. Do the math. That does work. That does work, but that's a decision the population they have to make. The math. You're correct. The math works. You divide the same number by more people, you get less per person. No question about it. And there are communities that have done it. Most communities have not, for for the phenomenon that apparently happened here 10 years ago when they asked that question.
Come on, Hunter, back off.
Excuse me.
Okay, you're trying to ram it down our throats. We already got the story. We've been here this long. We understand it, all of it. You're saying it for the third time. I got it.
Mr.
And so does everybody else.
Can I complete my?
Sure.
comments?
You can continue to put the shit out. We
So-
don't accept it.
So anyway, Mr. Dodge, there are communities that have done what you're suggesting. Not a lot, because most of them have run into the same argument that you just had here. They have people who are voting on the big picture, but own their own septic systems, but it doesn't preclude you as a community from having that conversation.
In the back, your hand up, state your
Jackie
name, please.
Cody, with
Thank
all
you.
due respect to everybody in this room, can you please move on? I think we've beat this to death.
I agree.
Can I make one comment? And I agree with that.
Yeah, this is a hearing, so we'll hear the people's comments.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
totally agree with that. Hopefully this is the last thing said.
Okay, Ed?
I think you got a message. You know, about this particular topic, it sounds like our backs are against the wall. It's not a damn thing anybody in this room has the power to do about. What you do have the power to do, take a good look at all the other things that are gonna come up later in the budget. Look at all these projects you propose and stuff down our throat sometimes behind our back, the community center that's gonna cost staffing, those sorts of things. Take a good look at how nice it would be to have these things, but realize that there are people like him that are gonna have a real hardship. And that's where you guys can come in handy, and we can all help you with that. And that's where our control is in this community. So that's my charge to you going forward. We got to accept this, and we hope the heck all the non-users do it too. Otherwise, they're going to put us in a bind, and we'll go forward with that. But take a good look at what we're spending forward and give it a little more work.
All right, anyone else? All right, hearing, seeing no other hands, I'll close the hearing on the wastewater treatment plant upgrade. All right, next up, we have two more hearings. Town of Newport, Board of Selectmen regular business meeting
Can
and...
you speak up, please? It's very difficult to hear you guys.
Okay. Town of Newport, New Hampshire, Board of Selectmen regular business meeting and 2023 Board of Selectmen budget and bond hearing notice. Board of Selectmen of the Town of Newport, New Hampshire will hold a budget and bond public hearing, 15 Sunapee Street, Newport, New Hampshire, on Monday, March 20th, 2023, at 6:30 p.m. to address the following issue coming before the town at annual meeting. Two, the issue of $572,800 in bonds under RSA 33:8-A for the costs related to the design and construction of a new water well in North Newport and its connection to the existing system. All right. Newport, past several years, we've been pursuing an additional source of water since currently all our water comes down Unity Road through those 100-year-old pipes from either Gilman Pond or Polly's Mills. We've identified a source on the north side of town, just north of the airport, for a new well. In the few years we've been pursuing this, the cost of bringing a well like that online has grown to about $3.5 million. We have commitments from various funding sources for about $3 million of that, leaving the obligation for the town of $572,800 as our share of bringing that well online. I think last week we all saw what happens when basically we have waterline breaks and we can't make up the difference. There's one day there, unfortunately, Brewer and a lot of other businesses had to close during the day because we did not have water pressure. And that was the second break and such. You know, with an additional well the additional well is not meant to add additional use, but during times of an emergency, like when we cannot keep up with the water demand because of a break, it can supply extra water to the system. And those times when as I said, the lines coming down Unity Road are offline for some reason, either broken or being repaired, it will allow us to basically guarantee that this community continues to get water through the well in North Newport. Now, there's a fair amount of work to go forward before a well can go online. This spring, we will need to do a high-capacity flow test, which will require running the well at 400 gallons per minute for a week, just to make sure it can do it and to see what effect that kind of water pumping will have on wells in the region. The New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services will be monitoring that test and such, and so seeing what effect a new well at that capacity would have on the surrounding wells drawing from the same aquifer. Hunter, is there anything more to add?
No, just a few things. First, Frank Getchell, who's the hydrogeologist working with the the engineering firm that we've designed to help design this and permit it, is online. We'd be happy to give you an overview if that's acceptable to you.
Sure.
Okay. Frank, are you there? There he is.
Yep. Good evening. Yeah, just to kind of expand a little bit about what was just presented. So there's been a lot of interest in portions of the aquifer on the north side of town between the airport and the town of Croydon. The aquifer system up there is actually part of the same system that currently is being developed from the southern side of town. The difference is that up in that area there are no competing uses, land uses. It's relatively undeveloped. Exploration work that's been done over the past, I want to say 5 to 6 years has identified an area that currently the town has 3 parcels under possession, and it appears to be a relatively favorable location based on preliminary testing. So we're at the point now where it's time to start actually getting some evaluating that location a little more than beyond the exploratory point. We have already gone through the process of submitting the preliminary application to the state, the DES, on behalf of the town to test that location. One stakeholder requested a hearing, which was the town of Croydon. So that hearing was held back in October with the DES present. Subsequent to that, the DES reviewed comments that it received at that meeting and from elsewhere, and provided us with a review of what's being proposed. They've requested a little additional efforts, primarily looking at other people's private wells, primarily up in Croydon and the Camel Hump area, just to confirm that there's no adverse impact on those wells if a new well was indeed put into operation. So right now, what we are in the process of doing is formally responding to the state's letter. We have a little bit of legwork on the property, identifying wetland areas, primarily for the point of subsequent testing, and then putting in a small diameter test well at the location to confirm, we call the stratigraphy, basically the extent of the sand and gravel and what the makeup of that sand and gravel is. Is it more sand and gravel? Is the gravel coarse or fine, and so forth? And that information then is used for the design of the actual well. We're still going to call it a test well because until it's actually been tested and the yield proven, that's all it is. Once that's done, and if the results of that testing indicate favorable conditions, then we go to the next part of the process, which is to summarize our findings and to use them to complete the application package. There'll be another report which will be prepared summarizing all of our efforts and what we have found. There'll be an opportunity for another hearing for stakeholders. And then once that is completed, the state will then finish its effort in terms of processing the application and making a determination about the well. The nice thing about this well is that at the other end of town, And so the part that's good about that is it provides the town with a certain degree of flexibility and resiliency in the sense that if the system on the southern end of town, which is currently where all the sources are located, were to go down or in some way be compromised, there is water that will be able to move from the northern part of town back into the center. So it's giving you that level of redundancy. It's also giving you a little bit of flexibility in the case that Gilman Pond is impacted by, say, drought conditions. You have another straw in the aquifer and the water resource that you can pull from. I would say that's pretty much it for right now that I have to offer. I know I did a presentation a couple weeks back, and I believe that's on the town's website, if anyone cared to take a look at that in a little more detail and some nice slides, as opposed to looking at my face on the screen.
All right, thank you. Hunter?
Just, Mr. Chair, a couple of items to emphasize. This is projected to be a $3.5 million project. Right now, we currently have amassed funding to the amount of 2.837 million, which, if my math is correct, constitutes 84% of this project. The ratepayers are being asked to come up with 16% of the overall project. I think it's a good deal under any circumstances. And for me, and I think Frank can comment on this if he disagrees, but this is not a matter right now of water capacity. It is more of a matter of water security at this point. That should either of the current wells in the south fail, or the delivery system, which we've already talked about, is coming through 100-year-old pipes, fail, that we do have a source that's within, say, a quarter of a mile of our existing water system, delivery system, our mains in the north. So it will give us resiliency and security for something that is essential for not only life, people's everyday living, but business in the community. And it's been reported to me that the debt service for this can be absorbed by the current rate structure, so we don't anticipate an increase in user rates for this project. It will also require a 60% affirmative vote at town meeting.
All right, anyone in the public? Yes, you in the back.
Mark Cross. My biggest concern with this is we've got a sewer system sitting on top of the aquifer that you're talking about pumping out. And it's had a hole in it before. Those detention ponds, I mean, they got hit by lightning once before, and if you're only checking that once every 4 months to see if there's any leakage, that's a lot of time. And if you're pulling a lot of water, you're going to be pulling it, you're pulling 400 gallons, you're going to be pulling it from a long ways.
I think Frank would probably be best. Frank, would you want to comment on that aquifer as it relates to the wastewater treatment plant?
Sure. So one thing, Hunter had alluded to is the yield of the well, and, based on the testing and so forth, we're looking at 400 GPM. 400 GPM is being targeted because that's consistent with what your current demand is. The aquifer itself has actually been identified by the USGS and the state of New Hampshire as being more productive even than that, so we're not even getting to the point where we're maxing that out. The reason I bring that up is because a lot of times when you pump a well, you establish what's called a cone of depression or a zone of influence. It's being anticipated that the bulk of the water that's going to be supplying this well is going to be actually coming primarily from the north, not from the south. So the situation with the wastewater lagoons, they are actually south, and they are projected to be outside of that zone of influence. So there's what we call a hydraulic disconnect between where that well gets its water and where those lagoons might potentially affect local groundwater.
All right, thank you. Reggie?
Is that a spring or a river in the bottom? How long is this, what's the lifespan of this going to be of using so much water as there? Because if that's a spring, it's going to go dry. And if it's an underground river under there, everybody, all of the whole water table is going to continue to drop and drop and drop. Look at the west. They run all of their wells out there dry.
Right, we're already pulling from that same aquifer down at Pollard's Mills.
Okay, but you're saying that it's going to help the infrastructure. But what would happen when I lost water for 2 days? I'm 2 miles from Newport. 2 miles of that 100-year-old pipe, that wouldn't have done anything for our water supply. Would it not?
Perhaps not in that specific situation, but a few years ago, for instance, there was a catastrophic break on Unity Road.
Oh, I understand that, yeah.
And in that case, we could have isolated that break, turned on North Newport, and continued to feed the system pretty much as is normal. But I think Frank can speak to the impact of this development and the projected longevity of the aquifer. I think it's longer than any of us are going to live in this room. But I'll let
Is this in lieu of being, much of that area being developed?
No, has nothing to do with development. It has everything to do with water security. But Frank can talk to you about the longevity of that aquifer.
So one thing is to keep in mind that this is what's considered by the state of New Hampshire to be a large groundwater withdrawal. And so as a result, the type of testing and the evaluations that have to be conducted for this well to be able to be permitted are pretty strenuous. And a lot of what you look at when you pump and test this well is exactly what you're alluding to is, are we taking more water out of the aquifer than that comes back in? And keep in mind, all of our groundwater resources here, generally speaking, that groundwater originated as precipitation, snow melt, rainfall, what have you, percolating through the ground, where the aquifer is actually exposed, which is primarily up the north branch of the Sugar River in that area, all the way, like I said, up to Croydon Center. But also water that falls on the sides of that valley makes its way down. It's what they call runoff. Some of the streams, they actually seep into the aquifer. So there's a lot of water that actually comes into the system. So when we're testing at 400 gallons per minute, we're going to be pumping that well for 7 days continuously at that rate, which is not the way the well will be used. It's not the way your current well is used. So my point being is that when we estimate what we call the safe yield of the well, it's going to be based on very conservative assumptions. And what we're doing is we're going to try to make adjustments to anticipate what would happen, say, if there was a prolonged drought. What would happen to the yield of the well? We're going to look at water levels in a lot of other wells that are located in the aquifer in that area to identify where the water comes from, what kind of rate it comes from, how quickly it responds when the well is shut down. So, and the state's going to be looking at that also. So they're the ones who have the final say. They're looking at the same data. Their hydrogeologists will too. So they're quite aware of the impact of drought and the concerns of that. They're not going to allow a well to be put online that's going to exceed, what the long-term yield of the aquifer is. Out west, it's a different hydrogeology for one thing. It's a different climate out there. Things are a lot different in terms of how groundwater works, how it gets recharged. Our aquifers here tend to be kind of shallow, relatively speaking. Out west, those aquifers are hundreds to thousands of feet deep. It takes a long time for a drop of rain that hits the Earth's surface to trickle all the way down to that water table. Here, it usually occurs on the order of, potentially where you are days to weeks to maybe months. So it's a big difference as far as that goes. But I can assure you that the state's not going to permit that well to be used for any more than, when they look at the data, the same as us, that they feel the aquifer is capable of supporting.
Thank you.
Bert? 2 permits.
Thank you.
Bert? 2 permits. How will this water be filtered in order to meet the standards? Right as it comes out of the ground, as we use it? Or does it go to Gilman Pond to be filtered and then come back?
No.
So the filtration will happen on this end. If they approve it, it'll be done on this end.
right?
Well, the anticipation is that when that water comes out of the ground, like I said, I mentioned earlier, there's been some testing over the last 5 to 6 years in that general area. And the more recent of that testing done, I think it was around 2019, there were tests that were conducted on a bunch of small diameter test wells. And besides looking at the yield of the aquifer, as far as that testing goes, they also looked at the water quality. And the water quality came back, it met all of the standards that currently the DES has regarding both what I'll call natural contaminants, like things like iron and manganese and hardness and calcium carbonate and so forth, as well as looking for man-made contaminants. So it was already of good quality. When this test is conducted, the 7-day test, there'll be water samples collected again towards the end. And it'll be kind of a worst-case scenario because what will happen is the aquifer will have reached out into all parts of the aquifer that contribute water to the well. And the collected samples then will go to a state certified lab for drinking water standards. As of right now, the only requirement that we're anticipating, based on what we know so far and based on where we're located, because it is a relatively, it's a pretty, I'm not going to say it's an undeveloped area, but it's a relatively pristine area, generally speaking, where the well is located. So currently, the only thing that's required by law is going to be disinfection, chlorination. We're not anticipating anything else, but with that said, when the sample results come in at the end of the test, we'll be able to look at the water quality then and compare it to standards, and if other, treatment requirements are necessary, they can be addressed at that time. But right now, it's only being anticipated that disinfection, which is a requirement of any water supply. As far as filtration goes, because it's groundwater and it's sand and gravel, that's where the filtration is actually taking place. It's taking place in the ground. Where this aquifer is considered is basically, think about a steel pipe going into the ground to a certain depth, and then for about another 15 to 20 feet of that is a screen. Literally, it's not the kind, obviously, for your, like you have at your house, but it's a wire wrap, and what that does, it prevents the aquifer material from coming in. So that screen then becomes surrounded by aquifer material, which is the naturally occurring sands and gravels, and they provide the filter. Much like the filter beds that you see for a surface water supply, only these are naturally occurring.
Bert?
As he has said, almost all of our wells are filtered by the ground itself. And so that's the good part of this. The most important part about this is the vulnerability that we have in the lines going to Unity. We had a break a few years ago, and in order to repair that break, you had to shut off a valve. And that second valve, when that valve was shut off too quickly, it caused a reaction that blew it further up. That's how vulnerable the system is. So on the septic side of it, I don't know how we're going to hit 60%, but on this we ought to hit 100%, because without a spare tire in the trunk, we're going to sit beside the road with no water. That means no fire protection. We got to have it, and it's clean water. The water we get from Gilman Pond runs through a slow sand filtration plant. That is an expense that's added to the water. This water doesn't have that.
Yes, Tim.
I just want to make a comment, I guess, that I support this. I think this is a good idea for sure, because we need some alternate water source. But this is what happens when a town doesn't do upgrades for 100 years. I've worked in every town up and down the Connecticut River, and every few years someone's got a big sewer project going or a water project. In this town, we just don't do that. And then we wait till I guess it all fails and say, oh, we need millions and millions and millions of dollars to fix this. So I just want to point out to the board that this might be something that gets put on the town manager to look for grants for slow upgrades so that the taxpayers don't get it all at once. The line running down Main Street's 100 years old, it's a clay tile with patchwork in it all over the place. If you don't make repairs, it's like upgrades to stuff, some days you can all drop and you're gonna be like, well, we don't have any sewer anymore, we don't have any water.
Right, we are doing upgrades to the lines from Unity Road. We approved at town meeting a few years ago, I think $1.3 million. And I believe we've gotten about $1 million more to earmark or to the federal government. So pretty much we've got about $2.3 million for work that's being done now or planned for this year. And we'll keep going after more grants and such as we keep going. And I'm willing to bet no matter which piece of that pipe we pick, this piece needs to be fixed. The break will be over there. But we are working our way down. Yes, state your name, please.
Tobin Menard. If I'm not mistaken, I believe Paul actually had put together a 30-year plan, was it? A rolling one on, maintaining recurrent costs and repairs. So that is something that the town has been working on doing. We are starting from behind though. So.
Yeah.
Is that on the website,
What's that?
that list he's talking about?
I'm not sure.
I think it is. It's the capital improvements plan. I think it is. If not, we can get it on.
Okay, yeah.
It's under reports, I believe.
Yeah, Hunter?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the benefit of the capital improvements program is well known. Unfortunately, I have to emphasize that Newport, not unlike many communities, is far behind the curve. We have put numbers to this in our capital improvements program, which are impossible to fund. And as you all know, when we go through the budget every year, we fund a little bit more, and a little bit more, and a little bit more as the abilities of the community to pay those costs grow or are identified. So we make a little bit of headway, but I will tell you that there's no question that the unattended to capital costs are enormous. And that's not good news, that's just the truth. And I don't know how to fund those. We are doing extraordinarily well on these projects, but there's just not enough money out there anywhere for any community to address these. Usually if you're in step with these things, you build money into your budget and people pay as part of their annual fee. They pay a little bit and it goes into a long-term savings account. And that's what we've done for lots of our things. Like fire trucks, we don't get all hot and bothered about fire trucks anymore because we're putting away a little bit of money every year. And when the time comes to buy a fire truck, which is shockingly expensive, the money's there and it's no sweat. We do the same thing on the ambulance.
Right,
And
with
so on and so forth.
water, we're behind.
But you're only talking about things that are multiples of hundreds of thousands of dollars, not multiples of tens of millions of dollars. So it is a legitimate concern that everybody should be concerned with. But I don't know myself, and I'm not aware of any mechanisms out there that are going to take that away from us. We've neglected them as a nation. We've neglected our infrastructure for decades and decades and decades too long.
Okay. Any other questions on this well in North Newport? Paul?
Just for the purpose of the public hearing, that I need to speak a little bit. So we are it's a $572,800 loan that we'd be getting. This is coming from the Drinking Water Groundwater Trust, which is actually Volkswagen settlement money that the state has used and they loan out. The rate is 3.17% until September 1st, I believe, so we'll need to sign on onto the project as soon as town meeting passes if we get it approved. We're proposing a 20-year bond. Annual principal would be $28,640. The first year's interest is $18,151 and then declining annually by about $1,000, $900. And then total interest at the end of the project would be $190,640. And I don't know if there are any questions on that or if everybody's ready to move on.
Any questions? Any other questions or comments on water well? Seeing none, I'll close this hearing. Move on. Public hearing. Town of Newport will hold a public hearing on Monday. Well, Town of Newport, New Hampshire, Board of Selectmen regular business meeting and 2023 Board of Selectmen budget and bond hearing public hearing notice. Board of Selectmen of the Town of Newport, New Hampshire will hold a budget and bond public hearings, 15 Sunapee Street, Newport, New Hampshire, on Monday, March 20th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. to address the following issue coming before the town at annual meeting. 2023-2024 budget in accordance with New Hampshire RSA 32. All right. Paul, got your handouts there?
Yeah, coming around.
Okay.
My original
Okay, Paul, you're up.
All right, so the operating budget for the town is on the yellow sheet coming around. Total operating budget is proposed to be $10,451,772. That's on the middle of the second page. Working backwards, that's made up of the airport fund of $157,337, sewer fund $959,235, water fund $772,255. Did I say 255 or 235 on the sewer fund? Should be 235. And the general fund, $8,562,945. And so that is the operating budget, and open to any questions.
All right. And what we're looking at a proposed tax rate of $7.20.
The operating budget would result in a tax rate is projected to be 720, yes.
Up from 685 right now.
Right.
It'll be a 35-cent increase.
Correct.
How much?
35 cents.
You still the highest in the state?
Not a Claremont.
I think Claremont.
Nine.
Yeah, they got a community.
They've never lost their place. They're well ahead of us.
All right. Any questions on the operating budget at this point? Tim?
Are these all the warrant articles that are on the back here?
Yeah, they should be.
All the money, all the appropriation articles.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So, garage, we flipping over, or we haven't gotten there yet?
No, we are. So that's the Public Works garage?
Yeah, you see, you went from 290 to 318.
Yes.
You just upped the rent to the school for some reason, and they didn't pay it, kicked them out. But what's the cause of that? What caused that? Is that just standard?
What's the question?
What the cause of the increase in the Public Works garage was?
That's just your contract, right?
I mean, did you figure that in when you were gonna charge them for the rent?
No, that comes in on the revenue side.
Okay, that's what I said.
That's mainly probably salary adjustments.
It's salary adjustments and actually benefits through attrition. We had an increase, a disproportionate increase in health insurance. So we had somebody who wasn't on insurance, and now they're probably a two-person plan. So there was an increase there. So that was a $17,000 increase, both a combination of increases to insurance. All insurance in here is, health insurance is an 11.1 increase throughout the budget. Regular insurance is a 10% increase throughout the budget. So looking at the list, there were changes in salaries, and then benefits, and like I say, health insurance specifically.
So no new equipment or anything where they need additional space or anything?
No new equipment in that budget you're looking at.
You know where I'm going with this.
I don't.
Bring it on.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
All right, any other questions on the operating budget? Bert?
Your statement that all warrant articles are shown, I don't see.
All money articles.
All appropriation articles.
That's the issue.
Okay, so what other articles do you have that are not money articles?
Well, let's go through these first, and then we can go through that.
Okay.
That's on the agenda. All right.
Okay, further.
Yeah.
I find the numbers to give you guys an A+.
All right, Paul, you want to speak to the money articles here?
Yep. So for money articles, We have $5,000 to the Communications Capital Reserve, which has been an ongoing article for a few years. That effect is just under 1 penny. $10,000 to the Recreation Capital Reserve, again, an ongoing transfer that we make, just over 1 penny. We have $23,500,000 for the wastewater treatment plant upgrade, which we've kind of beat to death. We have $3,410,000 for the well project that we just discussed. We have Public Works union contract at $102,220. And I don't know if Hunter wants to address the salary study and the effect of that. But that's a renegotiation based on a salary study that we did. We have an ambulance purchase at $300,000.
Why are they both 8 cents on the tax rate?
They are both 8 cents because it's the net. So the 102 for the public works is really 56,000 roughly on the general fund or on the taxation.
Okay.
The balance is on water and sewer, and that's in the article when we get to the articles.
Okay.
And the ambulance purchase is $240,000 through capital, $180,000 through capital reserve, $60,000 through donations, leaving a net of $60,000. So essentially, they're both $55,000 to $60,000, which is 8 cents.
Okay, which will be new tax money.
Which is new tax money, correct.
Okay.
Although, if you look to the left column, the second warrant article last year was the ambulance capital reserve of $60,000. So we've tried to keep that $60,000 level for ambulance purchases for the last 7 years, I think. And then finally, circuit court HVAC, replacing one of the HVAC units up there. And this is, I'm going to say, it's $16,871. $10,000 of that would have been requested to go in capital reserve, the fourth line on the left side, which we've been doing for 8 years or so. So we're only raising a new or a different $68.71 on that, and that's why that's only a penny.
Okay.
So those were the articles that were requested by administration and approved by the board previously. You have received a request to put on $189,400 for a roofing project at the airport. Library, sorry, wrong place, for the library. And then you have two petition articles, the $63,700 for West Central Behavioral Health and $10,000 for Sullivan County Transportation. And both of those we had last year also. For a total warrant, which will be $38,001,633, or a total tax rate of $766.
Versus 716 this year.
Versus 716 this year, correct.
Okay, any questions?
Too late to ask them.
Tim?
These ones, dumb questions, but what are patriotic purposes?
Flags on the flagpoles?
They're flags, and it's also the programs and things for Memorial Day.
Okay. And then what's on the sheet?
Oh, the default budget, I was going to get to that next.
I was wondering about war service credits in there.
War service credits are $500 credits given to veterans or $700 credits given to disabled veterans.
Okay.
And that's actually on the warrant again this year also.
Yeah, this year.
All right, you want to go through the, oh, yes.
Recreation thing is on the other side again. I missed that one. The other on the front side.
No, that's fine.
Is that additional staffing or is that just the
No,
same thing?
those are similar increases, salary survey and insurance increases. I don't think there were any other major increases. There was no, I don't think there were any staffing changes.
They have an ad on their newest flyer.
They are looking for part-time summer camp help, I believe, which they do every year.
But that is
Yeah, that's
open
not new.
employment.
Yeah, that's every year they bring on, part-time help, for the summer camp. Yes, ma'am.
Is there an itemization somewhere of, behind the contracts and the benefits? Is there an itemization of what those benefits are, like how many departments get take-home vehicles? What's the mileage, what's the repair costs, what's the cost of those take-home vehicles for each person within that department? Or is there a breakdown of those kinds of benefits that people are getting?
There's not a breakdown, but people who take home vehicles would be the police chief, fire chief, and the public works director.
And given our short staffing in the PD, there's been a couple of people who are on call
Okay.
who have been allowed to use vehicles.
Okay.
That's it.
From Newport? I mean, do they have to be in Newport if they're going to have to take home vehicle, or do they get to drive to Kingdom coming back?
We don't allow driving in Kingdom.
No. I think
Leinster, I believe, is one officer, maybe one in Claremont, I don't know. But
And,
they're usually
public-
in adjoining communities.
Public Works Director is in Grayson.
Do you have to take them, sir?
I used to, in another community.
We tried to give him an old beat-up
You
police
can
car,
have
but
money
he
or you
wouldn't
can
take
have
it.
a car?
I have neither.
What's that?
I have neither.
No, well, I thought that might have been an
I pay
option.
my transportation out of my own.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions on the budget here? All right. Yes. Ed?
No sheet now?
Yep.
Didn't wait.
Finish. I don't know, if you got a question on the yellow one?
I wanna know, no, I wanna know for income, I wanna know what you did with all that extra tax money you got out of us. Where it shows you. Can you show me where it is?
Which, Ed, what extra tax money are you talking about?
You guys hit us, well, we you raised our taxes based on what you believed our house value was.
Right, but as I said, we also cut the
And
taxes.
you were working smoothly on a budget, and all of a sudden, you got this big pocket of dough, where is it?
Well,
Right.
there's no big pocket of dough. So I might have taken more from you. I know I took more from me. I might have taken less from Mr. Boardman. It levels out. So the value goes, I remember Lou Thompson at town meeting 30 years ago going, it levels out. So the value goes up, their tax rate goes down. But in the middle, you still get that teeter is still the amount of money that the town meeting approved us to spend. So there was no extra money garnered by the town, the school, or anybody else based on the increased tax rates. That pivot point that we're floating on for the tax rate versus the value is what was voted at town meeting and school meeting.
And had you not increased the taxes, you still would have had to live by that. Am I saying this?
If your taxes went up, if we didn't do the revaluation, your taxes would have gone up anyway. They might not have gone up more because of your value, but your taxes were going to go up, what was voted on at school meeting and town meeting. So I get this question at Shaw's. There is no pot of magic water anywhere. I wish there was, because we could get some projects. But you've really got you've got a teeter-totter with a pivot point in the middle, and the pivot point in the middle is what town and school meeting has voted. And if the value goes up, the tax rate goes down. 5 years from now, because we did a revaluation at the high of the market, most likely what happens is we're going to come down to the valley next time, and it's going to go the other way, and the tax rate's going to go up, but the value's going to go down. It's just, it's a function of the value is a function of the market, but what we raise for taxes is a function of the vote.
It just seemed like some of these are pretty good jumps, $40,000 and all that, I guess that's...
Well,
and
in this budget, we are asking for a 35-cent increase in the operating budget.
Bert? Okay, well, you're not gonna like what I got to say, but that's okay. Never do. I did. My assessment increased. Because I said I didn't trust where we were, I demanded that it be gone through again, and it was gone through. I went down $70,000 because I did that. So I feel sorry that I didn't stand in this room and tell everybody here, you ought to ask. But I didn't know until it was all done. But a 10% reduction of the increase by saying, let's go do this. It took us 4 hours, we went through everything. Everything. So we did not have a good appraisal base. Because if we had have had, that correction would not have happened on my property, and therefore other people would have been, would have had a reduction or not have the increase. Paying attention to that is important.
Right, and people can request,
excuse me?
People can request that their appraisal be reevaluated at certain times, right?
Yes, while the appraisal is happening, before the
limited.
final decision is made, you can ask.
Right.
And you ask, and they get and do it. You've got to go through it like you would in a full appraisal. But mine, because I sensed it was wrong, I asked for it on all properties.
On all what? Properties.
All of his properties.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, you had a question?
Well, I'm not understanding. I'm not understanding what you're saying about, I get the basic concept that if the tax rate is higher and the valuation is lower, I mean, that seems like it might even out, but then why are we having such an increase in taxes, and where is the money from that increase? That's a huge increase for a lot of us. Where is that extra money going?
What,
That's what I'm
that's
not
probably, there
understanding.
wasn't any extra. So essentially, for residential property, 61% was the breakpoint. If your property went up more than 61%, you are paying more taxes. If it went up less than 61%, you're paying less taxes.
But if all these people are paying more taxes, I don't understand how you're saying there isn't any extra.
No, there are some residential people who are paying less taxes. And then, as Jeff said earlier, the businesses, so for residential stuff, if it had a bed, it went up this high. If it was a building that didn't have a bed, it went up this high. So those people that only went up this high may be paying less or the same taxes, because I think businesses were around 50 to 55%. So they're probably, and again, 61% was kind of the cut. So those people that were at 50 or 55% are paying a little bit less tax. And then unfortunately, we the residents are paying more taxes.
So my 100-plus-year-old home is paying more taxes than a modern business.
Potentially, depending on square footage and condition and everything, yeah.
Wow.
But the amount that the town gets is fixed at town meeting, and what school gets is fixed at a school meeting. And so that's the constant. There's no additional money coming into either through the reevaluation.
Right, but I'm still paying more.
So am I.
How about a vision? This is a teeter-totter. So here you are, the center is the amount of money that you approved for the budget the prior year. That's the center. Okay. Houses went up? No. Houses went down? It goes. In this particular case, houses went up, businesses went down. But this dollar and this dollar equals that dollar in the center. No more money was given.
Right.
Or taken, or whatever.
Yeah. Paul, you want to go through the default budget?
Yeah, just to present the number, the default budget is $10,281,394. That is a function of what we did at the town meeting last year. So Article 8 approved $10,200,969. Previous meetings had approved debt service for bridges. Fortunately, the interest on those went down $361. State law changed, and they decided to take less out of us for retirement. Last year, it was an increase that they did through state law. This year is a decrease of $7,739. Then we had additions based on previously ratified union contracts by town meeting. Police Department, $43,808 in salaries, $18,992 in benefit, health insurance. Public Works Union, salary and benefits of $13,062. Health insurance of $12,663. So those changes all come to that $10,281,394. Working down through, the estimated revenues are $5,276,174. We have overlay, which is for abatements, bad taxes, those kind of things, $80,000. Worst service credits, which we discussed earlier, of $106,200 for an estimated property tax of $5,191,420, or the $6.90.
And that's versus the recommended tax rate of $7.20.
Correct.
So 30-cent difference there.
Correct.
Okay. Any questions on the default budget? All right. Hearing none, I will close the hearing on the budget. Moving on. I have a request to go out of order here and move informational Main Street striking plan up ahead of open forum. How does the board feel on that?
I'm okay with it.
Barry?
Okay.
Jim?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll do that. But right now, we'll take the minutes from March 6th. Do I have a motion on those minutes?
So moved. Second.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion, changes? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining?
I abstain.
Okay, one abstention. On the back of your agenda is tonight's consent agenda. Do I have a motion on that?
So moved. Second.
And a second from Jim. Any comments? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? All right, moving on. Informational. Main Street striping plan update. Hunter, you want to tell us where we are with this and with the state?
Yeah, not an awful lot to report. We reported this out last Friday. We are in regular communications with the state, trying to optimize parking in the downtown area while still maintaining safety and compliance with the Metro National Construction Standards that apply to roads and parking lots and things of that nature. We don't have a final set of options yet from the state, but we are working with them diligently, and they're more than happy to try different things. We're working different formulas. How about if we did this? How about if we did that? And so on and so forth. The drawings are being redone. But other than that, I have nothing else to report. I expect this week we'll have something that represents the best of all worlds for all people.
All right. And when you get something from the state, we'll be able to get that out to various stakeholders. All right. Any comments or questions from the public on this?
Yeah, I've heard different things about removing parking places.
We'd be adjusting.
The majority of our Main Street now are all services. There's very, very, very few for-profit businesses on Main Street. If you remove those parking places, the Ruger's parking lot where the Newport House was here, you come down here during the week, you can't get a parking place in there. You can't go to the barber shop. How do you expect that the A&P's gone, First National's gone, Sweet Shop's gone, all of these businesses were there, were gone for a reason. Now you've got services. Sugar River Bank, it's a service. Bar Harbor Bank, it's a service. The physical therapy, where are people gonna park? I was down there and I was like, I couldn't walk. 3 times my foot was operated on, tendon let go, and I was in a walking boot, and they get from the outside even into there. If I had to walk across the road, I couldn't have done it. If those parking places are gone, what about Harrington's as a kid? That's a business in town, but it's a service. A flower shop is a service. All of these places are all services. You can't expect that you're gonna keep these businesses in town if they don't have a place to park, because people aren't gonna use them. They aren't gonna come into Newport, they aren't gonna stop, and they aren't gonna use them. The sweet shop's gone. There's nowhere, the diner's gone. The 2 movie theaters are gone. The 2 hotels are gone. You know, Hershey's is gone. They're gonna shop down there that sells used things. And what other business is there on Main Street now? And you want to take away from what users now, not business people. These are all people, services that we need these services. And you're going to take their last livelihood away from them? How long do you think you're going to keep those people in Newport on Main Street?
How long?
All right. Mrs. Irwin, you had a hand up there.
I did, thank you. I listened to the Selectmen's meeting twice, which was amazing. And because the first time I heard it, I thought, no, that's not right. And then I listened to it again, and the gentleman from the state, Mr. Grandmaison, said there are 170 parking spaces.
I think it was 110 in that area.
Excuse me, don't interrupt me.
I'm sorry.
He said it's 170 parking spaces. I listened twice because that's what he says. Then he said there's 114, and of that 114, that's where the reduction is coming from. So where is the difference between the 114, which I assume is, for lack of a better term, the bullpen?
No.
Same to you, Jeffrey. Or is it coming from farther up or farther down? And where is the difference between the 114 and the 170? that's why I listened twice, because there wasn't any clarity about where the difference was between those two numbers, and then what the reduction looked like for the, I think he said 76 remaining.
Hunter?
Yeah, those are some of the questions that we've posed to the state, and we've asked them to produce new drawings and new calculations so that we can get those numbers to settle and really understand what the impacts are, and then look at least three, perhaps more, different options that might maximize parking in the downtown area while not compromising on safety. So it's going to be another few days, I'm sure, later this week before we get all those numbers to settle, so that they can be discussed with some clarity.
And the second part of my question is, he also, or someone on the board, said that the green signs were required and/or flashing lights. Yet, there's a lot of crosswalks in town without green signs and/or flashing lights on the state road. So why is it different at the crosswalk at Coronas's on the state road? Why is it different at Elm Street and Maple Street and Route 10 South? He gave me the impression that the state didn't require those signs, that somebody asked for them. And they're ugly, and I don't think we need them. And I also want to know, and I can do this as a 91A, or you can get the answer for me. In the past 10 years, how many people have been hit crossing the street? And how many fatalities? And how many people have had their cars, and that's a police department question, backing out, have had accidents in the past 10 years? What really is the safety risk that we're trying to prevent? You know, I drive through town on occasion, not as much as I did, but there are some cars that are parked there all day long. There's a truck with a license plate, and I may get it wrong, 2 for fun, or fun for 2, or 2 fun 2, that's parked every day in front of the county office building. Every day. It's got to be an employee somewhere. And I know the county has asked their employees to park in what we call the Ruga lot, but the county lot. So if people aren't complying, where are the people going into Jeff's business or David Lance's business, or heaven forbid, people like Mr. Dodge who have to hobble up to physical therapy? And Jeff, I thought your attitude was a little cavalier when you said, well, they'll just have to walk farther.
I agree with
That's on the tape too.
What'd they do? What'd they say?
So, you know, I don't get what problem we're trying to solve. It seems to me we're trying to save money and not spend our own money and paint our crosswalks. I mean,
Trying to drive business out of town.
we don't have to accept this if we paint our own crosswalks.
No, we don't.
So I'm missing the point that you gentlemen voted on. And I'd like the answer to those questions, not tonight, obviously, but within a reasonable time. And if you want a 95A, I'm happy to, 91A request, I'm happy to give it to you.
I can state that within the last 10 years, I do not believe a pedestrian was killed downtown, but there was one killed longer than 10 years ago crossing downtown.
Okay.
So it does happen.
Fair enough.
And my concern is, if those ugly signs prevent one more, possibly, is it worth it?
Well, by testimony of the people who were here at that meeting, several of them remarked that they don't even see the signs. So apparently they're not as effective as one might think.
And they also, I think we heard people say they don't see the people stepping out from behind cars into the middle of the crosswalk. And that's what the whole state or federal standard does. It provides setback so that there is room to be able to see people crossing in a crosswalk. And one of the ways we discussed at the last meeting, in order to maximize the number of parking spots, yet conform with the standard, is eliminate one of the crosswalks or so, because we've got a lot of crosswalks downtown. So.
Thank you.
Bert?
Let's see, how many businesses on the main street will you kill to save that one person in 20 years? I mean, it sounds wrong, but you cannot prevent everything from happening, period. No matter what you do, someone is going to get hurt on that main street sooner or later. But the businesses, retail businesses gone to Amazon, those that are now there, how do they pay the taxes if in fact people can't get in and out? As it stands now, you can find a space. When the upper house isn't functioning, you can't. So if we take some away, we make that situation worse. People walking further to get to an entity probably are at risk of being run over by a bicycle. There's a limit to how safe you can make it. We could all wear helmets in here in case the bird flew through the window and glass came on and poor Keith got hit with the glass. If he had a helmet on, he'd be safe. There's got to be an end to it somewhere along, and to take spaces away. And then, to me, the travesty is what you do to the town and how it looks. So I'm not done. So I sat down this afternoon and I wrote this note to myself to read to you. As to the board, you are following the conversion of our community. 40 parking spaces lost, and you did not object. As you strangle the downtown, you give $900,000 of tax revenue away to a building over here, the Ruger Mill, to get workforce housing. Will the new tenants shop here on Main Street or Washington Street, where they can get parking spots, because they can't get them here? Hunter and the board, you have led us closer to disaster than to success. Thank you.
You know, I spend a lot of time on, for the radio station down there, especially during Christmas when we do Toys for Tots. You want to stand out there and watch these people fly down through there over 30 miles an hour, on their telephone, texting, everything. We need our police force out there a lot more to slow them down. It's really bad out there. And you talk about safety, there's one spot right there, and Jim Burrow's going to bear up to that, he's seen it. We see it every year, and it goes on every day out there. Even the truckers come through too fast, go down through there. You put out a few tickets, slow them down.
State your name, please.
Jeff Moore. I would like to make my comments in the form I'm going to read. I have spent a lot of time thinking about this, a lot of upset moments the last 2 weeks. I have a great deal invested in this town in terms of emotion, time, money, philanthropy, etc. I was afraid that I would not be able to get it out in a way that was good, that was not angry, that was not pointed to people. So I wrote it out. I spent about 8 hours on this. I did a lot of research in other towns, and I would hope that you would let me do so. It means a lot to me as a community member, as an investor in this town. I've prepared all of you as something you can read. I spent a lot of money on having done my own money, but I'd like you to follow a little bit. So,
You own business in Newport?
I do.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff.
And Bert, how can I not give you one? So I started out with making just a list of the businesses that are in the primarily affected area. You have to understand that Main Street, all of Main Street in this area is not really affected.
Can we speak up, please?
Yeah, all of Main Street is not really affected. It's really primarily the area that I would call the Opera House region of Main Street, which is really the start of about Harrington's up to Bar Harbor Bank. So these loss of spaces, don't think they're spread out all the way down to Bill's Pizza, because they are not. There's a little bit of effect down there, but it's very minor. It's in our primary, business density where we're losing primary spaces. So I made the list here, starting on the west side of Main Street, Harrington side, Bar Harbor side. So we have MJ Harrington Jewelers, Newport Ballroom, Elliott, Jasper, Otten, Sklar, Ransom, law offices, Patty LaCroix, doTERRA, massage therapy, 31 Main Street Hair Salon, Aurora Bakery. We have Newport Fitness, we have Universal Physical Therapy, we have the Newport Department of Corrections, we have a vacant spot, which is mine, and I have actually kept vacant because I do not want to put cars on Main Street. That's how important it is, especially for Universal Physical Therapy. We have the radio stations. Actually, there are going to be 2 there shortly. We have Bar Harbor Bank. We have Michael J. Work law offices, and then we have miscellaneous vacant offices in Bar Harbor Bank. We're expecting these businesses on that side of the street to sustain from the very few parking spaces they already have. On the other side of the street, we have One Wild Hair Salon. We have Pedal Patch Floors. We have Battle Family Haircuts. We have Twin State Realty. We have Colonial National Mortgage. We have miscellaneous upstairs mortgages above there. We have a vacant spot. We have the Registry of Deeds, Superior Court, the Opera House, the UNH Cooperative Extension. Some of these things I understand are possibly not in business any longer. We have a for sale building that has threatened to have 0 spots in front of it. And we have Sunshine Realty, which also has a threat of having 0 spots in front of it when this is done. Now what I've written up here is just a bit of my thoughts. And I can't guarantee you what may transpire, what has changed, but as of the last information that I have is what I go on. I said, good evening and thank you. My name is Jeff North, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and many of the businesses and property owners that are faced with substantial reduction of parking on Main Street. The loss of parking is primarily in the historic district where the road splits into 2 one-way lanes and what I will refer to as the Opera House District. All references will be regarding this area of Main Street. These businesses, many of which have long been established in Newport, will face economic and logistical difficulties should the current plan of New Hampshire State line striping be implemented. As it is, parking on Main Street, especially the Opera House District, is stressed from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. In the state plans, the particularly affected area in the west, Bar Harbor Bank, side of the Opera House District, on the sidewalk side, so you understand that's the sidewalk that goes all the way up from Bar Harbor all the way down to MJ Harrington's, that side of the road. Currently, 25 vehicles are able to comfortably park in front of the sidewalk and enter the many businesses with ease. The plan of reducing parking by up to 10 spaces along just the sidewalk of that portion of Main Street alone will in particular adversely affect businesses that are on the south end of the street, as in MJ Harrington's on the street. These businesses include MJ Harrington's, Ellie Jasper, Auden Sklar, Ransom LP, doTERRA Massage Therapy, 31 Main Street Hair Salon, the Newport Ballroom, Aurora Bakery, and Aurora Bakery. I'm not including my business in this because I do own spaces or lease spaces behind the building, and push come to shove, my people, their fitness and they will walk. So I've not included myself in this. The loss of an additional 12 plus or minus spaces in the other parts of the Opera House District will also impact the rest of the Opera House District's other businesses. As it currently stands, David Lance, hello David. David Lance, second generation owner of MJ Harrington's, has only 3 parking spaces directly in front of his business. One is handicapped and 2 are standard parking spots. Beyond that, walking north, towards Bar Harbor Bank, there's a crosswalk by MJ Harrington's, and then parking spaces resuming immediately and continuing to the next crosswalk located between Newport Fitness and Universal Physical Therapy. In other words, between those 2 crosswalks is full of parking spaces currently. These 2 spots are coveted by David, Patty LaCroix, the law offices, the hair salon, and the many volunteers of Aurora Bakery, who in particular depend on the availability of close proximity in and out parking for their restaurant and bakery. You will also notice on snowy days, David will be in front of his business ensuring that spaces are completely shoveled out by hand and available for his customers. David fully understands the importance of which those spaces mean to his business year-round. With a new plan, as designed, those 3 critical spots, including the single handicap spot, will be reduced to just 1 standard spot, with the next parking space starting over 50 feet away going north on Main Street to just about in front of the walkway by Newport Fitness where the new mural went up. It simply cannot be expected that these few spaces will suffice for the daily ins and outs of customers for the 7 businesses that occupy that portion of Main Street. Also adversely affected will be Sandy and Myrtle and the group at Universal Physical Therapy. In order to service their clients, they need ample available parking along the sidewalk for their knee, hip, and various other leg and spinal related rehabilitation customers. As it is, with the 25 currently available spaces, this is a challenge. We, however, work together as a business community to make sure that whenever possible that our customers leave spaces open in that area. I will say also, as the owner of that building and our building, that we have a requirement that no employee ever parks on Main Street. And if they do, we will cancel their lease. That is how important parking is on Main Street. This situation with the parking will be nearly impossible to enforce once spaces have been so substantially reduced. Sandy has expressed great concern that her business will no longer be able to survive on Main Street. It was a big decision for her to move to Main Street, and she invested a great deal financially to make the move, knowing there would be ample parking and accessibility. She felt secure in her decision, especially once reviewed by planning and zoning and provided a certificate of occupancy that should have taken existing parking into consideration. Working together with Sandy was a great joy, and together we worked to create an exceptional environment for her clients and employees with the dual effect of having a positive outcome for our downtown. Sandy and Myrtle are very happy with where they are located and do not prefer to move again should business be unsustainable due to parking demand and lack of easily accessible parking. Losing Universal Therapy, eateries, florists, and businesses negatively impacted by lack of parking will be great loss to this community and not easily, if ever, replaceable due to insufficient parking. You see, once they go due to lack of parking, they don't come back in and say, "Can we rent, please? Because you have no parking spaces. Thank you very much." Parking, I have learned in my time in doing commercial real estate, is so vital. You can't buy the advertising to cover it. You couldn't buy the best piece of equipment to cover it. There's nothing you can do for lack of parking. I bought real estate way back in the 80s and thinking, oh, this piece of real estate is such a good deal. And it had, on-road parking. It was parallel parking. I built a laundromat in there. I put a beautiful hair salon in there. And it all went out of business because I didn't know. I know now. I won't buy a piece of real estate that doesn't have parking. It is not worth it. When we did these buildings with Bar Harbor Bank, I made sure there's parking back, so I never want to stress out Main Street with employees parking on Main Street. It isn't worth it. These businesses, they need these spaces desperately. If they're full, you drive by, you don't stop, and the next time it's full, you drive by, you don't stop, and the next time you drive by and you go somewhere else. And your pattern has been crushed. Your business, maybe it's 10%, maybe that's the 10% is profit. Maybe that's what you need to survive. Anyways, I'm all lost now. Let's finish. As far as the east side of the Opera House District goes, it also has its own parking stretches. So this is the side that the florist and the Opera House saw. When Superior Court is in session, most of the spaces are taken on that side of the street. Many of them spill over to the other side as well. Businesses such as the hair salons, pedal patch, the real estate offices, and financial offices all need in and out parking. Donna the Pedal Patch in particular needs available parking due to the nature of her delivery and retail business. As she said to me recently, customers are impatient, and if they can't get in right away, they will just get it elsewhere, thus resulting in lost customers. She also stated that what at times is limited or unavailable parking will become increasingly worse should this plan of parking space reduction move forward. I would also like to address safety concerns, and these are from my perspective. Okay? The Opera House District consists of two one-way traffic areas. Because when crossing the street, there's only oncoming traffic from one direction, crossing is far safer than when going across multiple lanes and having to look both directions. This means that any kind of distance buffer should be only on the oncoming side of traffic. And when we look at these standards, which are not mandatory, as we all know, right? These are, you know what, they paint it, yep, but it's not mandatory. I will get to some of that later. So you have to have these massive buffers, 20-foot buffers on the side of your sidewalk. However, if you're crossing the street, traffic's coming downhill at you, you need a buffer on the other side of you on a one-way street, and yet a standard will tell you that you do. We lose, just in that 20-foot buffer on either side of one crosswalk in the center, we lose 4 spaces times 4. You lose 16 spaces for a crosswalk with one-way directional crossing. We are smart people. We can make our own decisions, make our own striping in a good and safe manner. This is America still. Anyways, where was I again? This means any kind of distance buffer should only be on the oncoming traffic side of the crosswalk. There is no need for a buffer on the other side of the crosswalk. This spacing is created naturally due to the angling of the parking spaces, giving a natural buffer and a line of sight between the oncoming traffic and the crossing pedestrian, of which the crossing pedestrian has some responsibility to look if there is a car coming. So what I'm saying is, if you have an angle and you have a crosswalk, this is how they're angled. This distance from your crosswalk to this end of the angle is already like 13 feet. It is not a small distance. We already create line of vision. The spacing is created naturally due to the angle of the parking spaces, giving a natural buffer and line of sight between the oncoming traffic and crossing pedestrians. Of greater concern is that with the reduction of so many spaces in front of the sidewalks on either side of the Opera House District, the customers will now be pushed to park in the middle aisle, which is usually used for overflow parking during busy times. This push will, by default, create far greater flow of people crossing the street. As we are all aware, most people don't even utilize the crosswalks, and they just go out between their cars and cross the road. You want to know where people aren't seeing people? Because they're going between cars. You want to put people on the side of the road, eliminate them on the sidewalk side, and make them park on that side. Listen, I'm not angry. I'm just trying to talk loud. By my not very scientific estimates, I would guess that the amount of people crossing Main Street will close to double due to the nearly 50% reduction in sidewalk frontage parking. This is not ideal when trying to create an increased safety situation. Parallel parking on Main Street. As someone who owns a business directly across from the compact parking, I have a daily lookout on that situation. Changing the parking to compact only has been very effective, and it was well received. I have great concern for parallel parking, however. Not only does it reduce the amount of available parking spaces, but it will create a backup along Main Street as people are trying to parallel park their cars in an area where you cannot drive around them while they figure out the process. Parallel parking is not easy for any of us, especially under the duress of impatient and backed up traffic. In addition, cars that are parallel parked will have to open up the passenger door into oncoming traffic in a narrow area that has substantial pitch to the center of the road. In other words, that part of the road, especially on the Newport side, is pitched into the road quite a bit. It's great for drainage, but it's not great for opening doors. And we'll have to open up passenger doors into oncoming traffic in a narrow area that has substantial pitch to the center of the road. This will cause passenger doors to open more rapidly than expected due to gravity, thus creating a potential hazardous situation. As far as the issue of snowbanks and the vehicles not being able to pull into the compact spaces, or for that matter, any of the spaces along the island, this has not been an issue because the island side of the street is always plowed out due to the left to right angling of the snow plows. All snow is pushed to the west side when it's on the Bar Harbor side, and to the east side when we are on the Opera House side. In other words, we always accumulate big snowbanks. I look out the window and say, thank goodness the middle is completely plowed. That's just the way that it works. That's the way the snowplows face. Those are always cleared out. As bankers, we get parking in there, they pull all the way in. We have like this much snow between there and the curb. No big deal. If I really saw it substantial, I'd go with it, my snow blower or my shovel, I'd get rid of it. But that's actually never happened. So that's the snow and that parking there. Signage. There's much discussion, chatter, and warranted discontent about the vast amount of the bright green crossing signs. With the implementation of customer-activated crossing signs, the signs would be limited to either side of Main Street with nothing in the middle except for an activation button. These signs and controls can be run on solar and transmit wirelessly. These are widely used in Hanover and elsewhere are very effective. In Hanover, even from a great distance, I could see that someone was going to be crossing, and as I approached the crosswalk, I would see them crossing. I was very impressed. As a side note, I observed that these signs are not prevalent in most historic districts, community green signs. So going through London's historic, going through Hanover's historic district, going through Sunapee's historic district, they do not have these signs up. So I'm not sure what the legalities are, and I'm not saying there isn't a way to do safety, but I think so many of them is a problem, because when you have so many of something, you simply don't see them. Lesser is sometimes better. I'm not saying we don't need them. In conclusion, I'd like to present to the board with a series of photographs that I took from the busiest urban local areas that I could find. I traveled to Sunapee, New London, Lebanon, Hanover, Claremont, and even to the New Hampshire liquor store rest area on I-93. I got a bottle of vodka and tried to make number. That's not evil. On I-93 in Hooksville. What I found was little to no MUTCD implementation unless it was in the form of a sign or traffic control. I will share those pictures after. Many good ideas have come out of this situation, such as the removal of one or more crosswalks and the possible addition of customer-activated crosswalk signage. With this implementation and careful planning, we could actually increase spaces instead of decreasing them in the Opera House District. Wouldn't that be a nice and novel idea to think this board is the board that brings more parking to downtown? I believe that this entire process can be a positive one for our community, but it must not be rushed for the sake of free striping. The stakes are simply too high. If the funds for line striping are a budgetary issue, I will personally take up the task of fundraising, and I will personally guarantee available funds for striping the Opera House District. I don't think that anyone on the Board of Selectmen, nor Hunter, has any desire to remove parking from anywhere downtown, and free line striping should not drive us into unwise decisions. I also believe that it is clear to all involved that the short and long-term impact of any reduced parking would negatively impact this community for years, if not decades to come, thus undoing the previous many decades of economic and architectural revival that we have all enjoyed and many of us have taken part in and would like to continue to be part of. It is imperative that the spirits of the downtown business owners and others of this community not be crushed, as these are our future leaders, the Roy Malous, Rugers, and O'Valleys to come. These are the people who contribute, who volunteer, who eat, sleep, and bleed Newport with their endless efforts, enthusiasm, and philanthropy. Thank you, David, for being so awesome. With this, I humbly ask that the Board of Selectmen reconsider their previous vote of having the state of New Hampshire line stripe our parking spaces and to form a committee that will take the time to discuss, design, and implement parking crossings that will not only protect all existing parking spaces, but will increase pedestrian crossing awareness and safety. In Newport, we cannot afford to lose even a single space, as there is no other place for us to develop parking, as all of parking is privately owned. Once we lose it, it is gone. Main Street, plus its various arteries, are all we have to build this community on. Let's preserve it, and if possible, grow our parking accessibly, thus allowing people to continue to see and enjoy all the good things that a thriving, and diverse community such as ours has to offer in its many different forms and functions.
Here, here.
So, I would like to just take these pictures. Some of them are, this isn't too much, but just a little bit. Okay, so we have safety concerns, correct? 1 week after the storm. 1 week after the snowstorm. This is the crosswalk. Okay?
Can I say that we shoveled that out?
Yeah.
It was not the town.
No,
You see it not only in the foreground, but you see it up the far end.
It's every crosswalk. This is the worst. This is in front of Universal. That's the worst one. I understand staffing. I get it. But there's a reason why David's out there. There's a reason why I'm snow blowing parking spaces. Because we just do it. And we don't even really complain that much. We may complain some, but all in all, we try not to. We just want our businesses to be able to have business. I have a sign here, Old Courthouse parking. I understand this parking lot may be going away. I'm not sure where they're going to park their cars. I don't know if that's true or not, but I've heard rumor from certain higher people. We have a picture of a for sale sign that these parking spaces in front of it are going to be eliminated. How well is that going to sell, and how well is the real estate office going to do? Now I would like to show you Hooksett Rest Area, I-93. Crosswalk. You guys have all these pictures. This crosswalk has 2 parking spaces directly next to it, with cars flying through there to get gasoline, and probably to get in haste to get their bottle of vodka. And we've all been in that place. Lots of traffic. 1, 2, all the way down through parking spaces. Clearly, not for that standard. New London, beautiful place. We have a crosswalk, we have a parking space. New London, we have a fire hydrant, and we have a parking space right here. Okay? Wouldn't meet those standards. New London's okay with it. New London, parking close to the curb. No problem in New London. They understand the importance of their parking and their people, their businesses. Let's go to Sunapee. Sunapee, this is my car. We have crosswalks right here. Anyone been to Sunapee in the summertime? Anyone know how busy it is? Anyone know how many people are going across that road? A lot more than Newport. Parking right there on the crosswalks. Okay. Sunapee again. Harbor. Going down to the Green Mountain Sunapee right here in the corner. We have the handicap spot right there, directly next to this crosswalk, red crosswalk. Up there are pretty green ones. We have the Anchorage right here. Crosswalks, my vehicle, lots of other cars, crosswalks going every which way. They understand the importance of parking.
Chicken Parmesan's good there too.
Yep. Okay, so now we go to Lebanon. Now we think of Lebanon, I have a business there. Lebanon is a little over the top when it comes to a lot of this stuff. I would have thought when I go to Lebanon that I would find absolutely every single, whatever that acronym thing is there, which is mostly a sign standard. I find nothing there. Now, they did have a big spot on one crosswalk. I want to tell everyone everything. One spot that is also where advanced transit happens to drop people on. Fire hydrant. Close to parking spaces. Anyone have been to 3 Tomatoes or whatever the heck they're calling, 25 tomatoes?
Big tomatoes.
Sweet tomato.
Okay. Right here. Parking, crosswalk, downtown Lebanon. Really don't need that standard. Lebanon once again, fire hydrant, parking spaces. You might want more. Okay, Hanover. The only place I know that's busier than Sunapee is Hanover. Hanover is busy. I went to Hanover High School many years ago, and it was busy then, but it's busy now. I went there and I couldn't believe the people going back and forth across the streets, cutting between cars, every which way, but they really have it figured out. Number one, they aren't going to lose parking spaces for businesses. Right here, line, curb cut, directly in front of the curb cut. Okay, Main Street. Crosswalk, right across Main Street. Directly across Main Street. No green signs, no nothing. This crosswalk is busy. Let me tell you, and cars can pull right out here and right out here. Okay, we go down to where the other crossings are. Car right here, right in front of the crosswalk. Main Street Hanover. Busiest Main Street I know of. Main Street once again. Fire hydrant directly on a parking space. I don't know why I got that one again. Okay, Claremont. Okay, I went there this afternoon. I got this one right down by the fire department. This one has all kinds of traffic going across this crosswalk here. They go over here. They go over here. All over the place. That one there. Clearly, they are not hitting that standard. I did see this, however, and I see a lot of these. Now, I'm not saying the signs are great, but I'm telling you, these signs are great. If we're concerned about our crosswalks and we want to preserve our parking, let's make an investment that really does something. Let's not make signs that we drive by and don't look at. When this sign comes on and someone hits that crossing, I have to be taking a picture of this. You can probably see my shadow here somewhere. Right as I'm doing it, a woman hits the sign, it flashes, the car right here is going about 40 miles an hour, stops. It's not a stop sign, it's just a flashing light. She stops, and this lady crosses with her dog. Now in Hanover, I had the same situation. I couldn't even believe it. I'm driving around, and they don't put the stuff like in the middle of Main Street, but off on all the side streets, they had these, and they're very effective. I was driving down towards Hanover High School, and I could see one way down there, and it was flashing, and I'm practically still up on Main Street. And I'm like, oh wow, the light's flashing. Next thing I see someone just walking out and clean the road. They felt safe. Cars are stopping, effective, safe. And then I decided, let me look up what Hanover does for parking. I pull up about a 50-page review of their parking situation. So I pulled this from one section. This is done by the Design Management Study for down in Hanover in March of 2019 on page 43. That a medium-term recommendation, 3 to 5 years, where possible, add on-street spaces to streets wide enough to support 1 or 2 lanes of parallel parking. Despite state standards and the prevalence of curb cuts in downtown, Desmond recommends that an earnest effort be undertaken to add on-street spaces wherever possible, given the current demand for parking. It may be possible to add on-street parking to streets that page 43, 79 downtown parking, whatever, Hanover, were previously considered too narrow. Recently in Stamford, Connecticut, the city's new transportation chief was able to convince the administration as well as Con DOT to allow on-street parking in order to support street-fronting businesses such as ours and to calm traffic. This has also been done in similarly high-profile dense communities such as Georgetown, Old Alexandria, and the north end of Boston. So, you know, I take these pictures and I provide these things because I want to make sure that we aren't all alone, that we aren't the only ones that are just like hanging out there and needing to have these regulations. They're going to strangle our town. Clearly, towns that are much busier than us have found other ways to do it and to take care of their problems. This will kill our businesses. And at what cost do we do it? You, the 5 of you, have the opportunity to keep people like myself, David Lance, and the many other businesses on Main Street in business. And it's your responsibility to do so. Thank you.
Doug, you've got your hand up.
Thank you. Couple concerns I've seen. I drive truck. I get over 1.5 million miles driving truck. Over 80,000 pounds, 14 wide, you know, and I put it down through Main Street here. Mobile homes over the years. The biggest thing that I have seen hazard is coming down by the fire station and almost getting hit head on, coming from the other way. Cars, they take the fire truck route and go straight down through, past the fire station, and take the shortcuts that go around the roundabout. There's absolutely one sign that I've seen that really is tucked away that nobody sees. That is a hazard. I actually sat out in front of the bank there several times, weekends and early mornings. Every time I sat there, there's been at least one vehicle going the wrong way there. I've been almost hit there numerous of times. That is a hazard. The other hazard is parking in front of this building. Instead of putting signs out, parking out back, you let people park on the side of the street out here, and when you're fully loaded, try to make this hill with an 18-wheeler, and you're sitting there because you can't get by because there's so much traffic coming. If there's a fire, those trucks aren't getting out. That's a hazard. And then on the signs, I appreciate the signs you put out there, compact cars only. We need to enforce that better. That's where the problem is. Put a fine on that sign. If you park here and you don't have a compact car, $50 fine, $75 fine, I don't know, in tow. The board needs to back the police chief and his people up to enforce that, tow them, no questions. That will stop people from parking there with a full-size SUV, a pickup with a plow, so that guys like me with 18-wheelers or whatever coming through there can get through. Those are the two bottlenecks, where you have the compact cars, and you don't need to take any more parking away. That's the only problem I've had getting through town, is what I just said tonight.
All right, thank you. Let's see, who's hand up in the very back?
Hey,
Yep. Go.
I'm Darrell Jones, and I worked on the ambulance for a goodly number of years back in 87 to 92. And from the safety standpoint, I gotta say, we never had one call along Main Street to pick up a pedestrian who had been hit or something like that. We had people fall because there were people and stuff like that, but they were never hit by a car. The biggest hazard that I see down there, and now I'm driving a senior car for the senior center, is I stopped to let a client off. I'm pulled into the perpendicular parking spots, and then I very carefully try and back out, and I'm more than halfway out, and some clown's coming down at me. I'm exaggerating, 50, 60 miles an hour. He's coming down so fast, he's skidding his wheels trying to stop before he hits me. And I saw him. He was back at the rotary when I started to back out. And that's a real hazard down there. We got to just slow people down. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Tim?
I just want to say to the board that, like, you guys made this decision in 10 minutes. Jeff spent probably 10 hours researching, writing, how it was going to affect his business and everyone else. This board seems to make a lot of decisions and doesn't seem like it thinks about the impact on everybody. The sewer thing, you get a gun to your head, you're in a bad position. I would do the same thing, you got no choice. But we get some free striping. If they weren't going to pave that road for 10 years, no one would care about how the setup is down there. No one's pressing you saying you have to stripe this different, have to change it. It's just a free handout, so we're like, oh yeah, let's jump on that. Instead of thinking, well, how is this going to affect downtown? How is this going to affect our taxpayers that can barely pay their taxes as it is? Like, this is the first night in a long time I can remember that you guys actually had to face your residents and actually answer questions and really look at these people in the face and be like, oh, look, these are the people I work for. These are the people that elected me to this position to represent them and to make decisions for them as our representatives that benefit us, that don't benefit some big business getting a tax break or benefit whatever. That's my 2 cents on this particular topic.
Anyone else? There was another hand back there? Yes, ma'am. Yeah, Jackie?
I'd like to make a statement if I could.
Sure.
I was asked to, as a member of the Heritage Commission, along with Biddy at the time, it was just the two of us, I was asked to meet with Todd Cartier, Public Works, and yeah, and then the state, the New Hampshire State DOT people. We met in front of the Opera House, and it was in reference to possibly putting a handicap ramp in there to get up to the sidewalk.
Yeah.
And it's not up to me or anyone else. It's up to the town if they want to use parking spaces or whatever. But with all due respect to the North, Heidi was saying that it was the Historical Society that was putting forward a plan for the town to lose parking spaces.
No,
And the
that's not
Historical
what it said.
Society, excuse me, Jeff, I have the floor. The Historical Society had absolutely nothing to do with this. It was the Heritage Commission. I just want to set the record straight.
Yeah, neither one was consulted by the Board of Selectmen when the state was in last week. We heard their presentation, we looked at their options, if they were gonna do it, and, with the cut to put in a ramp on the other side where there's steps, so it's handicapped accessible. We basically agreed with their recommendation that would eliminate about 15 spots or so. But since then, Hunter has been looking at the plans, he's been talking with the engineer there, in a long conversation with them Friday. We are not set, with where we're going on this. The state will be coming through and will be repaving the downtown area from side to side. They're gonna go up probably to the entrance to Bar Harbor, or Sugar River Bank, down to just below the lights, and around the corner, and a little bit up Sunapee Street with their paving. And basically, they were offering us the option of having them do the striping. If the striping's done, it's to their standard, and it all depends upon whether we accept their standard and the number of crosswalks we feel we have. Right now, we got 4 crosswalks there in a very condensed area. And our thought last meeting was we can certainly eliminate at least one of them.
Come on, Joe.
Sure.
I watched last week's meeting, and what I heard was that they were asked if they could paint the stripes. There wasn't an offer. They were asked by, I would assume, this board or someone in this government if they could do it. And if so, it would be these things which are clearly not very widely utilized in most historic, dense, urban areas with this kind of situation. I believe that this board really just didn't think about it long enough. I think it was maybe sometimes you get this excitement, money and free and all this stuff and safety and all this stuff, but when you sit back and really think about it, and you think about your community and how we can reach these same things, and we can have such a win-win, why wouldn't we do that? You've heard from the ambulance, who's been picked up? The only person I ever knew who was killed in this town was the man way down by Jiffy Mart who was senile and crossed the street and got hit, and it was a tragedy. But, that was not from this part of the street. Please, for the sake of this town and these businesses and the future of this community, just vote to do our own striping. All this goes away. You guys are like the superheroes of Newport. Who doesn't want that? It's such a simple thing. We don't need the state to stripe the roads. For goodness gracious, have volunteered to pay for it. I couldn't possibly, for what it costs to pay for the striping on Main Street, lose a tenant like Universal, which we'll never get back. Just that alone would pay for the striping of Main Street. It just doesn't make any sense. And I don't fully understand why people aren't jumping up and down in joy for it. I just don't understand.
Bert?
Statement. Under Hunter, all issues coming to this board appear to be a fait accompli. Done before. Little discussion, not much questioning. Appears not much thought either. Jeff's information on this one issue would set a standard for review. I don't believe that he would expect you all to do what he has done, but he certainly expects you to do more than what you did. It appears that it's done before it gets here.
Hunter?
Not that I think it's beneficial to debate this, because we're looking at the future, not the past, but I can assure you that the state attended your meeting at my request. I asked them to come and give you a presentation. So just for the, we don't need to debate it. We are in regular communication with them. We understand all these issues. I've seen them before, and I'm confident that we'll have a very much more agreeable plan at some point in the not too distant future.
But the board voted on what was presented. So how the hell do you make that statement, Mark?
Because
You took it back from them?
No, we can vote to reconsider. That's what we can do. Barry?
Jeff, I thought you did an excellent job in your presentation. We maybe are guilty of jumping at the money. Who knows? That was in my mind. I also did bring out, what about businesses? We had no, we need more time, I think, guys. I think we need to step back, wait to see what the state has to say, present that in an understandable manner, but also take into account what you've just outlined for us. I think that's extremely important, very well done. And I don't think we can afford to do things that cost business money or spaces or whatever. I don't think we can do that. That's my opinion as a board, as Barry Connell, soon-to-be ex-board member. But,
Do you want to make a motion to?
Sure, I would make a motion that we, well, I don't know how, that we reconsider our last vote and that we, I want to say put the brakes on this whole thing.
Await further development
Yeah.
by our next meeting.
Good, whatever Jeff said.
I'll second that.
That's good.
Any discussion? Herb, anything?
I just think we're starting to jump again. I mean, I'd rather wait until we hear what the state has to come up
Yeah,
with.
Which is exactly what Barry
So
said.
Instead of, agreeing to go forward with the 3 crosswalks and losing 15 or 16 places, we basically step back and see what comes forward in the next
Yeah.
2.
But we're withdrawing our support for
For what?
For nothing.
So why are we doing anything?
So I watched all week long as we went through potential revision, potential revision, potential revision, at least a half dozen of them. So from what we talked about last meeting to the next time, we're going to see actually something a little more concrete, a little bit more thought from the state, a little bit more direction from Hunter and everybody else about what it is that we're actually going to be asking them to do, if they do anything.
But also
That
take into
more
consideration.
discussion and to look at that.
Yeah,
And
take
to
into
make a
consideration
very
what
well-informed-
businesses are telling us.
Correct.
I think that's important.
And as far as the state is looking to put this out to bid for paving, beginning of April, but things like whether they paint or not, that's a simple change.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I mean, it's not a,
So we're not.
we're not gonna give up the paving. Yeah,
Who's the paving company?
They have to put it out, that's the state.
State
putting it out.
Out bid,
yeah.
but it hasn't gone out yet, and it's gonna be done in April.
That
A lot
last
of
we heard, they
paperwork
would be
goes
put,
through
they
that. I
would be
went
going
through
out to
that.
bid. in April.
Whoever the state picks and does.
Yeah.
People that did Guile.
You in the corner?
Yes, the recording secretary. That's the one.
All that concrete out.
Mr. Connell, Selectman Connell, made a motion to reconsider the last vote. Is that, I didn't hear the entire conversation.
I really didn't know
or
what I was
motion.
saying.
Or was there none and then,
It was basically to,
no. What is the motion, please?
Some help with that?
Yeah,
I think what Mr. Connell said, his
Forget a
motion
vote.
was to
Yeah.
table the last vote for reconsideration, move that to reconsideration, until more information could be obtained from the state of New Hampshire reference their actual presentation on what exactly they're looking to do.
Thank you very much.
I'd also like to know what, if we stripe it ourselves, what's the cost? I think that's important for everybody to understand. What's the cost of that?
Mr. Carr.
Nobody's listening. You heard this whole room say they don't even need to do it. Now you're gonna reconsider, meet the state. Dude, you're not listening to us at all anymore. That's the way things have been going lately. You're having a community center that we voted down 3 times because you railroaded it through. You don't freaking listen to the people.
I take umbrage with that. I listened very
We are listening
intently.
very-
Why are you even talking about reconsidering? The what I heard from this whole crowd was, they don't want to touch that thing other than the striping. You got a guy that's go up there and paint it for crazy.
And Ed, and when they come back, we could say, nope, no thank you. So all we want to do is see what they're going to come back with to see exactly, not a hypothetical, because that was a lot of hypotheticals in the last meeting, about what exactly could come out of it. Let them show us exactly what it's going to be.
And having people
Then,
see
with
it.
all the information we've had tonight and everything else, we can make a very well-informed decision from there. So don't say we're not listening, because we are, very much so. I take exception to that.
The way the word verbiage came out, it just...
Sorry you feel that way, but that's not reality.
I think,
No, on the side there. Rod Ward. I live up on North Main Street. I walk downtown. I don't want those parking spaces taken out because those businesses need that parking space. That's very detrimental to them.
Jeff?
I would just ask that, as part of that, I know you've already done the motion, but that become, when those plans come in, that there is a sort of a committee that consists of, doesn't have to be me, because it doesn't have to be, but several people that we sit down at a table, not at this board meeting, we sit at a table, we look at these things, and we discuss it as a town, as a community, as friends, and see the pros and cons of these things. You know, and I think that is a better way than like, it feels a little, I understand what the gentleman in the back is saying, that it feels a little sneaky, like, we'll get these plans, we'll look at them, we'll let you know. You know, I'm just saying that's what it comes off as. I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm saying if you just say, let's have them involved when they come in, let's talk together. Because I think we're all on the same page. I really do.
If I don't deal with sneaky, I'm
No,
pretty upfront.
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that's what it
So,
sounds like.
yeah.
You're going to get these drawings,
Yeah.
and then we'll see. But see, you get the drawings. We don't. So we all sit in limbo. I continue to lose sleep. I haven't slept for almost 2 weeks, any more than 3 or 4 hours a night. So all I do is think about this and think about issues. I would just think a committee would be nice.
Jeff, didn't Hunter send you a set of the drawings as soon as he got them?
He did.
Okay, so.
Yeah,
it
that's why I
wasn't
lost a
like
lot more sleep.
Wasn't like we held them back.
But that is not sitting down in a room face to face. That's an email. Believe me, I got the drawings and I just about fell over when I saw that. I was like, that's the worst thing I've ever seen. You know. But yes, he shared them, and I appreciate that. But that's not having a committee.
Jim? Motion, seconded,
no, I got one.
discussion. You vote now?
Yeah.
Thank
Go ahead.
I would like to make a recommendation. Nobody knows the Main Street better in Newport than this gentleman here. And I think when he is talking with the state, that the other 4 of you can really learn a lot of advice from him.
Oh, I thought you were,
And I've also seen him and his cruiser get someone backed into on Main Street there.
It happens.
So,
Jim was on board with us when we voted. So.
yeah. Larry?
Larry Cody. My wife's having trouble with her leg, so I accompanied her so she could take my arm crossing the snow between the sidewalk and the parking area. And when we got up there, I was at that meeting with the state, and I was not introduced, I did not speak, but the issue that I understood was that it was the handicap crosswalk was the reason that they wanted to eliminate the parking places. Had nothing to do with striping. Striping would be a consequence of the layout with the requirements of the state or whoever dictates how close you can park to a handicap parking crosswalk. And just the other thing about the signs that you don't like, the green signs, the state did offer to bring state-approved signs, which would apparently be the yellow signs where a walking person. But the state said that at the meeting. The only thing I said at the whole meeting was they were wondering why the buildings on the east side of the street were so much higher off the road. and I waited until the end of the meeting, and then I told them that it's because it's, the town is laid out on the side of the hill coming down off Sunapee Street. And if you come to the museum and look at some of the old pictures, the east side was flush with the sidewalk at one time, and it appears that in 1915, when they paved the road, they leveled it.
Okay.
And that's the only thing I said. I had nothing to do, no decisions were made at that meeting.
Okay.
None.
All right, thank you. All right. All those in favor of the vote, say aye.
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 Abstain. Opposed, and one abstention from her. Jeff?
I believe the chamber has, in the letter that it has to be read tonight, I spoke to Shannon earlier.
Yes, they did, actually.
I want that read in the record.
Oh.
I believe the clerk has as well.
Let's see if I have it here. Yep, I'll read that. So we have it. March 20th, 2023, Newport Area Chamber of Commerce. Attention Newport Board of Selectmen. Please accept and read this letter on behalf of the Newport Chamber of Commerce and enter it in public record. The mission of the Newport Chamber of Commerce is to promote the growth and prosperity of the Newport area, promote its general welfare, and foster commerce and trade in the Newport area. It is our duty to support our local businesses and to advocate for our membership. It has come to our attention that at the March 6th Newport Board of Selectmen meeting, discussion transpired regarding the state of New Hampshire's paving project and the restriping of Main Street's parking. We believe it is critical for our businesses to have ample parking available to their customers, clients, and patients. The initial proposed loss of over 20 parking spots on Main Street during peak hours could be detrimental to the welfare of our local business community. During busy times, parking can be at a premium as is. With the proposed loss of parking spots on Main Street, the Main Street business community will feel the burden. We recognize and applaud the town of Newport's concern for safety for the motorists and pedestrians. The Chamber's businesses share this concern. We thank Town Manager Hunter Reesberg in keeping the Chamber informed through this process and are encouraged that the town of Newport is willing to look at other options of redesigning our beautiful downtown area to best suit our citizens, business patrons, and owners and motorists alike. Our business community is the heart of downtown Newport. It is of utmost importance, not just to us at the Chamber, but for our community, that we all work together to provide the best situation possible to ensure we have healthy and sustainable businesses for generations to come. Looking to the future, we also want to protect possible new businesses interested in developing on Main Street. The unintended consequence of reduced parking on Main Street could result in the inability of a future business to open shop due to parking requirements or other ordinances. We do not want to hinder future growth in our town because of restrictions in parking. Newport is fortunate to have a rich history and tradition of events and community gatherings. Winter Carnival, Apple Pie Craft Fair, Dancing with the Newport Stars, Prom, all the wonderful events at the Opera House and so much more take place in our downtown area. Reduced parking may hinder participation in our community or cause negative frustration toward the town. The Chamber of Commerce works tirelessly to spotlight all the good this town has. We do not want any adverse ill will toward our community. Another tradition of Newport is our ability to work together to come up with the best possible solutions. We are glad the Board of Selectmen and the Town Manager have taken this opportunity to rethink this proposed project and see what best suits everyone involved and affected. The Chamber has appreciated the support the Town of Newport has given us for decades. Together, we have a fantastic working relationship. We are here to offer help and suggestions, if you would like, so we can all see a greatly positive outcome. Thank you for your time and your diligence. We understand that your next meeting on April 3rd, more information will be provided regarding the changes. We look forward to learning more. And it's not signed. And I will take note that they do thank the town manager for keeping the chamber informed as to what has happened and what they're working to do. Might be passed over tomorrow, she may want to put it in the record. All right, moving on. Next item, go back to open forum.
Point of order,
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, under minutes,
yes,
we had a set of non-public minutes that were not ratified.
okay, my fault. All right. Non-public minutes from March 6th, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second. And we have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
We
Abstained?
have a question.
Yes.
We're going to do a letter to Sandy, but I think she's just unfamiliar with it, and I'm figuring how to try to, maybe she wants to read it. Sandy penned a letter before she went away, and,
Is it a good time to talk on the parking, just get a little more spotlight on it? My name's Myrtle.
Sure, go ahead.
I'm co-owner of Universal Physical Therapy, and Sandy and I did go over a little bit of how the changes that we did receive, not saying that that is what is current, but the changes we did receive would affect us as a business. So, as it was mentioned before, we're physical therapy. We have a lot of people coming in that are not as easily ambulatory as all of us here. So we need parking spaces that are close. We already have the crosswalk there that isn't handicap accessible, that is a step up onto the curb at the crosswalk. If we lose more parking, even just what's proposed, and we lose 2 to 5 patients a week, for us, that's at least $200 a week loss for ours, and a $11,000 a year minimum for just those couple of parking spaces that we lose. Some of these other things have already been brought up. We are right on Main Street, right across from the Opera House. When there are events going on at the Opera House, at the courthouse throughout the day, we already lose parking. And we've had patients have to park in the lot at Sunapee Street and walk down to us already. And thankfully, they are able to physically do that. But we don't always have those people that are. So losing these parking spots in any way, shape, or form would be really detrimental to us, and our patients, and our community. I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Did we vote? We did vote,
We
right?
did.
Yeah.
All right. All right, moving on.
Before you do that, well, you're going on to open forum.
I am.
What's that? Anything?
Talk about whatever
You
you
can talk some more.
That's not on the
You
agenda.
like that?
Bert usually talks for a
I do.
while.
It's a good place,
Oh,
you know,
tell me to leave.
I want you to stay.
All right, moving on to open forum. This is an opportunity to speak on items that are not on the agenda.
Absolutely.
Is there anyone who'd like to speak to us at this time? Yes, Mr. Dodge.
Talking about safety. I worked for several years with the state trying to get the road fixed in front of my house that was in 50-foot sections that was cement. As it was frost heaves, the pots and the whole back of my, whole length of my house would rattle. And I had worked very, very diligently with the state of New Hampshire, with Rich Ackard, and he is the one that gets all of the paperwork in order for Mr. Ball, which is the head of all of the state highways in the state of New Hampshire. And he worked with him. And this is something that got done last year. No, it was the year before last. They came, and he says, they're going to do that. He says, Mr. Ball, he says, when he wants something done, he says, it gets done. And this is Mr. Ackard, and it had to go to the executive council through the governor, had to go through traffic control, had to go through multiple things. But the construction company that came and did it were outstanding when they took all of that concrete up front of my house. And then, and it's all good now, it's great. I've been working with Hannah for 2 years. I'm trying to get some flashing signs. It's a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit through there. I couldn't cross that road, even though my legs were good. I couldn't cross that road the way the traffic is now. 30-mile-an-hour zone, a lot of those cars, and they'll certainly tell you. You know, I've seen the state police there, I've called them in Concord, and I've called Mr. Ackard to see what we could do. And Hunter says, well, we'll see if we can get some flashing signs for each end of the 30-mile-an-hour zone. And he called me last July of August, and he says, those signs have been approved. He says, we have the grant money for those signs. He's not signs, he's the flashing 30-mile-an-hour signs, like the small ones, like they have in Sunapee. And now he's waiting for another grant through the state. And it's been for near a year now, but Hunter's been working on that. I'm trying to get that second one so they can get those signs. I've probably had several dozen deer hit in front of my house. And you don't get those all hit with a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit sign. Police called last, can't remember, it was this past summer, and they said, don't go outside on your deck. There's a bear on your deck. And this is right in Guile. And when I read in these newspapers about people were saying, well, I don't want these animals in my backyard. Well, think of where you built these houses. You know, maybe you're in the deer's front yard, in the bear front yard. You know, you've taken all the land away, where do you expect they're gonna go? But to get these, to get some speed limit and safety, it's not, you couldn't go across that road from where Brown's was now, down to Hastings, you couldn't cross that road. And they're coming either direction, especially when they come around that corner now, you know, and Hunter has worked with United Construction. I said, Hunter, they picked up, they hit blue one day. You may remember this, 2 years ago, dynamite, when they blasted the face off, Ball Mountain. This shook my house. We thought the back of our house came off. It lifted our house, and we have the cannonball beds, and it picked those beds up off our floors, and they were moved 2 or 3 inches from the spots on our run. And Hunter says, well, we worked with them, and they're not going to blast, they won't blast in the fall, in the spring anymore until the frost is gone. Well, the next year, the same thing happened. Not as bad, but it was really, really bad. Well, the first one moved me off a stool. I was sitting at the counter in the kitchen, and it moved me. And the next time they did it, was in the spring, the frost line was still in. And I've asked Hunter, the front of my house is all sandblasted where they're coming out of the pit. I came down here, tried to talk to the selectmen, talked to them a few years ago. Nothing could get done. Bert was the one that says, Jake brakes. Put in some signs for some Jake brakes. Both directions are shifting in front of my house. I'm right across from Newport Mill House, Newport Motel, Dan House. Coming in, they're going in Jake brakes and they're shifting down. All of that burnt diesel is coming up and out of my house and coming the other way. 4th and 5th gear, they're all shifting, coming out of the pit, shifting in front of my house. My house is black. You can't sit out on the deck. You can't have an umbrella out there, and they won't cover their loads. I asked Hunter, I said, well, what are they doing about it? And I said, why can't you put it in one way, going in either that direction or going in one way, and coming out down by Eaton Jones, Carroll, they always came out with that when I was Eaton Jones sand and gravel. And he says, Whipple won't do that. And he says, he's not doing anything to your property. Well, making my house black and having it sandblasted is not doing anything to my house. Well, and Hunter's gone with him a couple of times. Am I correct in saying this, Hunter?
No.
What is wrong?
When you're done talking, I'll respond.
Well, that's exactly the way it happened. They blast all the time. Now they call. I went to zoning and I said, is there anything you can do? The lady there was very, very good. Hunter suggested I go to zoning. I went to zoning and she says, I'm working on it. I'm working on it with Concord. Last time I called, she says, no, nothing to do. All the permits are in place. So that's something that I have to live with. My wife is 88 years old. She was there before there was any zoning in Newport. There was no Galenco. There was no Newport Motel. There was no Roy Mel. There was no development up in the back. None of it was there. Yet now, all of those things, I know back of us is a new construction, Polarius out there, where they built all those houses out in there, and to nothing to us. And then I have somebody ask me one time, he says, Reggie, do you ever think about selling? How does that make you feel as being, I've never been late in 55 years here, 57 years in Newport, never been late on a tax bill or a water and sewer bill, never. With all of this and you're complaining, I'm not a complainer, I'm not somebody that's finding fault, but Jesus, there should be some kind of rules of something where somebody has control over something like that. You know, and to have, I called United back a few years ago and I said, you're shaking my house, the windowsills, I can't keep anything on it, with your blasting. Oh, we're not blasting down here. The man that came down, that was in the shop up in back of Hastings when you're going up that road, they made these simulators for the ejection sheets for the jets. And the generals, they would only come on Thursdays when we would test up in the air, but there was no noise with them. And in United Construction, they denied it. What did you tell me? What happened to the whole face of Ball Mountain there? It all off.
Can't answer you. Don't have an answer.
No, but it's like every time that I call or I try to do something, it's like I'm that piece of grain, just a piece of sand, and this other person is always going to be correct or right, and they can do anything they want to you where you live in your livelihood. Is that, I don't know, you're just, these are all things that's been building up. I haven't been down for a while. I try to be a very good person. I've had my front window in front of my house shot out twice, both eye level. And the police have come and I've not heard one word on either one of them. The insurance for the windows, the first one was air guns, the second pane of glass stopped it, but these were both eye level. And my wife's almost blind in one eye, and the other one, she gets a shot every 6 weeks. And to have somebody treated like that, and the second time it was marbles. My vinyl siding's been shot out with, I don't know, right underneath the street light, with marbles through my vinyl, and that went through my window, through McCrillis and Eldridge twice in 2 different years that I was shot out, and I've had no response from the police department, none whatsoever, no follow-up or anything from them. I support the police department. You asked Jim, I was a good person to them, wasn't I?
You sure were.
You know, and to be treated like that. When I had my foot operated on it, I was in a walking boot. I went in to get my revolver license. Never had an issue with him. I said to ask the chief, wouldn't come and see me, didn't come and see me. So he sent his next command down, and I says, when this is done, because I was asking to ask somebody to drive me everywhere I went, to the hospital, to Dartmouth, and I'm not anybody to ask anybody to do anything for me, as long as I can crawl. But I couldn't drive, there was just no way. And I asked him, I says, can you, and I came down, I filled out my application, and they said it's ready to call, I went down to pick, and he brought it up to the house. And I says, this is all incorrect. They'd taken everything off my old driver's license, and they didn't take anything off the new permit. And I don't know who it was. It may be the chief now. I think it was the next in command to the chief then. And I says, would you have somebody drop this off at the house? And he says, no, we don't drop things like that off at the house. Well, I sit in my front living room chair, and I watch a police guy go up in that development 3 or 4 or 5 times a week. But they can't stop somebody that's paying their taxes and you're paying for a service, and they're going by and they can't bend you a minute to drop something off. I just, you know, that these are all things that are building up that, you know, and I'm just so happy on the inside that I can come down and tell you about. Probably nothing is going to happen from any of them. But these are all things that have happened with us in the way that we live. And thank God for these people in Congress. You know, there's Richard Eggard, you've probably seen him on the TV. He's the one that's on there with the storms and stuff that comes out and talks about them. And he works directly with Mr. Ball. And the Ball was the top one in the state, the Ball Highway. He's the boss of Yar Road. They stopped, you know, right out here at the power station. They stopped last year. I don't know why they didn't come into Newport, but, you know, and some days there were 25 people out there working out, and I want to tell you, they were all workers. They paved that whole stretch in one night. And they just did a beautiful job.
All right.
Jeff?
Yes. Keith?
How far, you said, you covered a lot of things. How far is your house from this Ball Mountain where they were doing the blasting?
I would say they paved 300 feet. They went 150 feet each direction from my house down towards Hastings Service Center, going up to where Brown's Marine was. I would say it's probably about, I don't think it, maybe possibly 300 feet. Is that reasonable, Jim?
Tenths of a mile.
That's pretty close.
You know,
I don't know a lot about blasting. I'm certainly not an expert.
You what?
I don't know a lot about blasting, but when I worked at Durgan and Kroll, they did a bunch of blasting over there. And the blasting crew actually put seismometers near all the buildings. Because if the seismometer read more than what was allowed in the way of a shock
It's a good
order.
thing they didn't have one on the side of my house because they're blowing it
Well,
off.
I'm saying if they're still doing it, it might be something you can
You know,
request.
and I call, this is the ironic thing, inside, these are the fawns that come. I'm not holding grudges. When I called Hunter, they called and they said, we're gonna blast, 1 o'clock. I called the town office and I asked his secretary, I says, could you have Hunter come up? I want him here when they blast. He said, and she said, sure, I'll get a hold of Hunter and ask him to come up. He came up, and you couldn't even, when they blasted, you couldn't even hear a firecracker.
We found something about the
You
chips.
asked Hunter, you couldn't even hear a firecracker go off. We couldn't even tell if they blasted.
Yeah, when they blast, it isn't just your house
Have
that's
you ever
shaking,
seen-
it's mine
have
too.
you ever been a
Probably
farm
yours
where
is
they
gonna
did
shake a
those
lot
two
too.
blasts that I'm talking
Yeah.
about?
I do, I know what you're talking about.
Were two of them some really powerful blasts?
There's been something, yeah.
So mine shakes too, Rich.
Huh?
My house shakes too when
No, but I got a rock foundation. This was lifting my house, the whole back of the house. We thought somebody had something had come through the garage into the back of my house.
I'll tell you what I worry about. I worry that it's gonna damage my, well when that comes through.
Oh, yeah, that'd be bad. You have to go on town water.
You got me on that one. You got me.
Anything else?
So, those are just, I think they're all reasonable. I feel sorry for the way the issues and some of the things that have gone on in town. There's no firemen's association anymore. They're the ones that put on the chickens on the common. And I miss those chickens. And they were doing over 600 half chickens every time that they had it. But there's no association to do it. I don't know what's happened within the fire department. I don't know what's happened within the ambulance department in Newport in the last 10 or 15 years. They gave up going to the mountain. I don't know. These are unanswered questions. They're probably none of my business. All they are is observations on my part. But I always went to the crafts fair, but I don't go down anymore since the chicken's gone away. I was always the first one in line. You know, I thank Angie for that. I mean, he has a great recipe.
Okay, all right.
I'm gonna let you, I'll probably let you off right now until something else comes out.
Okay, we'll be here twice a month.
I'm talking about tonight, I ain't coming back.
All right, anyone else for open forum? Yes, sir.
Hi, Wayne Boardman. I'd like to bring up the cemetery, East Pine Street Cemetery. That big pine tree's fallen right apart, and I think it's damaged some of those stones.
Okay.
They're down, bad this last storm.
Yeah.
But that tree, I've been over there 7 years now, and you can look right through that pine tree.
Okay.
That's why I cut all mine down,
Yeah.
just to look through them,
All right.
And, they're 2 and 3 foot through.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hunter
Hunter
made
wrote
a
that
note.
down.
Hunter made a note of it, and he
He wrote
will contact.
Hunter's gonna respond to my comments.
Do you need him to?
I think he should, because I really shoot straight from what I remember, and my memory has been just fantastic all my life.
All right, well, you covered a lot of territory, a lot of years that I have no knowledge of, but I can only say to you that, as you recall, I believe I've been fairly responsive to your needs.
Oh, I bet you have, but nothing's been accomplished. Okay, I'll be quiet for a minute.
When you called me and we were concerned about your electrical rates and lighting costs and all that sort of
Absolutely.
stuff, came up to your house and spent some
Absolutely.
time helping you.
Absolutely,
better
and
engineer
every
it.
one of your suggestions is there.
Yeah, different lighting system for your property.
Absolutely.
And you have reported to me that you
Right.
save a lot of
And
money.
saved a lot of money, but I'll tell you, I paid it all back in the last 10 months.
And so you once did call me, you reported accurately that. you were
Right, I'm not
concerned.
saying any bad about things you haven't done, that's not the issue.
Hold
These
on.
other two issues
Hear
are
'em out,
ones I'm
hear 'em
on.
out. All right, so you have routinely expressed concerns about blasting. The one time you did call my office and asked me to come up there, I went up there and spent probably an hour. in
We
your-
didn't
sit-
hear nothing, did we?
Sitting in your living room, and I was watching the clock on your wall, and you had said, told me, I don't remember what time it was, but they were gonna blast at 1:15,
Right.
or 1 o'clock, whatever it was.
Yeah, correct.
So I watched that hand go past 1:15, let's say it was 1:15, and I got to about 1:30, and I looked at you and I said, Reggie, didn't they tell you they were gonna blast today? Yeah, they did.
Yeah. Did anybody call in, tell him that you were coming up?
If he called anyone.
I'm not accusing you of that.
Yes,
All
you
I'm
are.
asking is a question.
Yes, you are. I wouldn't, that's ridiculous. I came up there to experience what you were experiencing.
Yeah, but it never happened, nothing happened.
From what I
You telling me that's a
understand,
coincidence?
I don't know. From what I understand, they did blast. So all I can say to you is I went up there and was.
Absolutely, you did 100%, just you
So,
said.
as you and other people know, blasting that occurs at different times of year have a different effect. It has a lot to do with the seasonality, the density of the ground, the temperature, cloud cover, all those kind of things all affect blasting.
And the town manager coming to your house.
I wondered something about that. No,
No,
I'm not finishing.
No, it's okay, no.
I want to finish it about
No, that's
United.
okay. No, that's right. I haven't spoken to United. I don't know what you're talking about.
You told me that you went and saw Mr. Whipple twice and you wouldn't do anything.
No, let me correct you on that. At one point you had said, isn't there something you can do? And I said, yes. You can go back to the planning board and see if they are living within the confines of their permits.
No, I went to zoning, yes.
Zoning, planning and zoning.
Okay.
If you can demonstrate to them that they are not living within the confines of their permitting, then there's something we can do for you. So, but I said, I will offer to you that I will call United anyway. I'll
You
call
did,
them
yes.
informally and ask them, explain to them your concerns and see if they're willing to do something
Correct.
for you.
You
And I
did that.
called you back and said, I called, they don't see the relevance, they don't think there's a problem, so we're not gonna get anywhere there. That was just a nice thing that we were trying to get them to be neighborly and so on and so forth.
Absolutely, on a nice side, but they don't want that.
Well, I can only tell you what their response was to my one.
I know, yep, you did it twice, yeah.
Yeah, so, so we've done that, and when it comes to the speed and the signs on your road, I don't know that, I'm not sure we're really clear on how the process works. And Chief Lee is here, that he can, please correct me if you hear me say something wrong. He didn't know we were gonna discuss this evening, nor did I. But anyway, we apply for these grants through what are generally referred to as Governor's Highway Safety Grants. In order for us to get, there are two kinds of grants. There is one, a services grant or a patrol grant, and then there is an equipment grant. In order for us to qualify for an equipment grant, we have to apply for, let's call it a services or a special patrol grant. First, once we are approved for that, and the state blesses us and says, okay, now you guys are in the system, you're doing your patrols, specialized patrols, DUIs, whatever, cell phones, whatever the case may be, then you will be eligible to apply for equipment grants. We have been approved for the special details.
That was the grant?
That was a grant for special details.
No, I mean for the lighting.
I'm gonna get to that. That grant has to be applied for and approved first. We have applied for this patrol grant, let's call it that, and we have been approved. Now we have been approved to go on and apply for the equipment grant for signs like you're talking about. The police department has applied for those signs.
What signs? These are lights, these are
Same,
speed
yeah,
signs.
they're lit,
Oh,
they're
okay.
lit,
No,
animated.
we had a lot of discussion tonight about signs.
They're animated
I
signs.
just want to make sure these are speed signs.
Yes, these are speed signs that
Yeah.
flash and say, this
Yeah.
is the speed limit, you're going
Correct.
too fast. Those have been submitted, that application has been
Okay.
submitted, but I don't think it's been approved yet, but it's pending approval. But it's about, what, $11,000 grant?
Yeah,
That was
$11,000 for 2 portable speed signs that will flash
Correct.
your speed, as well as a handheld laser radar that the officers can use to then enforce the speed limit.
That was new, okay, that's fine.
So we received, as Hunter said, the patrol grant. The officers are just started the season where they are out doing those patrols. I've applied for the equipment grant. It's gone into the state. The Office of Highway Safety has done an initial review and said that it looks like it's all in order, and it is now in the commissioner's office for final approval. So it has to be spent by July 1st, so I suspect that in the next couple of months we will receive.
You'll be in the return coming back to you by July 1st. The correspondence from people in Concord coming back to you by July 1st?
The requirements of the grant are that we spend the money by July 1st.
Okay,
So
The approval will come back, and then we have to order the equipment.
I'm glad that I'm getting some good information tonight.
So we're doing the best we can for you, within the parameters of how the system works.
Okay, we got that, that's 100%, 110%, thank you. Now we're gonna go to the sand all over my house and the black, last time I came down, he said, what about this black?
I don't know how to fix that, Mr. Dodge, it's on a state road, I don't know how you.
Come on, Bert says, why don't you get, he says, that's easy, why don't you put no Jake brake signs out there?
Then, if the state is willing to do that.
Or deer crossing, like I said, I've dozens and dozens of deer, they're across my lawn this morning. I'll guarantee, you're gonna call this chief within the next 2 weeks, that there's deers hit right across from the Newport Motel, right in front of my house. How many times did you come up there last year? The year before?
I'm not gonna speak for the state, but my experience with the state highway, both in Vermont and New Hampshire, is they don't put deer crossing kind of signs just everywhere there's deer. You don't have them everywhere.
No, but
what they
you
do
watch
is
one of these shows and they show somebody that's killed a deer illegally or something, or a little later than what they were supposed to, or something like that, which is a hazard, absolutely. And I agree with them 100%. But here they're letting dozens and dozens of deer. Last year, the 2 young ones both got hit out.
Yeah.
Just as soon as the snow starts to go, there's no beach nuts this year. There's no acorns this year.
Yeah. So the state, I believe, and I'll be happy to be corrected, but the state does traffic accident analysis, and based on the number of automobiles / animal, deer.
Do they get that information from the police department from Newport? Does that go to the state, telling them how many deer have been hit?
We submit all accidents that have $1,000 or more worth of damage to the state.
That's
So when
probably
they
some
see-
amount, but the deer lost its life.
When they see a high volume of animal vehicle accidents, let's say in this case deer,
That's
then that
really-
indicates a deer path or an animal corridor that is in heavy use.
Yeah, I understand
And they will
that.
post that area. They won't post it just.
I just wish that they would come and look at it in the next 2 weeks, because those deer are gonna be, they're gonna get hit again. One year there was 6 of them hit there.
Okay, Reggie,
Right.
we need to move on.
I'm not finished.
Someone else needs
But I
a
haven't been down
chance.
here, I haven't been down here in years and years and years, I've left you well alone.
And we missed you.
I'll
No,
give
you
my
didn't.
time to it.
You don't, you're trying to make me feel that that's not gonna happen.
Probably ain't hit for.
I know you have to move on, well, that's good. What can you, come on, help me, Bert. What about?
You're doing fine all by yourself.
No, what about my house that's black?
They would have shut me down an hour ago.
What about my house that's black?
And you'd have sworn at us and
All
I'm
over my
gonna-
siding. I'm only 300 feet from the entrance today, but they're shifting in both ways right in front of my house. They're shifting down and they're shifting up.
Well, you will find that now with the newer trucks, that a lot of that black will go away.
We'll take it, okay, that's good, 50% of it. What about these people that are taking all these dump trucks out there that won't cover their loads? That's where the sand is coming from. 75% of them cover them, the other 25% are coming out of there loaded.
The guy in the back of the room is the guy for that.
Say that car?
Alex.
Who?
What?
Me, that's
Shake your
a,
head, Eddie.
me, that's a traffic violation, and if we see that, we will enforce it.
I wish, I guess probably, I sit in my chair so I see all of this, and you don't. Pardon me?
Invite him over for lunch, go have coffee at his
I
porch.
suppose we would, because I think maybe he's the one that wouldn't bring my permit up.
This is turning into a family affair.
Huh?
No, I don't.
You remember that? The chief wouldn't see me. I asked for him 2 or 3 times, and he says, no, he's not coming down. He said he's in Clam, every time I come down, he's in Claremont, he's not in yet. And then, what's your last name? Lee?
If you got a question, yeah, that's first.
You come down and sit, and you sat in that little private room in there, and I had a big plastic boot all the way up to my knee.
Reggie,
And I said, you drove this?
Reggie, one more thing.
Shut up.
No, no, this is not ready to do that. But at 35, up to 35 miles an hour, you don't need a tarpaulin. So what you need is a speed limit increase. Over 35, the load
You
is
just blew it. Bert, I wish I...
humor.
We have a person over here with a question.
I don't have a question, I wanted to speak, so.
Oh.
You're up.
All right, Alyssa Stevens. I just wanted to acknowledge something. As you well know, we've been here multiple times, and the last couple of times, we have come for open forum, and for some reason, open forum seems to get moved in the agenda. Me too. I said me too. I don't think it's coincidence, I don't think it's happenstance, I think it's purposeful. And thank you for once again singling out K.A. Stevens so that we have to feel singled out. Yes,
Seeing who was here tonight for the striping
yes,
for Main Street,
yes.
I asked the chairman to move Main Street up. So that's my fault. So not the board conspiracy against you, we're just trying to take care of the bulk of the people here prior. No
The
offense.
last time we were here, we walked
That's
in
this time. I
and
can't
it
let us
got,
speak for
but
last
do you
time.
understand why I felt the way I felt probably?
So I apologize for making you feel that way, but that wasn't my intention, of no less than what I guarantee.
Josh Stevens, K.A. Stevens, here to discuss the road ban waivers. It's come to our attention that there's some concern of the road ban waiver that we've been given from you folks, whether or not it's acceptable to operate business as business, or whether or not in and out of our pit, it's only registered vehicles to us. To the best of my knowledge, you folks have given the same waiver to two other entities in town, both Carroll Concrete and United Construction. And in doing so, their trucks, both entities have their own trucks that enter in and out of their pit quarry roads, along with customers. It has been questioned whether or not ours is acceptable to have that happen, is what we've been understood.
I took a look at the three waivers that we, approved a couple meetings ago tonight. They're all identical, except for the name of the company and the road. So all three companies with waivers should be operating the same way. And basically, the waivers basically say that the company with the waiver will maintain the road in a passable condition. Now, the town has no interest in going out and checking to see what trucks go up there. But, you have a waiver to get to your pit, like Carroll and United do, as to whether it's just your trucks or someone else's trucks, that's beyond my knowledge of how the waivers work, but, I would say the key is, whoever's using your pit, pretty much you've signed the waiver to take responsibility for that road during this, mud season.
And who is that to include or preclude?
Jim,
Yeah, so when we signed this waiver, it was my understanding that those waivers were for the conduction of business. That was my understanding because I have knowledge and a longstanding history with watching these waivers at other businesses such as United, Carroll, prior to them, Weed, operating on Pike Hill Road. Everybody utilized their pits, not just their own business. So it was always my understanding, and even speaking with some of these businesses, it was also their understanding that those waivers were for the conduction of business. Not limiting them to simply their own registered vehicles, meaning that anybody that visited them would have to get an equal waiver to do business there with them. That was not what my understanding of those waivers were. That's not what my understanding is that businesses think that's what those waivers are for. And this was briefly brought up, not at a formal meeting, but it obviously is being brought up now, and I think that this board ought to entertain a motion to amend those waivers for the conduction of business. After all, those waivers are signed so that those businesses are accepting the liability and the potential damage that may occur to these roads. So if they are accepting that they're going to be potentially experiencing damage caused by people visiting their pit or their operation, that's for them to accept. And that's what is actually happening. So if we choose not to enforce, or we're not actively out there watching those pits, that's to say we're not watching any road for any truck to violate any waiver, any posted road. So if we single out a dump truck or a log truck that gets stuck on, say, Channels Mills Road, Are they being held to the same standard that these other businesses are? No. But that's not our intention. Our intention is that we allow these businesses to operate, whether it's Stevens, United, Carroll, whoever it may be that's operating a pit, and we give them these waivers is for the conduction of business. So I think we should have a motion, I would like to make a motion that we amend that waiver to include for them to conduct business.
The 3 waivers.
Correct, the 3 waivers, for them to conduct business. And that would include anybody that they allow to visit their business, who they deem worthy to do business with them.
Is this in relation to the telephone pole?
Yes, that's what prompted this
Okay,
question.
so,
Yes.
because I read through it, and it was, I think I was in Florida when I was reading it, so I didn't pay much attention, but anyway.
Well, thanks, Barry. I appreciate it.
But I did see that there was some issue that the company wouldn't go on there because they didn't want to wreck the area or something of that nature.
Policy.
Yeah, company policy.
Yeah.
So I don't know how to deal with that.
So if that's their policy, that's fine, they don't have to go there. But reality, what is really happening? Those other businesses are doing business, and people are violating the weight limit,
Yeah.
right? The police department could be out there stroking every single truck that visits them for business.
Yeah. But we
But
can't.
they're not.
We can't compel.
Because that's not what the expectation of that waiver was
Yeah.
for. The expectation was for the conduction of business.
Yeah.
It should be to allow them to conduct business. Take out the utility company in this case,
Situation, yeah.
take them out. Because
But
they're
they're part of
not gonna seek a waiver, right? That's irrelevant. Right? Take that company out of it. It should be for the conduction of business.
Is there a second?
Second.
Josh, you have something you want to say?
But there's more to come, Jeff.
Okay.
Okay? Okay, section 231:191, Roman numeral 7. I'm reading the last part of it. Well, come on, I'll read the whole. The governing body of the municipality, which establishes maximum weight limits more restrictive than the limits set forth in RSA 266:17 through 26 for any class 4, 5, or 6 highway or portion of such highway, seasonal or otherwise, which restricts a commercial or industrial company operated or located in that municipality shall hold a hearing if requested by the impacted business. I want to stop there for a minute. The waiver that you gave was individual. Stevens' trucks could go in and out. Carroll's trucks could go in and out. United's trucks can go in and out. Bert can't go in and get a load of sand.
Correct.
So therefore, what have you done to the business? Carroll makes his concrete structures. Tractor trailer comes in. That's not Carroll Concrete. Carroll Concrete truck can take it out, no gas up the road, take a forklift and unload it, put it on the other truck. The waiver that you gave is incomplete, wrong, and just doesn't do the job. Now taking it on to the second page, to read a little further, the hearing shall be held within 15 working days of receipt of a certified letter by the local governing body from the impacted business requesting a hearing. Otherwise, enforcement of the maximum weight limits established by that municipality shall be suspended for the remainder of the year or until such hearing is held. In other words, this law protects the business. We're going to shut down your roads, and everybody can go if you don't have the hearing, and if you have the hearing, you better make the right decision. This was not to prohibit people and close their businesses down, which is what you sent to these 3 companies. That is significantly wrong. It is turning them into outlaws. Go back to Coonbrook Bridge. You put a weight limit sign on it that is not lawful, and so everybody either has to be a lawbreaker by driving over the bridge or not. You've heard it before. Unity's truck has to go across and turn around and go back. Newport's truck had to go across, turn around, and come back. The grader's the same way. Or go all the way through Claremont. So that kind of mental absence of thought that is regulating what's going on with Stevens Construction particularly is absolutely asinine. It has to stop. So right now, with your motion, you undo what you did, the waiver you did, and you do a new waiver that clearly states that the company and his customers can go in. Anything other than that, tonight, you've got a certified letter by him being here saying that he wants a hearing. Is that fair to say, Josh? Now, you're not gonna get a certified letter, and if you hold to the certified letter, you'll have the damn thing. Certified letter just notifies you of what's in his mind, and he's made it clear tonight. So, bullshit's gotta stop.
So as I had mentioned to you when this came up, what might happen, I'm not saying what might happen, is that you're making the pit, whether it be K.A. Stevens or United, solely responsible for really unbridled traffic, which is fine. Because, it's not really being enforced anyway. That may be the practical application. But it does saddle them with a fair amount of liability. So an alternative to that would be to not post those 3 roads at all. Because in effect, that's really what you're doing. And not try to regulate it in any way, shape, or form. So, we'll enforce whatever policy you want. But for those in the room who think these things happen willy-nilly, we have had these things reviewed by our attorney, and we are acting on the recommendations of counsel.
Jeff, please. Bert? That's a good idea. Because what's really going out of these pits is what is needed to repair all the other veins, arteries, everything out there. Because if the town of Unity can't get into a pit and get dirt, he can't fix his roads. And it happens right here. So to do away with it for the pits. And you have to take care of the road, or they do. Well, they want the customers to come in and out. I've seen paid shell to the point where you go in empty, praying that you get there, me driving the truck, and you go out loaded, you make it, and you pray the next guy in makes it. So, that's a good idea, the Hunter Scott, that's the first one.
Disagree with unposting the roads, and here's why. We give him a permit to operate those 3 pits. 3 different permits for the conduction of their business. A logger up the road decides he wants to log, does a bunch of damage. He's got to fix it. They got to fix it. If we post the roads and we give the waivers for the conduction of business, they have to fix that. The logger has to do what's right and get a waiver himself, because the logger himself is going to be potentially creating some damage.
Just for the pits, Jim.
So
you're talking Page Hill Road from...
correct. Those 3 roads, those 3 locations.
From here to the Unity Road. You're talking Aspen from here to there.
Yeah.
It's not like you're talking...
I get it, but I just want to, I don't want to open up these businesses to liability that they may not be willing to accept. They're willing to accept the conduction of their business, which I would agree to that, and that's what it should be, for the conduction of their business. And anybody else should do it correctly. Get the waiver.
Josh?
That's my thought on it.
I'd also like to point out, we've owned and operated a property on Aspen Road, 37 Aspen, for over 25 years. During that period of time, we've worked with our neighboring Carroll Concrete to do our due diligence to keep traffic flowing on that road, and over the years, Carroll's done multiple clearing operations on their own to make it better for that community, along with both Carroll and I as a business that would add stone as needed and have worked together flawlessly. I've asked for, in a 91A request, for the information for the last 5 years of these waivers. Since your new Public Works Director and Town Manager have taken place, this has become a debacle. Your Public Works Director is a large piece of this puzzle. I would also like to know if my neighboring Carroll Concrete, the business that neighbors us, do they have a waiver for Aspen Road? Or is it for only Pike Hill?
I can't recall if we gave one for Aspen.
It's at the end of Carroll Conference. By the old sawmill.
Somehow I think Aspen's missing.
Thank you.
What bothers me the most,
Who is it, Carol? Newport Sand and Gravel says Pike Hill Road.
And do they have one for Aspen Road?
I don't see it listed here.
So their block plant abuts our land and our entrance to our business,
Okay.
okay? So they also have a road directly across the street from Aspen Road. So their block plant, Aspen Road, and then it's their property, and they have a back road that they travel on. But they still have to travel across Aspen Road to get to the other side of their land. Now, we've never nitpicked, and that's what Josh just said. We
it
have
bothers me that I
never.
have to bring up another business because it obviously pins us against each other. And we've all worked in that community very well together. It hasn't been an issue. You haven't had people coming in and saying, my gosh, Stevens or Carroll that destroyed the road over the last 25 years. And if they have, then I stand corrected, but I highly doubt that. And we've gotten to a situation now where what is being put on us should be put on everyone. And the fact is, it's not. And so now let's think about the business. I come into my yard, I happen to be 300 feet from where Carroll is. Next thing you know, Carroll has a business, they have a truck that goes in. Who's going to referee who destroyed the road? Am I responsible for it? Is it Carroll Concrete that's responsible for it? Who's going to police it, Jeff?
My assumption was,
It worked before, but we've done what we've done and it doesn't work, so.
okay, so what's not working now?
Why we're here, to talk about waivers that we've received for the last 5 years and have had no issue with.
So why is there an issue with the waiver today?
Because we were questioned
Questioned by who?
whether or not we could continue to do business, whether the trucks that came in and out of our facilities, the 2 waivers that we have, they have to be, based on your waiver, it says registered vehicles.
Yeah.
The town manager questioned it.
Yes, you did.
When and where? Did you question it to a select board member? Or
I don't know
anyone
what
in
you're talking
particular?
about.
So when I asked
All that came
your
up to my
public works
office was-
director specifically in an email today, his comment,
Hold on, let me read what I wrote to Todd
While you're
today.
looking at that, the only weird thing I've become aware of is when you asked PSNH to come in and do whatever they were gonna do, and we said, sure, we'll give you a permit, and they said, we don't want one.
the email said,
That's all I know.
okay.
Good morning, Todd. It's our understanding that our current 2023 road ban waivers on Coonbrook Road and Aspen Road are for K. Stevens and Son Incorporated to use only their company vehicles to utilize the waived roads and not for conducting business. Can you please confirm? Also, do the other businesses in town that received road ban waivers, i.e. Carroll, Concrete, United, anyone else that may have received them, I'm not sure, because I didn't receive my 91A request within 5 days, know that this is the meaning of their current 2023 waivers. Thank you for the clarification. That was at 11 o'clock this morning. At 3:52, I received an email back from Todd. Good afternoon, Alyssa. Thank you for your request this morning in regards to the 2023 road ban waivers. I'm hoping to have an answer for you soon. This is our Public Works Director. He has no idea what anyone is signing in this town on these waivers and what it means for the roads that are posted. This is very scary.
Mr. Chairman, can I respond to this? Because this is, boy, it's getting pretty tangled. So the only part that we're...
It's not getting tangled.
There's nothing tangled about his response.
That's clear what happened. Here comes the tangle right here.
Then let's do the same.
Bad behavior.
So, we first became aware of this when there was a question, I believe it came from the Stevens, about why public service could not come to their property. It was at that time, when they raised the question, is why can't PSNH come to their property? Doesn't our permit allow them to come to their property? That we raised the question is, we believe that it only pertains to the specific permittee, if you will. And in fact, I discussed this with various members of the board, and there was a difference between perception as to whether or not in Newport, does that apply to the permittee or does that apply to all the permittees' customers? My experience, not that that is controlling, is that it only applies to the permittee in deference to the select board's perspective as to how it may have been applied in Newport.
we asked town council. Town council confirmed that it should only be applied to the permittee. With respect to your 91A request, Mr. Cartier sent that message to you today at my request, I believe. Or actually, I sent you.
You
an
responded,
email.
yes.
I responded,
Yes, you
but he
did.
also, earlier in the day, was aware that there was going to be a few days delay in responding to your 91A request. And so he sent you another email just to confirm and be courteous that he was going to get back to you soon on that 91A request.
It's not the 91
That
request.
absolutely was not pertaining to that.
That was talking about our waivers.
Like you normally do, that's bullshit.
Excuse me?
That is not correct and you know it.
No, I don't. I'm
That
confused.
email was specifically sent to Todd Cartier in reference to the waiver,
Well,
not the
I don't
91A
have-
request.
I don't have it. I asked him today
Yeah.
to communicate to you, so maybe you're talking about a different communication.
I'm talking about the communication I just read about the waivers. It has nothing to, he's had nothing to
The board's not
do.
gonna control this. This is ridiculous. How much more do we take as a business? This is ridiculous. I'm sick of coming in here for this.
This is why I made the motion to alleviate the issue.
You had a second, right?
If that motion carries, and we have a vote to amend that, they can then conduct their business, and everybody can be treated
And
equally.
United and Carroll, and we're all set to the same standards.
Exactly.
Should be.
It's
Any
easy.
other, and that.
It really is easy.
And that includes other entities that come to do
Correct.
business with them.
Conduction of
Part of their
business.
business.
Part of their
Yes.
business. That's
All
simple.
right, we've had a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, abstaining? All right.
I heard Todd oppose.
Barry, November 7th was our last time that Josh and I came here. And Jeff was not here, and you
Right.
were sitting in as a chairperson, vice
Correct.
chair, okay? And we had a pretty cordial conversation, I thought,
Yeah.
for the most part.
Mm.
You stated that you were very apologetic from yourself and the board. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but that's what you stated.
If I said it's true.
For what our business and what we have gone through for the last 2.5 years. And you stated that you, as a board, were putting in policies and procedures in place and training for town employees to ensure that what had happened to us would never happen again to another
I believe we
business in
started
this town.
that. Right.
Well, clearly it's not working, 4 months later. I don't know what you've implemented or tried to implement, but it's not working because we're back here again.
Mhm.
I took your word that you would make this better for us. Nothing has gotten better. It's only gotten worse with Hunter and with Todd. They're running the show here, guys. I don't know if you've recognized. They are running you. You are not managing them anymore.
Oh.
You guys are in elected positions from the townspeople for a specific purpose. That's to oversee the townspeople and to be in the best interest of the town and businesses and corporations and anyone that lives in this town. My expectation, Josh's expectation, that you guys stand up. We have a laundry list of shit that we have been put through. And no one is taking ownership. We're taking ownership of the shit that we're going through, and we come to you guys, and nothing happens. Nothing good, nothing beneficial. The only thing that happens is we come back here with another example of the challenges and harassment that we're put through. I don't understand how much more you guys want to take from these people. They work for you. You don't work for them. I manage people every day. We own a company. My employees do not tell me what to do. And they start feeding me a crock of crap, I know it. So keep it coming. You guys seem to really enjoy it. But we're the only business in this town that comes here and says stuff like this. And brings examples, concrete examples.
Well, other than Main Street, Jeff, you did a wonderful job
Well,
this
it's
evening.
starting. It's starting.
Well, affected businesses.
All right, anything else?
Yes.
But that's all I get from you is anything else next? I'm looking for a response. Barry's the only one, Jim's the only one that ever has any comments in our favor. You're clearly very much against us, Jeff. I don't know what we have done, but I would love to know. And so would this entire town that asks us every day, what could you and Josh and Kay Stevens have done to Hunter and Todd to piss them off so bad that they would harass you guys for 2 years.
I'll take exception to that because I'm the one who basically commented that whatever you feel your waiver says should be the same as.
This is a
everyone else.
waiver. I'm talking about a year of a posted bridge in monies that have been down the drain because of that. We're talking about a bid on Sand Hill Bridge that somehow we didn't get because of a defaming letter by Todd Cartier. Who wrote that? I'm pretty sure it was Hunter, because I don't know that Todd could actually write that.
He still has his job.
And he still has a job.
Yeah, why is he working? His name's on it.
His name is on it.
I know it.
We never did a bridge in Henniker, New Hampshire. Call them again. What do you have to say about stuff like that?
Say it shouldn't have happened.
It shouldn't have
The letter
happened.
shouldn't have happened and it has been addressed with the personnel that were involved.
So do you know who else it needs to get addressed to while we're on the letter? It's the state of New Hampshire. Department of Transportation. I've reached out twice now. They really don't want to talk to me. Why? Because they know it's a bunch of political bullshit that's gone on here. And you know, Hunter says the town, or Hunter says the state, and the state says it's Hunter, and it's just pointing friggin' fingers, back and forth. We need our name cleared with that state of DOT, with C.R. Willkie. And I'm asking right now, in person, and if you need it in writing, I'm happy to do so, is that a letter needs to be written to the state of New Hampshire Department of Transportation, letting them know that that letter is false, falsified and defaming on K.A. Stevens, and that is not true.
Sent to the exact same person who received the letter.
C.R. Willkie.
That was false.
Yes.
And for all intents and purposes, if any other business that you do, someone did that to your business, they'd be criminally liable because it is defamation.
Why are they still
And
working for the town?
And it cost us local jobs and $23,000 more of taxpayer money to go to another company. The low bid was there, and a dishonest lie was sent to DOT after the bid was in Stevens' pocket, and it got taken away. And you sit there, Jeff, like nothing, and he sits here like nothing. No, it's really important. It's got to stop. And the real part about this is I don't for the life of me understand why Stevens hasn't taken you to court.
Well, that'll be next, I guess.
You know why? I finally figured it out. Because he's so loyal to this town. He does things for the school, unbelievable, all kinds of things. He does them for the town. You want a guy in the middle of the friggin' night, you call, he shows. And treat him like shit like this, and then leave that guy in the post down there, and then you got this second thing? Give me a break. It doesn't figure. It doesn't work. It's bullshit. And that means, I don't know. Jeff, I don't see how you don't see it. I don't see how this board doesn't take him into non-public and say, hey, look, fix the fucking problem.
You can't fix it anymore, Bert. What can you fix? The bridge is done. The damage is done, and it continues to be done. So my request, I have 2 requests of the board, and I can send this in writing. Our request to the Board of Selectmen in the town of Newport is just this. A letter be written from the Board of Selectmen on town letterhead and sent to C.R. Willkie at the NHDOT, acknowledging that the previous letter written by town employee Todd Cartier on behalf of the town was written out of malicious intent and that the information within the letter has no actual or factual basis. That's number 1 request. Number 2, a letter of apology written from Todd Cartier personally, no one else can write it for him this time, personally to K.A. Stevens and Son, acknowledging his wrongdoing and the reason why it was done to us. Those are my 2 requests. Those are our 2 requests.
I don't see why he's still working for the town.
We've asked for a long time too, but those are my 2 requests.
Yes.
And the first one has got to get done. Immediately. And I will be following up with the state again.
All right, Jeff, a lie by a town employee that it has the effect that his had is unacceptable. It is not us slap your hand. This is what you gotta learn. it is a goodbye song.
This was grounds for
Because
dismissal.
that was an outright distortion lie. It was not fact. It hadn't happened. But yet it cost this company and this community. And he's still employed, and now we got another one. If he didn't have part in this, I'll be damn surprised. It's unacceptable, and I can't believe that this board does not see it. I know you can't act on it now, I understand that. But if he's still there 3 months from now, wow. If he doesn't take you to court, I will. I'll figure it somehow. I'll do it in your name. And that lie won't be any different than their lie, right?
Jim, you had a hand up? I just don't understand how this is still happening. I mean, I think they've been pretty good, because if this was happening to me, I would burn your ass down so fast. It is unbelievable. You 5 work for the people, and you're taking the blame publicly, because lots and lots and lots of people talk to me. You 5 are taking the blame for all the bullshit Hunter and Todd Cartier do. You're the elected officials that won't get reelected next time. He's not gonna lose his job until someone fires him on the board. Todd apparently can commit fraud and not lose his job. That's pretty impressive to me. See, I've always been held to account for everything I do and paid fully to the extent. Apparently Todd has got a set of balls on him because he can write a letter that's false, sent to the state, hurt their business, cost taxpayers in the state of New Hampshire $100,000 more, $20,000 in Newport, still has his job. That amazes me. Like, truly amazes me. Every employee that's ever quit this town, ask them why they left. They're gonna say that man right there. Guess that falls on deaf ears. No one wants to hear that, I guess. Why don't you have a poll? Ask people, what do you think the issue is in town? It's all gonna point to the same thing. Hunter's done a lot of good for this town. He's got a lot of grants. I'm sorry, but all those great things he's done doesn't make up for all this stuff here. Posting a road. He lies to you guys in meetings. It's not very hard to find. Moore's minutes are so good. I did a whole show on it. I took little excerpts of everything. Hunter says, oh, it was the bridge. We're trying to save it. It's all this. Oh, it was the road. Oh, no, it was the bridge. I had 2 construction companies come out and look at it. It's on my desk. Love to see it, because I bet you that never happened. And then on the record, Barry says, it was not the road that was posted. It was the bridge. I'm at a meeting with the SRO meeting. Jim Burrows, your board member, says, I talked to the chief today, or recently, and said, yep, no problem, it's all worked out. Hunter says, I talked to the chief earlier today, and it's not worked out. Who's lying? It's not very hard. If you want to watch minutes and go through everything, it's not hard to find lies. You just can't lie. You get caught. And I see it over and over and over again. Who do you work for? If you ask anyone out there, you watch a school board meeting, Donna McGoo works for us. If she steps out of line, we'll put her in line, because that's how it works. You work for him. Clearly, watch the meetings. It's like everything is predetermined, because it's like, Hunter says we're going to do this. Hunter says in a meeting, straight up, that we'll discuss this out of the public session. Who the hell is he to tell you that? You're the board. You make the rules, not Hunter. And everything doesn't have to go to legal. Have you seen the legal fees? 91 those. We've spent like $1 million in the last 5 years in legal fees. Now, Paul said a lot of that was in London Hospital. Okay, but every time you call a lawyer, it's not free. About a waiver? Give him the goddamn waiver, just like you give Carol. You wouldn't take Carol on because they'd bury your ass in court. He's just being nice. United's the same way. They would bury your ass. How many times does this guy have to come here? I got nothing in this. I know Josh from school. I don't work for him. It's nothing to me. But this is my town, and I'm sick of this bullshit. It's not okay. So who's going to have enough balls to stand up and say, hey, we're not going to do this anymore? We're not going to let employees write fraudulent letters on your letterhead that represent you and send it to the state, and now all of a sudden you don't get a job there, and it sounds like the state really isn't interested in working with them anymore. And you have 2 more bridge jobs on your agenda for tonight to talk about. Is he blackballed from those 2? You might want to start answering to the public. Or next time, I'll make sure there's 100 freaking people here, and this meeting goes all night long.
What about the last 3 water jobs?
Or
It's the inaction and the denial that adds the real sting to the wound that was made, and it's not going away. The wound keeps getting opened up by these bad decisions. So, when does it end, Jim? When do you as a board listen and hear what's been said and come to the conclusion that what happened was unacceptable and it's got to change? It's obvious that he isn't making the switch because it's not happened. Time has gone by and nothing's happened. Still, the wrong. Reading the statute. What really happened was Josh called Mr. Spalding and says, "What about this law?" I read it. And he says, "Wow, that's you only, Carol only. Your customers can't come in. I can't go to Sand. But what I'm breaking this regulation that you put in. How stupid." And I didn't even graduate high school. I mean, I didn't go to college. Damn, I'm a dummy. And I can figure it out. You get a guy down there getting how much money? How much money? What's his pay? It's not private, it's right in your budget, so I'm asking you a question, please answer.
I can't answer it right now.
What,
I have a copy of the budget.
160?
What?
160.
No, he's talking about the public.
How much?
Works.
Oh, Public Works?
Yeah, how much? How much?
About 100.
Wow.
I wish I made 100 for that.
With the car.
Yep, about $2,000 a week.
Yeah.
With free transportation.
Wow.
I have one more thing to say. Are you done, Bert? I'm sorry. You were
Yes. For now I am, yes. Go right ahead, Judy.
There's one thing that needs to be acknowledged here as well, is that 3 weeks ago when you guys were reviewing the road waivers here, and you were handing them out, and Barry asked, as everyone's getting handed over to Hunter, did Stevens ever fix the road on Coonbrook, by the way? Which I don't think was probably the right time or the place, and if you had a question, I would love to have had that conversation. And Hunter said, no. And then he kind of misstepped a little bit and said, well, kind of, or maybe, or a little, or something. So to clarify, that road at the beginning of Coonbrook got paved in October. Did it not? Just as we had said, we will pave it, we will take care of it. What our proposal was last fall that we brought to the board was to actually reconstruct and redesign the entire big portion of it, because paving it is really like a Band-Aid. We're gonna have to pave it again in how many years? Depends on the road, depends on the weather.
No idea, depends on the year.
And Jeff said, I'm not really sure why you're here. Why are you asking the board about a proposal? You really need to be talking to who? Who did you tell us to talk to, Jeff?
About what? The rebuilding of...
The rebuilding of Coonbrook
section
Road,
of
the
it.
section in the beginning. When we came with a proposal and said,
That I don't recall.
Okay,
If
do
you
you-
go back in the minutes, we were told that we should be presenting this to the Public Works Director. After that meeting, we presented it, we requested a meeting, we agreed on a time frame, never to show up. He doesn't show up, he sends his superintendent down. The correspondence from there was with his superintendent, Jeff. Listen, the things that have gone on here, we built 1,200 feet of that road for you folks, pro bono. The gravel section's rebuilt. We offered to rebuild the paved section pro bono because it was a benefit to the community. And what more do we do?
well, do you have other businesses in town that are rebuilding roads for you guys free, pro bono? Probably not. Probably not. So just for the record, that is newly paved, that's new pavement down on the beginning of Coonbrook.
I knew that, yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure that's very clear to everybody.
Oh, I knew that.
That we are maintaining and taking care of Coonbrook.
Okay. Jeff?
You know, this is what I mean by my letter about philanthropy, helping out the people like this. Do it because they do it. People like myself who just do it. We don't even advertise. We don't even care. We just do it. And when you do things that crush people, that crush your spirit, where you're like, I don't give a shit anymore. I don't care. I'm going to leave this freaking piece of plywood in the front of my window forever. And I'm going to write something on it. I don't know what. You know what? That's the way it makes me feel. You know what? That's what it makes it. Look how angry they are. this striping happens in town, I'm an angry person now. I'm not a happy person any longer in Newport. I'm done. That's the way it feels, and not just to me. Do you have any idea how David Lance feels? Thinking he's going to have one spot after 50 years in a building. Do you have any idea? He won't say it because he is the most humble person, and he won't. And he sat here, and he sat in the corner, and he said nothing. He came here on my request. I said, David, you mean a lot to this community. You should be seen. You guys need to stand up. They're right. You could so easily tonight have said, you're right. We're not looking at the state proposal, and stood up and said, we own our town. They don't own our town. We make the decisions. It's unfair. It really is unfair to those who just give out of their hearts for this community. And you do too. You don't sit here because you don't love this community. This is not a paid job, and the amount of crap you're getting tonight, I'm not so sure I'd want to sit up there. So I'm not discluding you from this. I'm just saying recognize that it's on a lot of different levels, and it really hurts sometimes. Really, really does. You know, I was really shocked. I said, how about having a committee? I thought, oh, they'll say yes. You know, good Lord, it's such an easy thing to do. You know, let us be involved. Goodness gracious, there's a rec center committee that went on forever. You know what? No one really cared. You know, why can't there be a Main Street? Let's look at Main Street. Let's look at the fact there isn't any parking around the common. Maybe there's some solution. Maybe we can have something that addresses these things. Involve us. We want to be involved. We beg to be involved. The little teeny vote. Keep this right from the same. Help us out. A little teeny bit. Hear us. Hear what we say. You could have done it tonight. You just pushed it off. This push off made me feel like crap for the next 2 weeks. I gotta wonder, will I have my business? Won't I have my business for the next 2 weeks? While you decide to look at a state thing that has a regulation that we already clearly know is not gonna really budge because it is what it is, and it says this is what it is. So either they say we're not gonna do it, which they already said we have to do it. Are we not smart? Can we not stripe our own lines? You know, I'm just saying, guys. You know what they're saying is echoed by a lot of people in the community, and it is getting deeper. It's getting really deeper. It really is. And when I see someone like David Lance upset, I know something is really wrong. I really feel for him. I didn't come here for my own sake. Like I said, I will figure it out. I don't really even need a fitness center on Main Street. Now, honestly, it's kind of a gift to town. I don't make any money in that business. My business is a laundry business. I do it a lot of places. That is, you know, just something that I enjoy. So I don't feel threatened. Really overly threatened by I do a little bit because of the EKG block. It's a big block, it needs a lot of work. And I put a lot of effort into that to try to make a nice place for Sandy there. Thought it would fit onto Main Street. She feels really, really hurt. Now, she lost her place when Domino's came in. But with 3 weeks' notice, we renovated that place so fast for her because we wanted to help out. I mean, yeah, it was really good timing. Bought the building, she needed a place, got her in there, it was super good on Main Street, but you know what? She can't take it. She really can't. She really can't take moving again. I don't know that Universal will exist any longer. I really don't. And I don't know why these questions of such a simple thing like line striping isn't just a we made a mistake. They're all set, guys. Sandy feels good. I feel good. Dave feels good. All people on Main Street feel good. You guys feel great. Maybe Hunter doesn't. You know, maybe he's got a bone to pick because I couldn't stand the idea of the rec center that we voted on for 3 years being shoved down our throats for so darn long. Maybe he just wants to put me, in a bad position. I have no idea. So I don't understand it. I don't know why we would do such a ridiculous line painting thing on Main Street. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. I really don't get it. All I gotta say.
Yes, ma'am, in the back, state your name.
I don't know all the legal ins and outs, but can you guys make a motion that you follow through with Alyssa's request, at least for the letter to the state, to clear their name?
Well, you've gone in a different direction. You'll make the decision yourselves.
I mean, I'm gonna have to look at the letter. Certainly the paragraph mentioning the bridge in Henniker or wherever was incorrect, but I'll have to look at the whole letter to determine, just what the whole letter says.
Incorrect, Jeff, is a gentle word.
Hopefully that's what-
Downright fucking lie is more like it.
Lie?
Yeah, we have a,
I know you do.
You want to hear me swear?
No, that is,
Why don't you
nobody
say it
wants
to
to
the
be lied
company
to.
so that they lease it
Nobody.
out?
The last time I came in here, there was a food truck across from the road from my house. He came every day and I started that generator. Every day that he came, 10 o'clock in the morning, I'd have a headache all day long until we shut it off and left in the afternoon. Barry came up and listened to that generator, and he said, that is loud. All right. I had two people here.
Get a motion?
Yes, two people in this room says, we're gonna send a letter, cease and desist. I hired an attorney out of Concord, really reputable attorneys. I went to your zoning board. They made several conditions for this food truck. None of those were compliant. Came up and took pictures. I was way into four figures in dollars with this. I called Hunter and I says, what's the story? Well, he says, those violations, he said, those aren't enough to shut them down. Two people in this room told me, the third one isn't here now, that they had sent the letter. The letter never went. I asked Hunter, I says, did you get the pictures? And he says, yeah, and he says, we're not gonna shut them down for those infractions. This is just a general question in who is in charge of the zoning board? Because the zoning board, as far as I'm concerned, made all of those stipulations that this had to do. And two lied to me here and said the letter had been sent, and it didn't. Who's in charge of that? Or why do we have a zoning board?
The zoning board, in looking at that food truck, did not put any limits on the noise from a generator. He had stated it was a quiet generator, but there's no conditions set, and that permission was given for the food truck. And that was a fault of the zoning board that they did not specify that.
Did you tell me that there was gonna be a letter sent?
No, I don't think so.
Sitting at a picnic table down at the craft fair?
I
No,
can't recall.
no, you didn't? How about Mr. Brown?
He's not here.
He's not here, okay.
I think it goes without saying that we should correct anything that was in that letter that is not correct. So if that should come from the board.
I would agree with that,
Yeah.
starting right from the first paragraph.
And obviously, we can't unring the bell what's been done. All we can do is go forward from here in the best possible way. And the best possible way to do that is to start correcting some of those wrongs. And if that means we send that letter, we send that letter.
Jim, you're 100% right,
100%.
because they've not taken any legal action, because they're good people. What they need is what she asked for, an apology, undo it, so that this guy in Concord still thinks that Josh Stevens' company is garbage. So undo the wrong, like anybody else would, and then you're done. To the stonewalling and the covering and the lies, sickening. It's sickening. And you all are complicit, because you can see what we see. If in fact the silver tongue over here isn't convincing you that, oh, we gotta do this, or whatever it is.
He's not saying nothing.
The unfortunate side of this is that we do a lot of things that the public does not see. You know that from sitting on board, you know that from sitting on boards, that there are things that occur outside of the public eye.
A fraud, Jim?
So, and what I'm telling you is that we cannot unring the bell, all we can do is move forward in the best possible way.
I got that.
And that's what we're trying to
I think I'm ringing
do,
the bell.
so.
Just the apology and writing the
I get
letter,
it.
unring the bell.
I get it,
Data is the best information you can
I
get.
get it.
You can't
So-
get enough of it, you don't make a decision.
so.
You know, why is Todd still working though with this letter that put out like that?
That's criminal.
From our town.
That's
That
criminal.
puts our town in a bad spot too. You know, if you did this like that for the police, you know, you've been down the goddamn road. You know, your ass be dragging it.
It sets us up for
But
liability.
Hunter?
the letter comes out like this, whether Todd wrote it or he wrote it.
It doesn't matter.
Somebody needs to,
It doesn't matter who wrote it.
somebody needs to pay for it. Okay, and number one, Todd's name's on it, it's typed, but it needs to be headed up, him gone, unless he wants to blow the whistle on Hannah. You know, that's what I'm saying.
Hunter, you have a comment, or are you good?
I've got lots of comments, but the night is not long enough, and in deference to the reputations of others, I'm not at liberty to disclose certain information that you all actually have and that we
Right.
discussed. So I've taken a fair amount of direct hits here tonight. And I don't want-
We all have.
Don't take these personal.
Oh, yeah, don't take it personally. So,
I wanted to change diapers. Nice guy.
I want him to change his diapers and grow up.
You know, I look our reputation as a nice guy.
so as you all know, that there's a lot more of these stories with information that you have been provided that we are unable to share here. And in deference to some of the reputations of some of the people in this room, we are unable to share that information. So I'll just leave it at that. And whether people want to take that on full faith and credit or not, I don't know. It's up to them. And I'll leave it to you all as board members to reflect on whether or not you have sufficient information and have been provided with sufficient information as to what has happened and how things have come to pass. That's all I can discuss in an open forum of this nature.
Tim?
All right, so I just want to address that letter. So what other information do you need that, was misinformed? Like, if you write a letter that damaged, first of all, besides what, libel, because it's in writing, or slander, or whatever, like, I don't get it. What'd you do? Have a stern talking to him? Don't, target our businesses and write letters that aren't true? Like, I don't get it. And I'm understanding like, oh, there's more to it, there's more to it. There's always more to it.
You sit on a board, you know, there's more to it.
Time, make it up.
You would know.
Okay, but if I had that letter, someone that worked for me wrote that letter, their ass would be fired. Unless they say, well, I actually didn't write the letter, such and such wrote the letter. Okay? If it walks like a duck, talks like a duck, it's a duck. How many times? I mean, I got the letter. Well, a lot of people have seen the letter now. Oh, well, it's all right. It is what it is. Holy shit! What does this guy have on you guys?
Why is
So
everybody
my
swearing?
question is, how's the jobs go out for the town? There's been 3, maybe 4 water jobs that I don't believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Josh, have you been offered to do the work on those jobs? One that's currently going on right now, which I'm not sure if it's, how it's been presented.
Which water job are you talking?
Talking about the one that's down, they're digging on tonight.
The town forces.
That's probably the town forces doing that.
What's that?
It's probably the town crew that's working on that.
No, United, all over, been all over it all day long.
Have you changed?
And also, my question on that job, and who is control of that dam, and have they been notified that we're digging very close to the regulations? They're well below 10, 12 feet below that dam, and very close to it. What's the provisions on that? So when something breaks up there and that dam lets go, and takes up half of Main Street here, I didn't see any Army Corps of Engineers or anybody up there watching over that show. We have a lot of questions floating around out here that's not being taken care of. So tomorrow morning, I hope I don't wake up and see downtown Newport gone because somebody dug in the wrong direction, because the right people aren't watching. You don't even know who's running the job up there.
Okay. Yeah, this is almost too much to keep up with here. If
I mean,
the
I got
board-
pictures if you want to see them.
Excuse me.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, Mr. Ring was on site on and off throughout the day today.
No, it wasn't on the site, it was on the town. Well, you see, he's not telling the truth.
I can only tell you that I was told that Mr. Ring had been seen sitting down at the site today. If he's got photographs, I don't know how you get those photographs unless you were there, but anyway. I got an email throughout this meeting at 8:54 this evening showing photographs of the staff, and maybe there's some people from United. They did rent one of United's excavators because it has a deeper dig than ours does.
2 trucks.
And maybe they did augment their staff because our staff, we only have a small 4 or 5 person staff. They can't work 24 hours a day. And he reported that they just found the break that they had been looking for, and that was at 9 o'clock. It was 12 feet deep. So I I don't know what to tell you. And when we have imminent emergent circumstances like this, no, we don't go and back to the office and write up an RFP, put it in the newspaper, post it on the site. We rely on the staff to call who's readily available and who has the equipment and training to come and help them.
Were you available?
Just not, I didn't get a call.
You didn't get a call?
The last four, we're not qualified.
Anyone else for open forum tonight?
Yes. It seems so simple. The letter of apology, the letter of correction to DOT, and him handle the personnel problem, period. And it's done.
There should be a motion.
It's done. And the world will go on.
Absolutely.
But this world right here that you see right here happening tonight, wow, it's going to continue. Because I have no intentions of backing off on this. This is clearly wrong, and it needs to be corrected. And Jim, for you, the log truck, I think, was me, and I was off the road where I was stuck on my own property, okay? And when I finally got it out, I did go up on the road. And was I over 12,000 pounds? Yes. So write me up.
I didn't know that, but it was a good guess.
Oh, I thought you were, I thought that's what you were referring to.
All right.
Chief, you got your book?
And by the way, I wasn't loaded. Okay, handcuffs, it was this way.
Anyone else for open forum?
Is there a motion for that or no?
There was,
I just, Bert, everything you just mentioned, we have, as a board, dealt to an extent with it, not to the extent that you're saying, but we've worked at this. Hunter has worked at this, okay? So, I mean, we got a ways to go. I'm not saying we don't, but I don't like the impression that we're doing nothing. We are. And, you know, you can make a face all you want.
I'm not making any.
No, you're not. She is. Hey, I'm getting done. Because, what's that?
I said that's too bad.
Well, I don't know. It's better for my health if I don't,
Yeah.
I'll tell you that right now. But we've tried hard. I've tried hard. I know others have tried hard here to keep this place running and running as best we possibly can. So, you know, I can sit here and listen, and then I like what I said today, you did a great job. We'll finish the job. We'll finish it, and it'll get done the way it needs to get done. But, you know, and if I was Hunter, I'd look at you and say, screw you all, I'm done. You know,
We'd have a party.
well, I wouldn't attend it. I'll tell you right now, I wouldn't attend it, because the
I've
way
seen-
this
I've
guy
seen
has
it.
been treated, maybe he's done, you know, I don't agree with him all the time, he knows that.
Once he read the letter, he should have immediately put a letter of apology
And he took
back
the
in it.
best action he could based on the requirements of the law, okay? So, you know, you can kick me around for a little while longer, but then I'm done, all right? And when I leave, I'll salute you. Yeah. So, that's the end of what I'm going to say.
Hunter? Yes, Mr. Chair, we can probably keep this going all night, given the climate, but just in response to what Barry said, when I became aware of the letter, that A, I did not write, and B, I was unaware of when it was written or delivered, I called and had a conversation with C.R. Wilkie about those circumstances and that letter. And C.R. Wilkie came to his own conclusions, and that those decisions were passed up and down the appropriate channels. And that's all I can say about it at this point, in this forum.
But I do think we need to take the next step.
I've invited Mr. Stevens and Mr. Beard, and occasionally other people to come and visit and sit down and have a chat, and I'll be happy to share that information. But I'm not going to do it in this venue because it unnecessarily damages certain people's reputations.
So it would not hurt to send a letter to the Stevens apologizing for the fact that that letter went out in the way it did.
And to the state.
And to the state, I would agree to that.
Yeah.
I would have to be careful on how that was.
Okay.
Well, why wouldn't that have been done in the first case when he found it out and knew it? Okay, set the employee aside, okay? I gotta correct this immediately. And it wasn't done.
There's more to it.
we gotta work with where we are now.
No, no, because you've got to where you are now because someone didn't do something they should have done right then and there. Police officer pulls over a car and somebody's on drugs and he lets them go? No. It could have been done with a letter right then to Wilkie saying, I'm sorry for what this is, so on and so forth. Period. That would have been the right thing to do at the time.
So you're hearing you did it with a phone call instead. Josh? You have
I would like to
The
clarify.
phone call I do not believe. Period.
Okay.
That's your basis.
Josh?
But that doesn't mean it's right.
The letter would have done
No,
it.
the fact that you just claimed that he was lying, that's your basis.
The fact that he
Yes.
claimed he did it doesn't mean he did
That's
it.
your basis.
Josh has the floor.
Hunter, my wife and I both came in and met with you and did ask for an explanation. Which you indicated that it was out of your hands that DOT made the decision.
That's correct.
Right?
That's not correct.
So furthermore, I then went to CR Wilkie and discussed that process. And you know as well as I do, that's untrue. They allow the town's opportunity, hang on, the town the opportunity to choose a contractor with rightful reasoning behind that. So, basis, okay? We are going to choose the second lowest bidder because of these qualifications, because we feel strongly about this. I spoke specifically to CR Wilkie after our conversation, and that decision is not theirs. They allow the communities to make that decision that best fits them. That's what the state does. So what you just said to the board is incorrect, Hunter, again. That's not true.
So I don't
I
really
did
get
do
into-
exactly what you said, I'm not done. I did exactly what you just claimed was not done. I did come and see you, you gave me a whole bunch of smoke and mirrors that then we found out wasn't true, Hunter.
Okay, so, are you done?
Yep.
So, actually, Barry, do you remember when you were actually chairing this meeting? And
Yeah, I
you
do.
asked Kay Stevens to stop communicating with the Public Works
Yeah.
Director and to deal directly with our office?
And they agreed.
And they agreed, but they haven't done it. They continue to communicate directly to the Public Works Director. So we were trying to defuse the situation by, if there was a possibility of a personality conflict, we were trying to diffuse that by alleviating him of having had that need to communicate with those people. So I haven't spoken with you since. So,
Hunter,
other
you
than to
don't
get
respond.
91A requests. What
don't
conversation he had with C.R. Wilkie, I cannot represent. I can only tell the conversation I had with C.R. Wilkie. I've communicated that to you before and in the past. And it's not beyond the realm of reason that when people are confronted by upset or otherwise, animated people or people that are, whatever you want to call it, agitated, that they may not always be forthcoming with what they did say or what they didn't say or how they said it. I don't know. I can't tell you what C.R. Wilkie told them. I can only tell you what he told me. And I will tell you that he called me after one of these visits. I was a little disturbed because he felt as though he had been thrown under the bus.
I wouldn't.
Because he felt as though we had disclosed what he had told us. So maybe he changed his story to them. I don't know. It's possible. People do those kind of things all the time.
So that's why if you have it in writing instead of a phone call, it's harder to change your position.
Boardman?
There's another
Yeah.
$5.
You know, Mrs. Stevens made it, asked you to do something. You guys gonna make a motion about doing it? You know, as getting a letter and,
Correcting the
It's
errors.
still on the table, but
what's so hard about being on the table? It's something that could be done.
We'll wait for breaking the action before we can vote on it.
right. And Jeff, your last meeting, where I was here, was 2 weeks ago. I made a right to know request, and I have not heard anything in that 5-day period as to what about it. And he's required by law to tell me, you're gonna get it, Bert, and this is when you're gonna get it. You're not gonna get it, Bert. Okay? I've gotten nothing.
You didn't get anything from a
Okay.
lawyer?
Excuse me?
You didn't get anything from one of our lawyers?
Nothing. Oh, nothing. Nothing.
You're supposed to have received something from, we're referring all 91As through legal counsel now. It's taking too much of his time away. Well, more money from one pocket you know, I'm not gonna, but anyway, you should have received something from the lawyer stating, okay?
So now you are in violation of 91A. The 5-day clock is ticked out. And there's another one. I haven't counted the days on it yet, but I still haven't heard, and I know it's more than 4. Still not. So his stance, whatever it is, that you need a lawyer to do what he should do, if he doesn't the law says reasonably described. If it's not reasonably described, send me an email asking me this, that, or the other. It's not there. It's not done. So you can protect this man and you can follow his lead, just like those people down there in South America followed and drank the Kool-Aid.
I follow one lead, me. That's who I follow.
Okay, I recognize
Okay.
that. That's why I wish you'd stay.
No, I'm not going.
But I'm talking the board. It takes an action of the board. You are just one leg under the table, okay? He's violated the right to know law with me once, and tomorrow I'll know whether it's 2.
Hunter?
Mr. Chairman, as I had explained to you all, the reason for this decision is this kind of legalistic threats all the time. In fact, if you recall and look at the tape, Mr. Spalding leaned forward when he made his request, or seconded or repeated his request for information relative to the county and all that sort of stuff. He said, I'm going to compare every page, and if there's one page missing, I'm going to sue you. So he threatened litigation, and so we refer all matters of litigation to our attorney. And I told you that these requests coming from 1 or 2 sources were becoming onerous in terms of time, and that we were dealing with people who had been threatening in terms of litigation, and we referred them all to counsel. So I haven't violated anything. We've turned it over to our attorney, and if our attorney has been neglectful or missed a day or 2, then that may be the case. But to suggest otherwise is that I'm telling our attorney not to respond. Like, don't respond to this in the time that's required. That's foolish. So I don't know what the circumstantial status of those 91As are. I will follow up tomorrow and see what's going on, but they've all been turned over to our attorney. He's doing all the research and is responding on our behalf.
So you put it in. No, I'm going to finish.
She's got her hand up.
I'm going to talk. That's it. Okay? Threats, huh? You deserve it. You had it, and you didn't act on it. So, if you don't do it, I'll threaten the law. I'm not threatening you. I'm not going to shoot you. I'm not going to run you over with a car. I am enforcing the law as it's written to protect me as a citizen from people like you who don't do their fucking job.
Yes, ma'am.
So, for clarification, are all of the 91A requests going to council? Every single request from
But if I
anybody?
send, I didn't threaten you.
No, I understand, but they are legal, they initiate a legal process. And 91A is fairly complicated. It requires a response within a certain number of days, unless it's onerous or requires a lot of work on our behalf.
I quit.
And then we can tell the applicant that's going to take more time. So,
I'm familiar with that. I just
So-
don't understand why if I request a 91A, you would send it to an attorney.
well,
Window, you want
if it's
Tony Bailey?
like something like, would you give me a copy of that piece of paper on the table, we do that. But anything that requires research over a long period of time, we turn over to our attorney.
Doesn't relieve you of writing a note telling her that she ain't going to get it in 5 days.
Our attorney handles all that.
Oh, well, he doesn't.
That's,
You gotta pay
that's
it.
a lot, you got a big legal bill, you don't need to keep adding to it.
Well, I'm not, we're just responding to the request, making sure that they're responded to.
Good, Jeff.
In a
We're still on
lawful
open
legal
forum.
manner. Pardon?
We're still on open forum. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak in open forum? Can we move on from there?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Are you vice chair now?
I just helping Barry out because he's way over there. I'm here.
Is there anybody else that has anything to say in open forum? Things that are going to be on the, if we ever get to it, by 3 in the morning. We'll move that, okay?
We did
So-
move the question, Mr. Vice Chair, regarding the letters
Okay, so do we need a vote?
of the board.
All those in favor of sending a letter to the state and to the board in regards to the actions, in regards to the action taken regarding the Stevens and their business?
Apologize a little bit.
Yeah, we're going to send a letter. So let's take a vote. I need a, we already,
There already was a motion, there was
Okay.
a second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Can the board review that letter before it's sent to make sure
We
that
will.
it in fact...
We will review it. But we gotta be, you gotta be, well, let me finish the vote.
Probably take it to.
Anybody not in favor? You're gonna abstain? Okay. Okay, so we've got 3 yes, 3 in the affirmative, and 1 abstention. Okay? So that takes care of that.
And Mark, just note that Jeff had to step out.
Any longer, I may have to step out. Tim?
Is there any chance you would move this lady up to the next
We're
thing?
we're getting there.
What are you on, ma'am?
27 things between there and there.
What are you here for?
Full circle farm.
Oh, my
Oh,
goodness.
Jesus. I'm sorry,
We're off from,
you know.
I don't know.
So, guys, you're okay to move up so this lady?
Yes.
Oh, he's
Yes.
back, okay, good.
I mean, at this point, just keep it to the end.
I know, but I've been watching your
I'm not
tortured
even
look
a
over there.
Newport resident.
Yeah, okay.
Now, let's move on to Full Circle Farm.
Action item
Yes, it's an action item. I apologize, we should have recognized you
I
hours
don't know
ago.
what the etiquette is for these people.
Well, it's very flexible.
I'm not disrupting.
We had very little etiquette today. Right.
But,
Yeah.
it's almost tomorrow, so hang in there.
So, pretty much you're asking, what you're asking for is the nonprofit rate to rent the
Yes.
Opera House.
Yeah, so, I don't know, if you want my elevator speech or?
No, I mean, I think most of us are aware of what goes on out there.
Yeah, I mean, we
Yeah.
are a registered nonprofit organization
Yep.
for therapeutic horsemanship. So this would be our second year of renting the Opera House for our annual fundraiser. Last year it went really well. The Opera House Association does make a lot of bar money from us. So,
That's a plus.
yeah, so we're just requesting, it was recommended to come and request a nonprofit of $150 for renting the,
Right. There is also the cleanup fee.
yeah, and we do pay for that.
Okay.
Do you bring horses in there?
No, we do not.
They were
Alright.
sisters.
And, is there a motion from the board?
Move that we grant Full Circle Farm the nonprofit rate for the rental of the Newport Opera House for their fundraiser.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Do you wish a date on that, or?
It's,
May
May 6th.
2023, yeah.
Some really good sponsors for that event too, by the way.
Yes, there are. Some of them are here.
okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Well, thank you very much.
Welcome. Thank you for being so patient.
If you didn't accept it, I don't know what I was gonna do.
I would have gave her the whole.
I almost paid
Oh, wait a minute. Tim was gonna, well, let's back this up.
Too late.
Thank you very
Moving
much.
on.
Okay.
Moving on. Where do we want to go?
Home.
All right.
Center update.
Community center update will be passed over. NHDOT bridge funding and opportunity, as I understand it, the state is asking us which bridge we want to replace next. Both of these bridges have been out for a while. There is a match that we would have to come up with. Is this something that we can put off?
Actually, the state is not requesting your input on that. They're asking for your approval of Greenwood. We are asking your opinion because there's an opportunity for you to either go with Greenwood or to go with the bridge over the Dodge Brook. So we are looking for your input before we confirm to them which bridge we want to do.
How long has that bridge been out?
Green-
Years, right?
Greenwood has been out less than Paradise.
Right, yeah.
Greenwood has some viable detour,
Features.
issues that would be positive if it was back. Probably more so serves more residents. More residents would utilize Greenwood being back over Paradise.
So we're speaking in favor of Greenwood?
I would be Greenwood.
I could say something on Greenwood, I used to live in Greenwood House, so, for 10 years. And I think the only thing that I could say about that bridge is that, not real necessary, but also that that road is the other part of the bridge. Like, that road is done, you know, it needs to be fully resurfaced. I think if you...
Paradise is not much better.
Oh, yeah, well, that could be as well. But I, you know, having lived on that road for so long when it closed down, it really no big deal to go around. You know, I mean, maybe a solution. I mean, you know, I'm just saying my input from having lived there for so long.
You get used to it and you enjoy the fact you're on a dead-end road, really.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, but I know my wife's like, no, look, it's my sister's Christmas decoration on the porch. You know, so there's two sides of it. You know, it was for sure, it was, you know, I think at first you like it, but then it's like, you just don't really need it. So I just, you know, from budgetary, that seems like a kind of a nice road there, but you guys know better. I mean,
Reggie, which is your choice?
Paradise. That is a real dangerous exit out of that highway, coming out of there, especially with the cars coming down over now, the speed coming down over that hill. Those cars that are trying to cross.
So then you're with us, we're Greenwood.
No more.
Okay.
So you, okay, wait a minute. So Paradise Road, there's a decision made?
No decision.
Are you entertaining rebuilding and putting a bridge back there?
If we had to choose one, I think it's leaning more Greenwood than Paradise.
Why would Paradise even be in there? I'm missing something.
We kicked it off the list before.
They're the only two closed bridges in town.
if I recall, Greenwood was okay for one-way traffic. They were saying that it was, you just couldn't have two-way.
No, it's closed.
I know they closed it, but they said, because they came to me and they said, you know, I think Paul was actually at the time and said, well, it's safe for one-way, but it was not safe for two-way. And so I don't know if we could always consider that as a one-way street. I don't know if you remember that. It was long. It was so long.
I don't remember why. I know we throttled it down, but then we ended up closing.
The thing is, you know, we survived with both bridges closed. If we decide to repair one of them, there's still a 20% match the town will have to come up with.
I'm wondering why we're even bothering to do either one of them.
Right. Why don't you do Chandler's Mills Road? Oh, no, because of what I said tonight. Like, Jesus, I'm out.
Actually, that should be going.
Nasty letter gonna go to DOT.
That should be going out shortly.
You missed the humor of the whole thing.
It's late. My humor left.
It's too late. I got it.
Even on Greenwood Road, you know, I mean, even if you didn't opt to do it, I think it's a really popular walking road. And the one thing is just to kind of clean it up a little bit and, you know, and just at least make it look like something like it's like doing it in a nice way, because, you know, the rail tracks are down there and they've got these big crooked signs on it, and you gotta go up to the top of the hill, bridge closes, people are supposed to come down 100 years ago, a certain amount of time they had to be up there. But it is a nice walking path. You really enjoy walking there, but it looks decrepit. I don't know that it has to look decrepit.
So what's the pleasure of the board?
If we do nothing, is this going to hurt us with the state?
Yeah, they'll come off the list, they'll let it go somewhere else.
Forever?
Well, I don't know how long forever is.
Paradise came off the list once already.
I think if you pass on the opportunity, they'll go on to some other community. Given the way that the state funding for bridges, it'll probably be a number of years before you get another. I don't know that for a fact, but I'd be happy to explore that. But we are bringing this to your attention. The state is ready and willing to go forward with Greenwood. We thought we would ask your opinion as to whether or not there was a different road in town you prefer to have the state look at.
Well, I thought the bridge on Chandler's Mills Road was.
That's going out anyway. That's in part of the budget. That has nothing to do with this.
Good night, Ed. Like to also,
What's the breakdown, Bonner, between
I'd like to also
We
point
gotta have
out,
a little bit of a learning curve here. A culvert is a bridge. A culvert is a bridge. Ask New Hampshire DOT.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I work on the interstate. A culvert is a bridge. All the way through. Federal money, you name it. So, look at this, open it up. If you don't see a bridge that fits this description, you got a, and I just happen to live there and know it. Culvert on Chandler's Mills Road was overwhelmed last year, and you nearly lost the road. So you could take a culvert up on any road that you got.
It'll stay up.
just want to point out that we also have been making several attempts to repair, or to clean up the Vargas mill site,
Yeah.
which is on Greenwood Road, and that would probably benefit if we had that bridge.
Good point. All right, Greenwood Road?
Greenwood.
Road. There you go. What else we got here? Apple Pie Craft Fair, I put this, Community Power Co-op. Do we need to speak to this tonight?
Can we wait?
Yes.
We need to speak to it.
Well, you can speak to it to the degree you want to. The only thing you have to do, I'm sorry to be telling you what, I'm not telling you what to do, I'm making a recommendation to you. That it's part of your warrant, and it has to be approved for inclusion.
We have to go through those.
What
yet
you
tonight,
do
right?
beyond that with that is up to you
Okay.
in its entirety.
Okay, let's talk about that when we get to the warrant. Apple Pie Craft Fair booth. Do we want to have a town booth at the Apple Pie Craft Fair?
We wanted one last year, we were too late really to get one, I thought.
No, I thought we got
No,
one.
we had,
Did we?
Yeah, I sat there for all day.
well, I
What
did,
was it?
Oh, I missed it.
Yeah,
What was it?
we walk right past.
Town
you,
fair
we're
booth.
unloading stuff on somebody else's thing.
Let's do that again.
So we do want to do it.
sure,
No, I won't be there.
You come by visit.
I'll be there.
So let the powers that be that will take a booth in exchange for letting them use our common.
Get that big,
Jim
big,
Capricci.
big one from the fire department.
All right.
I eat as much as I cook.
Before we get to
Bill.
budget and warrant articles, under action items, I put the town office windows on here. Pretty much, we've got the, I guess, conditional okay from the Department of Energy to go ahead with the windows, but they threw out a thing where we have to, some Heritage Society has to bless it and make it a holdup. And
That's the original.
it's the sort of thing where if we don't order the windows fairly soon, we're gonna miss the season. And Hunter, you wanna detail this? Because, I mean, might be like a 3 or 4% chance that someone will say, well, you didn't have this person bless the heritage of the old windows in this building, so you're not gonna get your money. I mean,
So, again, not giving you any direction, but making you aware of a set of circumstances that we're dealing with. We have applied for and received a $250,000 grant to do work on this building that would otherwise fall to the taxpayers. And we're going to replace all the windows in this building. There are approximately 97 of them. And we're going to install centralized HVAC mini splits in each one of the occupied areas of the building, not in the first floor. There is a 20% match that has been proposed, and we have allocated those funds. In addition to the 250, because now between the time when the DOE started this conversation, 250 was established on written estimates from local contractors and suppliers, exactly within maybe $1,000 or $250,000 to do this work. In the ensuing 2 construction seasons, equating roughly to 2 years, the cost of all this equipment has risen to just over $300,000. So our 20% match on top of their 250 will cover the job. So we asked them for permission to incur those expenses. They declined to give it to us up until just a week or a few weeks ago, because they have never done this before. DOE has never managed these kinds of grants before. This is a earmark. The earmarks have been sent to the corresponding federal agencies who've never done this before. It's probably best characterized by the email that I finally got from one member of the DOE team, which is all over the United States located.
we're supporting about 6 employees right now.
Who said, we don't do this, we're a policy agency, we don't know how this is supposed to work. Very honest opinion. So, they finally issued us a letter and saying, as far as we're concerned, you can now incur debt because of many of these grants. If you incur any debt prior to what is typically referred to as a notice to proceed or some other letter of authorization, you're out. They will not recognize those expenses. So we've been holding back for 2 construction seasons. So we shared with them that if you make us wait any longer, I'm going to lose. I had 3 contractors giving us quotes. 2 of them have walked away because they've got other work to do. They can't wait any longer. And the pricing on the windows is continuing to rise and so on and so forth. So they finally gave us a notice to proceed, or that's what I call it. But the caveat to that was,
but you have to get an approval by SHPO. So you have to get a NEPA grant. A NEPA grant is a federal grant that is issued only upon approval. One of the things is approval of the State Historic Preservation, SHPO, SHPO. So they have sent a report that I effectively wrote for the DOE people. I took all the photographs, they repackaged it. They've sent it to SHPO, New Hampshire, and asked New Hampshire to opine on whether or not our project is okay with them. They cannot stop the project, but they can complicate the project. What happens typically in that case is SHPO will then turn around and ask the local Historic District Commission, in our case the Heritage Commission, to opine to them as to whether or not they have objections to what we are planning on doing. So we have asked the local Heritage Commission, such that it is, at the time there was only 2 people.
Both were here tonight.
Yeah, now there's 1. And to opine in advance, prepare a letter and send it to SHPO so that we can reduce the amount of time that goes by waiting for SHPO to do it in reverse, sending them a letter. So we've been waiting for them to meet. They cannot stop the project, but they could say, well, we want you to document all the windows, we want you to, they could make noise about restoring all the windows into their original condition, which would mean reglazing. I mean, the cost would be astronomical for 97 windows. So anyway, so the DOE has kind of shoved it off on historic preservation. So the concern that I think Jeff is trying to, and he please correct me, Jeff, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, is that there's a little itty bitty, I'm not even sure it makes it the 3 to 4%, but it's pretty low, that something could come out of this review, this NEPA project, where the state would say, or the feds would say, we're not giving you your money, or we're not going to recognize this expenditure, which would mean that if we place the order for the windows, and let's call that roughly $60,000, that we might be on the hook for that. So that's, I think, what the concern is. Can we go ahead and order now and secure the job, or take the risk?
And Hunter was pretty willing to make that risk on his own, but I felt, we should weigh in and support him, or not support him.
Been desperately trying to get the Heritage Commission, which there are 4 of us on it. I'm the BOS rep.
Yes, that's right.
We approved a new member last meeting and the 2 existing, so there's 4 of us. Been trying to herd cat, so to speak, to get the group together to have the meeting. It looks like that's going to happen on the 27th.
Good.
So, is that too late for you?
It's not too late, it's just every day
adds it back. So, is it possible to get an image or of the proposed windows so that when we leave that meeting, can I get a copy of that? Because I want to make sure this is done that night with them.
I have provided those to the 2 oldest members of the, not chronologically.
Can I have a copy also, please?
Yeah, I'll send you all that. I sent them a copy of what SHPO was sent to SHPO, and the manufacturer's diagrams and everything for all the windows, but I can do that tomorrow.
I will see that it's at least addressed at the 27th meeting. So you should have it, well, that's 6 days from now, because today is now tomorrow.
Yeah, it's just, there's no like hard and fast red line deadline,
It's just like the construction season's moving on, windows have to be ordered and made, and you got a contractor who is wondering if he's gonna have this job or should find other work to do.
And, just in case this might come up, we invited 3 local contractors to bid on this. One said, no thank you, I'm too busy. The other one has now said, no thank you, I'm too busy. There's one who has held a spot for us, who's a recommended installer. I believe that we have met the intent of the procurement process. Does anybody wish me to go back into a more formal process and do this differently?
No.
So make sure we don't hear about this later on.
I'd start moving.
Can you,
With Paul right here, I'd just start moving with it.
Can you
we
do it
cover
with the opine of the Heritage Commission?
Yes. Little mini risk, but I think Jeff was trying to, make sure that it was all about
Spread the risk.
Everybody
Spread the
knows
risk.
I'd say move.
You wanna make a motion?
No, I'm tired.
I make the motion, we move forward And if there's any changes that come out of the Heritage Commission, we could address that at that time, but
Yeah.
at least get this project moving forward. Any change that the Heritage Commission might recommend would be, in my opinion, answered on.
It's advisory, but, you know.
So I make a motion that we can proceed.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstaining? All right. Thank you. Paul,
Second was Barry.
Yes.
budget and warrant articles.
Yeah, it's all gonna be good for 5 more hours.
She had to take a break. No.
We gotta read all these, right?
Trying to be good.
Not necessarily detailed.
No.
Okay. Yes?
Why not?
Okay.
Just background.
Town report, town warrant, 2023 annual meeting. All right.
Thank you.
See you, Rich.
Okay, thank you, Reggie.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Night, sir.
Good to see you out.
See you on
All right, if you drop by anytime, give me a call, I'm happy to chat with you.
No, we gotta wait.
Have a good day.
We gotta let them be
You
there.
do.
This is something I don't want.
All right, Article 1, to elect 2 selectmen for 3-year terms. Article 2, to elect the town clerk for a 3-year term. Article 3, to elect the town treasurer for a 3-year term. And Article 4, to elect the trustee of the trust funds for a 3-year term. Article 5 is to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate sum of $23,500,000 to pay for the design, construction, and equipping of an upgraded wastewater treatment plant, $13,450,000 to come from federal and state grants, $51,000 to come from sewer fund surplus, and the balance of $9,999,000 comes from the issuance of bonds or notes under and in compliance with the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33, to authorize the Board of Selectmen to issue and negotiate said bonds or notes and determine the rate of interest and time period thereon, and to take other such action as may be necessary to effect the issuance, negotiation, sale, and delivery of such bonds or notes as shall be in the best interest of the town, and to further authorize the Board of Selectmen to apply for, accept, and expend such monies as become available from the federal and or state governments for use in connection with said project and pass any votes thereto. This is a non-lapsing article for RSA 32:7, Roman numeral 3, and will not lapse until the project is completed or by June 30, 2028, whichever is sooner, in accordance with RSA 33:8-F. And a 3/4 majority vote is required.
3/5.
3/5.
3/5.
Are we not gonna do board recommendations?
Yes,
That one you need to vote to recommend or not recommend.
I move we recommend Article 5.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And note, there's no tax impact from this article. Repayment of this debt is expected to come from the sewer fund, as explained at the beginning of this meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I'm
Yes.
sorry to interrupt you, but we are asking for the board to express its position on all financial articles, as we just did. But we will not be listing any reference to the budget advisory committee.
Right.
Right. Yeah,
Right. Article 6, see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $3,410,000 to pay for the permitting, design, construction, and equipping of a proposed new well and its connection to the water system. $2,837,200 to come from federal and state grants, and the remaining $572,800 to come from the issuance of bonds or notes under and in compliance with the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33, and to authorize the Board of Selectmen to issue and negotiate said bonds or notes and determine the rate of interest and time periods thereon, and to take any other such action as may be necessary to effect the issuance, negotiation, sale, and delivery of such bonds or notes as shall be in the best interest of the town, and to further authorize the Board of Selectmen to apply for, accept, and expend such monies as become available from federal and or state governments for use in connection with said project, and pass any votes thereto. This is a non-lapsing article for RSA 32:7, Roman numeral 3, and will not lapse until the project is completed or by June 30, 2028, whichever is sooner, in accordance with RSA 33:8-F, and a 3/5 majority vote is required. And there is no tax impact from this article. Repayment is expected to come from the water fund. Is there a motion on this one?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? All right, Article 7. See-
Recommendation on that one, yes?
Yes.
Yes, for a recommendation. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately. The amount set forth on the posted budget with the warrant was amended at the first session of the annual meeting for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $10,045,772. Should this article be defeated, the default budget will be $10,281,394, which is the same as last year with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town or by law, where the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13, Roman numeral 10 and 16, to take up the issue of a revised operating budget. The above operating budget includes $56,262 to fund the estimated increase for salaries and benefits from amendments to the existing collective bargaining agreement between the town and police union. The passage of this article shall be considered not only the approval of the operating budget for the 23-24 year, but also the approval of the cost items set forth above, such sums representing the additional cost attributed to increases in salaries and benefits required by the amended agreement over those that would have been paid under the current collective bargaining agreement. The tax rate of the operating budget is anticipated to be $7.28, and the default budget is anticipated to be $6.90. Is there a motion?
Motion to recommend by the board.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? Anyone want to take 8?
See if the town will vote to appropriate and negotiate cost items of the collective bargaining agreement reached between the town and the Public Works Union for the 4-year period July 1st, 2021 to June 30, 2025, which calls for the following total increases in salaries and benefits. Estimated increase year 23-24, $102,220. Year 2024 to 2025, $14,250. And to further appropriate the amount of $102,220 for the cost thereof, such sums representing the additional costs attributed to increases in salaries and benefits required by the collective bargaining agreements over those that would be paid under the current collective bargaining agreement. The sum to consist of $56,613 from the general fund, $30,511 from the water fund, and $12,096 from the sewer fund.
Tax impact, 8 cents. Is there a recommendation?
Move the board recommends Article 8.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstaining?
Mr. Chairman,
Do 9?
Yes.
one minor note, because you'll note that both of these contracts are now expiring in concurrent terms.
Right.
As requested.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Let me keep going.
Sure.
As the board requested, was not mine to do, the board requested.
Article 9, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $300,000 for the purchase of a new ambulance and related equipment. Said sum to consist of $60,000 to come from donations, $60,000 to come from general taxation, and the balance to come from capital reserve, and to further authorize the withdrawal of $180,000 from the ambulance capital reserve fund for this purpose. Tax impact, 8 cents.
Move we recommend Article 9.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstaining? All right, I'll take 10.
Okay.
See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $16,871 for the replacement of an HVAC unit at the Circuit Court building. Said sum to consist of $10,000 from general taxation and $6,871 from capital reserve, and to further authorize the withdrawal of $6,871 from the district court capital reserve fund for this purpose. Tax impact 1 cent.
Move we recommend.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining. Article 11, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $5,000 to be transferred to the Communications Capital Reserve Fund. Tax impact 1 cent.
Motion to recommend.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining. Article 12, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $10,000 to be transferred to the Recreation Facilities Capital Reserve Fund. Tax impact 1 cent. Motion to
Recommend. Second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining. Article 13, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $189,400 to be transferred to the Richards Free Library to complete the funding for the library's roofing project. The balance of this project, $26,000, will be paid for by the library. Tax impact 25 cents.
Move to recommend.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining. Article 14, to see if the town will adopt the following modification to the elderly exemption. Shall we modify the elderly exemptions from property tax in the town of Newport based upon assessed value for qualified taxpayers to be as follows? For a person 65 years of age up to 75 years, $54,000 for a person. 75 years of age up to 80 years, $81,000. For a person 80 years of age or older, $108,000. To qualify, the person must have resided in New Hampshire for at least 3 consecutive years, own the real estate individually or jointly, or if the real estate is owned by such person's spouse, they must have been married for at least 5 years. In addition, the taxpayer must have a net income of not more than $34,750, or if married, a combined net income of not more than $44,100, and own net assets not in excess of $44,000, excluding the value of the person's residence, whether single or married. Additional requirements are set forth in New Hampshire RSA 72:39-A. These amounts will be effective April 1st, 2023. Note, the intent of this modification is to increase the exemptions amounts from the current $30,000 for 60 to 75, $45,000, 70 to 80, 75 to 80, and $60,000 over 80 to $54,000, $81,000, $108,000 respectively, based upon the recent property reevaluation and maximum net income limits for single persons from the current $27,900 to $34,750, and for married couples from the current $35,400 to $44,100. We don't need a motion on this, do we?
No.
Or
Only if you want to include it or not, but not recommend it.
Right, I misunderstood what you were asking, that you
Oh.
have to agree to include it on the warrant.
Well,
But you don't have to.
I move to include this Article 14 on the warrant.
Second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? Better include it after I read it. Article 15, see if the town will modify the exemption for the disabled as set forth in RSA 72:37-B to the amount of $27,000 from the assessed valuation of the principal residence of a qualified disabled person. A qualified disabled person is any person who is eligible under Title II or Title 16 of the Federal Social Security Act for the benefits to the disabled and has been a resident of New Hampshire for at least 5 years, owns the real estate individually or jointly, or if the real estate is owned solely by such person's spouse, they must have been married for at least 5 years. In addition, taxpayer must have a net income of not more than $34,750, or if married, a combined net income of not more than $44,100, and own net assets not in excess of $44,000, excluding the value of the person's residence, whether single or married. Additional requirements are set forth in New Hampshire RSA 72:37-B. These amounts will be effective April 1st, 2023. Note, the intent of this modification is to increase the exceptions amount from the current $15,000 to $27,000 based upon the recent property reevaluation. The maximum net income limits for single persons from the current $26,000 to $34,750, and for married couples from the current $33,000 to $44,100.
Move to include.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? All right, Article 16, to see if the town will modify the exception for the blind as set forth in RSA 72:37 to the amount of $27,000 from the assessed valuation of the principal residence of a qualified person. This amount to be effective April 1st, 2023. Note, the intent of this modification is to increase the exemption amount from the current $15,000 to $27,000 based upon recent property reevaluations.
Move to include.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? Article 17, to see if the town will vote to readopt, adopted 2007, the optional veterans tax credit, RSA 72:28, Roman numeral 2, in the amount of $500 provided to veterans that qualify under the requirements of RSA 72:28, Roman numeral 4.
Move to include.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Article 18, to see if the town will vote to adopt the Newport Community Power Plan, to authorize the Board of Selectmen to implement the plan, take all action, and furtherance thereof pursuant to RSA 53-E. The Newport Community Power Plan is an opt-out program that offers more flexible electricity procurement. The plan will initially provide lower flexible electricity rates for residents, or it will not launch. Initial participation in the plan can be declined, after which enrollment becomes voluntary.
Move to include.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining. You want to speak to this now, or?
You.
We'll keep going. Who wants to take 19?
To see if the town vote to raise appropriate the sum of $6,370 to support of West Central Behavioral Health in fiscal year 22, July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2022. West Central provided 209 services to 199 Newport residents, including 89 children, by petition, tax impact 1 cent.
It's a petition article.
Right, but do we support it or not? What's our? It's a money article too.
I
Yeah, that's
believe
true.
last year we did, I think the petition article two that stand on their own, I don't think we recommended them. But it's up to this board, I guess.
Anyone want to make a motion? Do we support what West Central does, and do we
Move to include.
move to, what's the term?
Move to recommend. Move to recommend.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
Opposed?
Abstaining? All right, it's 410.
Was it Keith?
Herb.
Herb, thank you.
All right, you want to do 20?
Let me do it?
Sure.
To see if the town vote to raise appropriate the sum of $10,000 for the purpose of supporting a federal match requirements for the Sullivan County Transportation Program operated by Southwest Community Services by petition, tax impact 1 cent.
Move to recommend.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
320. Keith and...
You're an aye.
Oh, you're an aye?
I'm an aye.
Yeah,
You're
you
way
woke
up,
up.
so it's
Yeah, I was late. Sorry.
410. All right, 21.
Shall the town vote to lease a portion of the Public Works Garage facility located on Route 10 consisting of the easterly 2 bays, which are approximately 44 feet in width, together with the adequate parking and access thereto, and access the sanitary facilities to the Newport School District for the purpose of storing, maintaining, and repairing its vehicles and other equipment for a period of 99 years, commencing May 15, 2023, at an annual rent of $1 with no additional cost to the said school district. The school district may, at its own cost, make leasehold improvements as it deems necessary by petition.
And there's no recommendation or anything on this. Article 24, to transact any other business which may come before this meeting. Paul, does that do it for us?
Yep, just so you know, Article 20 and 21, I added will in there because they weren't there. And in Articles 5 and 6, I added some comments, just hearing them read, they didn't sound
A
right.
mouthful.
A mouthful, that too. And the other changes that people pointed out have been made.
All right.
We gotta rely on Herb to do those. He's such a good proofreader.
Yeah. Motion to
He was
adjourn.
like 6.5 hours ago.
So moved.
Second?
Go ahead.
Sorry, where are we on?
Adjourn.
Oh,
Wait a
second.
minute, Hunter had something.
Oh. Before we adjourn?
Reference to the hour, I'll attempt it with another matter.
I'll second it.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's too bad. All right.
Good morning, everyone.